All right, test test. Looks like the mic sounds pretty good. All right, I can hear myself, so that's always a good first step. Welcome, welcome. Another severe weather live stream. I'm feeling much better after the allergy attack the other day. I just had to take the day off yesterday, so a good reset, and maybe a little bit sniffly still in the background. So sorry about maybe a little bit of nasally sound, but much better today. Energy's all back. Pumped with allergy meds, and we're good to go for a probably a fairly long stream today. Let me make sure this is shared to our socials. Yesterday was actually a little bit busier of a severe weather day, as even maybe I expected a little bit. It kind of unfolded quite in line with the model expectations that we kind of outlined earlier in the day yesterday. There was maybe a little bit more tornado coverage than I expected yesterday. So I do feel bad about missing that. Yeah, it looks like we're posted to our socials. So we're ready to rock and roll for this evening and at late afternoon, wherever you're watching from across the US, as well as we've had some international followers lately. So thanks for joining us, a worldwide audience tuning in for, I mean, really this severe weather in the US does get a worldwide audience because we're essentially kind of a weather lab in the central US for just the dynamics of regular severe weather that really not many other places in the entire world get frequent severe weather like the central US, especially in the springtime. So we do have a bit of a worldwide audience for that. This camera's been kind of busted, but it's pointing straight up. So not doing any use for Minnesota Department of Transportation, but it's doing a pretty good job for us seeing the cloud cover there in southern Minnesota. Just in the last, about 40 minutes or so, we've had a new tornado watch issued. And that goes for areas there into northern and northeastern Nebraska, northwestern Iowa, and southwestern Minnesota, and southeast South Dakota. That's going to be, let me adjust my draw tool. All right, we're good to go. Get that in white. So there's your newest tornado watch, the only watch for severe weather in the country right now. We've had a couple isolated severe weather events through the late afternoon or late morning, early afternoon. There was actually a tornado warning around Madison, Wisconsin earlier. The rotation kind of weakened over the Madison area, and those storms have lifted off. Still a couple severe warnings in eastern, kind of east central Wisconsin. And then right now we do have a tornado warning. Our only tornado warning right now is in northern Colorado. So we'll take a look at that in a minute. Some really high terrain there. And there's the update to that. I think they just trimmed off the western portion of that polygon. So we'll take a look at that. We do have some severe storms that are moving through our current watch area. And they've been actually ongoing since the early morning hours too. It's right now mostly a hail and wind risk with this cluster. But you'll see that as these advance, we'll get new severe warnings out of these. They're basically moving out of northeastern Nebraska into southeastern South Dakota towards Platte, Marty, Delmont, and Stickley, kind of approaching that I-90 corridor. So we'll take a look at those in a few minutes. They are getting closer to the Sioux Falls metro, so we'll keep an eye on Sioux Falls later today. And then we have not really much development down here yet. But things are starting to bubble up here into the afternoon, and expecting storms to really kind of robustly fire in this area in the next little while. We may get some severe weather as these storms push across the Great Lakes. You can see right now they're kind of exiting Wisconsin. They just dropped that warning around Howard's Grove. It was just a warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. Some pretty strong storms still around Stockbridge, Wells, south of the Green Bay area. Yeah, we'll see if those get into Green Bay. They may get into Green Bay later today. So we'll keep an eye on that. Hey, Cruz, how's it going? Yeah, Colorado tornado warning. Pretty high elevation. We'll get to that in just a second. How was your broadcast the other day, Cruz? Did you have a good broadcast after we wrapped it up the other day? Hey, Angela, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, check back later. That's the great thing about this stream. We're free. We're commercial free. Sometimes I have to get up and grab some food or let the pups out. But other than that, we're pretty much commercial free. And we're extended coverage. So just pop in and out. especially if things get really feisty in your area. Definitely tune back in. Hey, Lady Hawk. Thank you very much. Yeah, glad to be here. Starting a little bit early, but since we do have a couple severe warnings in the their areas in northern Nebraska, and then also the tornado watch in progress, we'll start slow, but the models have been really consistent on things just exploding here in the late afternoon. So we may have a slow start, but once things get going, it's going to go nuts, probably pretty quickly. Yeah, this is an area near Meeker, Colorado, along Colorado Highway 13. Luckily, not too many people live out here. But there is, wow, I have to really zoom in. There's not much. Okay, yeah, if I'm zooming in this tight, there's really no actual communities out here, it looks like. Axial, Colorado is in the warning polygon. This is for south central Moffett and north central Rio Blanco counties in Colorado. And yeah, Axial, Colorado seems to be the only designated community in this warning polygon. But there are people out here, and even if they're not a lot of population, there's some maybe backcountry explorers and things like that, hiking. And is there still snow? There might be still snow for backcountry skiing. I don't know for sure on that one, but there may be some people affected out here. It's a wilderness area, so there's some recreational activity out here. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with this area. Wow, okay. Looks like the closest radar site, so. There is, you know what? There is broad rotation in here. It's probably tight enough where it deserved a tornado warning. Near the Windy Gulch Wilderness area. It did look a little bit feistier earlier as it crossed Colorado Highway 64. And continuing to move to the north and east, it is a little bit broader than it was earlier. So again, areas there around Axial, Colorado, and if you live south of there on Colorado Highway 13, that is pretty much your tornado risk in Colorado. You can see with the terrain on that I have some of the terrain highlighted here. It is some really high elevations. And actually, I'm curious myself to see how high that is. Yeah, that's not a bad stream. It looked like things were going pretty strong there for a little while after we stopped that broadcast the other day. Axial, Colorado. Shows how unfamiliar I am with doing severe weather coverage in northern Colorado like this. Okay, Axial, Colorado is an unincorporated community and a historic coal mining town located in Moffett County. It was a boom town in the 20th century. So I don't even know if it's a populated area now. It's an extinct coal mining town, but it still looks like it has maybe a census designated location. And yeah, elevation is 7,000 feet, almost about 7,000 feet. So that's really high terrain, and that's the lower area on Colorado Highway 13. So this area out here is even higher terrain where this potential tornado is located. That's a rare one. We've seen a few tornadoes in some higher elevations. Forget if it was this year or last year. There was one, I think it was last year. There was a tornado over this area near Monticello in southern Utah. I believe it crossed into Colorado. That was a pretty high elevation tornado, and I believe, if I remember right, it was rated EF2. Someone can fact check me, I'm sure, in the comments, but yeah, pretty interesting. There's winter storm warnings in effect just north of this tornado warning. So Colorado's really dynamic weather. And actually, this is interesting because this is associated with the upper level feature that's going to eject into the plains. So it shows how volatile the atmosphere is with the upper level feature, that there's some surface heating and enough buoyancy in the atmosphere that there's, some spin and also enough buoyancy to get some severe storms even in this area. Doesn't look too good if that translates out into the plains, especially for tomorrow. That would be, I think, tomorrow's system. All right, this cluster of storms has also gone tornado warned. So I do want to take a closer look at this area. Ooh, that does look a little feisty. Just near Dante in southern South Dakota, Wagner, South Dakota. And yes, that has come up in rotation just in the last few minutes while we were kind of getting the stream going. Shows how quickly and how dynamic these storms can be. That about 20 minutes ago, 15, 20 minutes ago, not much rotation, just kind of broad rotation. And that has tightened up pretty quickly there around Dante and Wagner. This is also a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm out ahead of this. Ping pong ball size hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds. That is extending out areas around Tyndall. Ping pong ball size hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. Yankton, Bonhomme, and Hutchinson counties in southern and southeast South Dakota. And yeah, this storm cluster is moving pretty quickly off to the north and east. So let's take a look, and I do want to see what this looks like for the Sioux Falls Metro. Get the line tracking tool out. Okay, still a little far out. So still out of the Sioux Falls area immediately, but some areas there, all of that, about 23 minutes. Freeman, 39. Bridgewater, 43. And areas a little closer to Sioux Falls around Hurley, South Dakota. That's about an hour away to Hurley. Where else? Tyndall. Yeah, Tyndall, about 5 minutes or so, 5 to 7 minutes. And then areas like Mayfield, South Dakota, about 42 minutes. So we'll slowly kind of advance this cluster of storms into a little bit more populated area. But back in here, this is where that area of rotation is. You can even see it in the reflectivity a little bit. There is a little bit of a weak echo region in here where this storm is kind of sucking in inflow and then surging out through the areas around Dante. So yeah, that's where our rotation is. Right along, it looks like South Dakota Highway 46, showing that rotation in there. Ooh, that looks a little interesting. I missed where that location was, but I'm guessing we may get some special marine warnings. I did not see where that one was, but we may get some special marine warnings if there are special marine warnings. Probably in Lake Michigan right now, and in the western portions of Lake Michigan as those storms transition out over the lake, and eventually get into the lower peninsula of Michigan. There also are storms across the southeast. Wouldn't be surprised if we get maybe some random isolated severe storms, especially across the western side of Florida today. There are a couple also severe warnings in Georgia. May get some special marine warnings out of the southeast today as well. So don't be surprised if you hear a few special marine warnings going off. But yeah, this looks a little bit feistier in here. Can't say 100%. There's just a lot of clutter in this. There's hail and there's hail kind of wrapped around this cluster of rotation. But if there is a tornado on the ground, it's near the Clearfield Hutterite community. Yeah, it's hard to say on CC. Just a little bit too muddled. We're still a little further from the radar site, about 7,000 feet up in altitude, so maybe not the perfect ground level look at it. But this could be close to producing just by the look of it on the velocity scan as well as the reflectivity. You see this little notch in here and this little nub, a rotation kind of tucked up in here along Highway 46 and just near the intersection there of South Dakota Highway 46 and South Dakota 50, just north of the Dante area. Keep an eye on that. If the CC really drops off, then that's another sign that it's a tornadic signature on the ground. Right now, it's still just a little bit unclear on correlation coefficient. And take a look at ZDR too. There could be a tornado on the ground. I just can't fully confirm that one. But there are storm chasers out here today, so we may be able to get confirmation of this. Still radar indicated, so we'll keep that in mind too. And even quite a bit of our warnings, we can radar confirm them, and a lot of them tend to be radar confirmed by the National Weather Service too, but there are still quite a few that are not radar confirmed that do take the spotter confirmations. So it shows you even with the best technology that we have, and as well as the Storm Prediction Center and National Weather Service offices, that even them, they do rely on those spotter reports as well for confirmation. Sometimes it's just kind of impossible with the technology we do have to still see radar confirmed tornadoes. Here's a little bit of a closer look. Actually, stretch that out just a little bit more. It's at 50. Okay, there's a little closer look there. Taylor, about 15 minutes or so. Scotland, 22. Olivet, 26. Menno, 32. Wolf Creek, Hutterite Colony, 32. And Tripp, about 9 minutes from now. Some smaller communities out here, but again, as this line and cluster works towards Sioux Falls, we're going to get into more and more populated areas. Yeah, you can kind of see it even in the reflectivity here. This is kind of an S shape in the reflectivity. It has broadened just a little bit. It's a little bit more of a shear line it's at the moment. It could have produced briefly, and it's maybe broadened back out a little bit. I felt bad. I pretty much, after I got off the stream the other night cruise, I just kind of crashed. I was planning on tuning into your stream a little bit, and then I just hit the bed and just completely crashed out. And then when I woke back up, I think your stream had already ended. So I do have to, I'll get you sometime and tune back in. But yeah, I felt bad. I was just gonna get off and watch some weather myself, and then as soon as I hit the bed, I just crashed. I've been playing around with my warning program and have tried almost every way I can think of to not show the special weather statements that show up in gray there just a minute ago. I have not figured out how to not get those to show up without crashing the system, so I'm still kind of playing around with that, making some updates to some of our warning systems. But yeah, we'll continue to kind of play around with those. Okay, I was just going to say, it didn't look imminently tornadic anymore. Actually, the cell, now the lead cell looks a little bit of spin in here near Hamilton, Colorado. But that's kind of jumped ahead of the axial area. And so yeah, so we may get another tornado warning or two in here. The previously tornadic cell around Highway 13 in Colorado does not look imminently tornadic. Still some small hail, gusty winds. Especially with the cool pool loft and these high elevations, I wouldn't be surprised if these are hail producers. Small hail, but they may put down at least quite a few pieces of hail. Sometimes we see pictures of hail covering the roadways and things like that. All right, while we have that covered for a second, I do always like to kind of start the stream for you guys too, but in case I end up looking back or doing something maybe data driven with the streams, I do like to kind of go through a little bit of what's going on today. So yeah, since it's going to start a little bit slower, we'll just we'll take a step back and look at kind of the big picture. It's actually a decently stormy day across the U.S. We have again some isolated severe activity potentially out here. There we go. Switch the colors. Some isolated potential severe activity in the southeast, as well as into the Gulf South. We'll see if that a little bit of conditional activity possibly out here. But the main story is going to be the areas here in the Central Plains. They have extended that slight risk all the way into the lower peninsula of Michigan as those storms kind of eject off over the Great Lakes, the earlier severe weather over the Madison area, and in Wisconsin pushing out east. We may see a little bit of reinvigoration out there across kind of central Michigan, I guess that would be. But a big area of slight risk that does extend back into eastern Colorado. And then kind of down here, southern parts of Kansas and western Oklahoma, that's a bit of a conditional area. There's a bit of a cap in place. There's warm nose aloft. If things do get going, then there could be a couple isolated severe and potentially all hazards threat supercells down in that area. Yeah, Lady Hawk, looks like it's going to be a busy day, especially if you're in the western half of Iowa. That's where our enhanced risk is located, from about eastern Colorado all the way up through most of central and eastern Nebraska, extreme southeast parts of South Dakota, and into southern Minnesota. And yeah, much of western Iowa is in that enhanced risk. So yeah, it's going to be a busy day. Our tornado risks are basically focused in that Missouri Valley area from Sioux City, West Point, Fremont, Columbus, down to Omaha and Lincoln. And then on the Iowa side, Logan, Dunlap, Kinsley, up to areas around Sioux Center and Rock Valley. There is the 10% hatch that goes all the way out towards Fort Dodge, Carroll, and all the way down into northern Kansas as well, around Concordia, Kansas, Belleville, and Clay Center. But you can see that larger hatched area with the brown color all the way up to about Wilmer in Minnesota. And then again, that more conditional risk, but we could get a couple strong tornadoes if any storms develop along the dry line in south central Kansas into western Oklahoma. The more concentrated activity of severe weather is going to be in Nebraska and into Iowa. Also Minnesota. It looks like Minnesota is going to be pretty feisty later too. They have actually bumped with that expectation of storms moving into Minnesota later. They have adjusted this a little bit. They've shifted it slightly and expanded it to the east. This is the wind risk for damaging winds. All the way, some significant damaging winds potentially all the way to the east towards Rochester, Minnesota, Mason City, Iowa, Fort Dodge, Denison, Spencer, Sioux City, down to Omaha, Lincoln, and then all the way down into areas like Manhattan, Kansas, Russell, Kansas. Similar to tornadoes, the hatched kind of conditional goes all the way down to Canadian, Texas, Sayre, and Woodward in Oklahoma. But if you live in Oklahoma, some people may, be like, hey, these meteorologists said it's going to be severe weather and there's nothing, and it's a clear day, because again, it's a very conditional risk down here. We may only get one, maybe two storms, but if they do form, those could be some pretty impressive supercells. Much more higher end chance of severe weather in the northern mode of this, from basically about the Kansas and Nebraska state line all the way up into southern Minnesota. And then looking at our hail threat shifts back just a little bit towards the west in the Missouri Valley especially, and then back across parts of eastern Colorado, much of Nebraska in that larger hail threat. As the storms progress to the east, similar to yesterday, the biggest all hazards threat is the discrete supercells early on. As they do push east, it's more going to be a damaging to destructive wind threat, pushing towards that I-35 corridor. And let's just take a look and see what's going on here. Looks like a watch potentially. This is the mesoscale discussions. A new watch potentially there into Michigan, about 40% chance of a watch there in central Michigan. They already have this was the mesoscale discussion from earlier. It was a 95% watch probability. That has verified. They've issued that watch. The other area now, 95% watch probability, is south of there. Let me clear this out. So they are going to add likely another probably tornado watch for areas around Lincoln and Omaha, back towards York, Grand Isle, Hastings, down to about Concordia, Kansas. And we got you covered on cameras too. We have obviously our Doppler radar coverage, but we have cameras in Minnesota. We're set up for weather coverage here. We have cameras in Kansas. There's Kansas. This is out of the Belleville area, just north of Concordia. I set that up earlier because I figured it was going to be in a severe weather watch, and it likely will be here in a little bit. Kind of a clear, a little bit cloudier than it was earlier there on that camera. We have Lincoln, Nebraska, clear and sunny right now, but things could get feisty there later. And then what else do we have? We have Iowa. This is out of the Sioux Falls area. Sioux City, sorry. Sioux City, looking west into Nebraska. Kind of see the mix of hazy, sunny, and clouds right now. But yeah, so we got a bunch of camera coverage. We're pretty much ready to rock and roll for severe weather all evening. Oh, I should probably just mention, because I don't think it sometimes gets enough mentions on streaming. There is in western Texas, the Texas Panhandle, Oklahoma Panhandle, into even southwest Kansas, Garden City area, an extreme fire danger. Behind the dry line, it's very dry temperatures. It's gusty winds. So please watch any local official warnings for burn bans. Try to limit, even if you don't have a burn ban in this area, just try to limit activity that might spark a fire. And then also just pay attention to any local warnings. If a fire warning comes out, local officials will give you directions on where to evacuate. So just keep an eye to the official information there around Amarillo, up to about Clayton in New Mexico, Guyman, Oklahoma, and then Garden City, Kansas. Sounds good, Cruz. Yeah, it's going to be a big day, and already kind of a busy day. There are storms, non-severe, but quite a bit of storms in the southeast right now too. Oh, let's see. We also have some AI data products here. This is NATOcast. It's one that I've reposted on our social media several times, but our NATOcast kind of AI looks at tornado parameters. It right now is honing in on this area here near Belleville, Kansas, into areas around Wilbur in Nebraska as the highest tornado probability. So we'll see. NATOcast does a decent job. We'll see how that compares to the Storm Prediction Center. And once again, the Storm Prediction Center kind of highlights area just north of that area in the red here for the highest tornado probability. A little bit broader of an area, obviously, that the Storm Prediction Center likes to, highlight, but that's the area there. So we'll see. So these storms are actually just working into, these storms are actually just working into the enhanced risk area and the areas where there are a little bit higher parameters for tornadoes. I'm going to pull up a couple things, and I do want to clear a few of them off. That way it looks a little bit less intimidating here. can see the dew points. Definitely a pretty good warm sector out ahead of this low pressure that is centered, looks like into kind of southwest or south central Nebraska. Okay, so this is our latest HRRR run. There's the latest HRRR run at 4 o'clock. So it does a pretty good job showing the storms into southern parts of South Dakota. Maybe actually they're a little bit more condensed. They're a little bit more of a cluster of storms rather than discrete cells, but in general, it gets the location pretty good. And then you can see not much going on in the rest of Nebraska or Kansas right now at 4 o'clock or in the 4 o'clock hour of this model run. Okay, yeah, so there's the 3 o'clock area. So it does show a little bit more of a cluster. So within the next hour, it does show a little bit maybe more discrete cells popping up, especially maybe in some of that rain-cooled boundary that's laid across there from that original cluster of storms. So we'll see about that. That may get some storms going into basically the river valley there between Nebraska and South Dakota. So we'll look for that. It's kind of a short-term area of storm development. But then, yeah, on this model, you can see by 5 o'clock down into east central Nebraska around Kearney, Loop City, and Elgin, showing some supercellular development going up there. And then, yeah, the question mark from the Storm Prediction Center with a lot of the data today is how long do those storms stay discrete? This particular run has them starting to form kind of a multi-cell cluster of embedded supercells. By the time they get to that 81 corridor around Norfolk, if they stay more discrete, then we'll have a longer all hazards threat. If they start to kind of cross that 81 corridor as more of a multi-cell cluster, maybe a MCS, a mesoscale convective system, we'll still have to watch for line embedded tornadoes, which there could be a fairly high-end QLCS tornado event today. We could see quite a bit of line embedded tornadoes, I think, today. But it'll slowly reduce the hail threat and then also reduce the supercellular tornado threat. But this wind threat with line embedded tornadoes could go into, this is about 10 p.m., coming through areas around Jefferson, Iowa, Fort Dodge, up to Fairmont, Minnesota, up to New Ulm and Mankato. So yeah, it could be pretty feisty in here. And then this model run of the HRRR has it kind of reaching that I-35 corridor about 11 o'clock at night. Mason City, up to Faribault, Minnesota, down through the areas around Des Moines, especially knocking on those northwest suburbs of Des Moines by about 11 o'clock. This model, it is a high resolution model, so kind of expected it does show some storm details. If it verifies like this, where we see these big bowing features like this, that is going to really accentuate the wind threat. Again, this is just a model. This isn't current data, but it is really kind of showing there is an environment for damaging to destructive winds potentially with this line segment here. And then it's these little notch features in here where you really have to watch for tornadic development as the line kind of surges out on the bottom flank. Like another one would be in here around Nora Springs, little kind of dog leg in here. If it really verifies like that, where we're seeing this kind of line segment, that could be a really nasty night for some of you. So this is going to go after dark. Make sure you have ways to get weather warnings, no weather radio, or phone alerts turned on are the two most kind of reliable options. And then certainly also, staying tuned to us here, as well as any other reliable, experienced and streamers and things. And then also your local media is also really good for that. And yeah, this has storms kind of starting to maybe develop in that area into Kansas at about 5, 6 o'clock. All right. Yeah, allergies are much better today. I'm still taking heavy allergy meds, but every now and then my throat gets a little bit scratchy. And then, let's see, this model does hint a little bit of development in that 6 o'clock hour down here towards Woodward, Oklahoma. So we will have to keep our eye, again, maybe This is a big question mark down here if we get any storms. But if we do get storms west of the I-35 corridor in southern Kansas and in western Oklahoma, they could go big. It just depends if they can break the cap or not. This particular run has uptrended a little bit compared to previous runs of some storms down in here. So keep an eye to the sky, Woodward up to Medicine Lodge, and maybe even towards the Wichita area later this evening. And yeah, we can see similar to yesterday. We called that yesterday as well on social media, even though I didn't stream yesterday. There was a pretty good flood risk, flash flood risk across this area yesterday. Similar to yesterday, I'm a little worried just looking at this model that the tail end of these storms, after they go up, maybe with an all hazards threat, and then they kind of start to train along each other, there may be a little bit of a localized flash flood risk across this area, extreme southeast Nebraska, northwest Missouri into northeast Kansas. So we'll keep an eye on that one. It looks like by maybe about 1 a.m., we should see a reduction of the severe weather, but you can just kind of see, according to this model data, just storms kind of training across each other in that same corridor, with still some isolated likely severe weather going, potentially pushing towards the I-70 corridor, even towards Kansas City by 1 or 2 a.m. And then, let's see, looking towards the north, yeah, things fizzling by the time they get into eastern Iowa. More of a damaging wind risk, but a weakening trend after they move east of 35 later, and that's about 11 to 12. I bet we still get some severe warnings in here into areas like Waterloo, Iowa, Rochester, Minnesota, and even up towards the Twin Cities could get a couple severe warnings. But by the time they push towards the Mississippi River Valley, they should be weakening. They are accelerating, so some pretty fast-moving storms, but a general weakening trend there. This is Aguacero weather. There it is. Put it in the chat for you. And I have a bunch of overlays on this. This is an HRRR model. It's really, I'm getting used to this new weather app, so we're going to dive further into this as we continue to get used to it, but it's really great for customizing weather data. So I'm showing you right now the HRRR with also the 3-kilometer helicity updrafts. You can kind of see I have those faded in there. Yeah, especially like back here, you can see those helicity updrafts showing that these are likely rotating supercells, but I can turn those off and on. If you just want to look at the raw reflectivity data of the HRRR run, I can turn on the low pressure system, and we should be able to see that in here, kind of right in there. Let's see, what else can we do? I have a bunch of layers to see wind direction kind of labeled out on here. This probably looks really complicated to you guys, but it's showing us wind with height. The black is the 10-meter wind speeds. The red is the 850 millibar wind speed, so kind of mid-level. And then the white wind bars are the upper-level wind speeds, the jet stream winds. So if you look really close, you might be able to see it. But in here, we basically have jet stream winds coming out of the southwest. We have the mid-level winds coming out of actually like the south-southeast. And then we have low-level winds at this point on this model later tonight, potentially backed out of the southeast. So that really shows you kind of the stacked, we have directional shear and we have speed shear in the atmosphere. So that's why there is a tornado risk across the kind of the mid-Missouri Valley. And And then I also turned it off earlier. I do have the dew point on here. So it's very customizable to the data that you want to see. I just kind of threw some data on here earlier today as I was getting the stream set up. Some data that I can use on the fly very quickly, as well as show hopefully to you guys. And hopefully it doesn't look completely cluttered. But again, I can turn off the dew points. I can turn off the HRRR base reflectivity. So there you can just see dew points compared to the country basically. And then scrolling ahead, you can kind of see there's that low pressure. Let's see. Yeah, down in here, kind of in western Kansas is the low pressure. You'll see kind of as this continues to work ahead, you'll see it kind of scoot up into the upper Midwest as it kind of scoots out there. But yeah, that area around Sioux City is kind of right in the triple point there between the cold front, the warm front lifting across the I-90 corridor, and then further south, the dry line. You can really see the dry line on the dew points across the eastern parts of the Texas Panhandle. All right, and then getting back to the radar. We still have the one tornado warning right now. Yeah, one tornado warning and 3 severe thunderstorm warnings at the moment. It's kind of broad right now. There's a couple areas that still kind of some spin, some tightened spin. Yeah, one south of Scotland, South Dakota. Yeah, there it is, kind of poking out right there near Lesterville. And then I think the original tornado warned area is still back up in here north of Kaler. Yeah, there's still kind of broad rotation in there along Highway 18. That one doesn't look as tight as it did earlier. More of a QLCS tornado look. Yeah, there is a little bit of a concentrated spin south of Scotland. We'll keep an eye on that one. Yep, I was going to say they're going to probably extend a new tornado warning out, and they just did. There's your newest tornado warning for areas around Spring Valley, Mayfield, Centerville, Hooker, and areas up towards Chancellor in South Dakota. It's going to be for that area near Scotland. This is northern Yankton and southern Turner counties, also southeastern Hutchinson County in South Dakota. Moving east at 50 still, tornado and ping pong ball size hail. There's some of the new cities in the path of this. Let me zoom in a little bit. You can see a little better. So Chancellor, right kind of at the end of the warning polygon, about 40 minutes from now. Hooker, 35. Viborg, 31. Spring Valley, about 21 minutes. Mayfield, 16. And Centerville, about 38 minutes. So yeah, that's the warning track. If I zoom out a little bit further, that I-29 corridor, we do have to watch these storms. The I-29 corridor, especially from about Sioux Falls. Yeah. We'll see how many times I switch those two up. But Sioux Falls and the I-29 corridor for this holds together about 50 to 55 minutes. Yeah, towards Berrysford, about 50 minutes. Yeah, about 50 to 55 minutes to get to the I-29 corridor. And again, beyond that tornado threat, considerable threat for damaging winds, 70 miles an hour. And then also the ping pong ball size hail. That's in a much broader area beyond that tornado risk. Areas around Mayfield, Yankton, just north of Yankton. And yeah, this is not, I don't know, it's not a kind of typical supercell. So there's going to be some scattered hail in this area, just kind of along that edge of the pinks and purples you see on the reflectivity. Yeah, that's going to be your hail core kind of right in this area here. Looks like that's where your highest chance of some larger hail is going to be. Hey, Carol, how's it going today? Yeah, Georgia is finally getting some much needed rain. We've seen a couple isolated severe storms in Georgia. Let's just hop over there real quick. Looks like things have calmed down a little bit. South central Georgia still has one severe warning. Cell near Minnie, Georgia. Let's take a look and see. Yeah, just kind of a popcorn storm. Some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, but some much needed rain. This actually looks like one of the stronger storms to the west of Lumber City and west of Hazelhurst. But yeah, some scattered storms, isolated severe chances. It's mostly a wind threat for some downbursts and maybe some small hail. But I think most people in Georgia will take the risk of any severe weather for some of that really beneficial rain. Yeah, it's an extreme drought situation. Do I have that? Let me see if I do. Yeah, I thought I had it in here somewhere. I'm still learning the system a little bit here on Aguacero as well, but there's a look at the southeast especially. And this is some extreme drought in this darker, I guess, dark kind of maroon color. The Big Bend of Florida, the Forgotten Coast there, Panama City down to Cross City, and then up towards areas there into southern parts of South Dakota around Walterboro, Savannah. Yeah, that area definitely needs the rain. So really nice to see some of this. And this is some really nice visualization of what we can do here on Aguacero weather with the live radar displayed over the drought outlook. Some good news here into northern parts of Arkansas. This area is going to get some rain, especially I think Tuesday. It looks like Tuesday, Wednesday-ish. Some severe weather chances, but some beneficial rain across the Ozarks and northern parts of Arkansas as well. And some areas that don't really need the rain are going to get quite a bit more also across the lower Missouri Valley and the mid to upper Mississippi River Valley. One area that does not need much rain. Oh yeah, so you're in kind of that moderate to high drought, depending on exactly where. But there's Birmingham here. Zoom out. There's Birmingham and Atlanta. So you're kind of in that area. Still need the rain. Unfortunately, today it looks a little bit drier right now in that area. And yeah, we do have an ongoing drought across the west too. Some of this area the severe weather is going to be in today does need some rain as well. Real quick, we'll get back into that severe weather here in just a second, but the precip outlook does look beneficial across the southeast and southern U.S. This is the Climate Prediction Center's 6 to 10 day outlook, showing above average to well above average rain across Texas in the next 6 to 10 days. And actually, it looks like that pattern kind of sticks around across the 8 to 14 day range as well. And yeah, for those of us that like warmer temperatures, especially across the northern parts of the U.S. that haven't had a super warm spring yet, it looks like the 6 to 10 day weather picture does have some warmer temperatures across parts of the Northeast and the Great Lakes. Obviously, where we're expecting more rainfall, a little bit below average temperatures across Texas. Although this time of year, it does get pretty warm in Texas, so a little bit average to below average is not a bad thing. Yeah, it's going to be one of those kind of popcorn shower and storm kind of days. Storm's just kind of lumbering around a little bit. Looks like one has already kind of moved north of Atlanta, but some more storms working up from the south. So a little bit of sun and then maybe time to put the tarp back on. A lot of lightning with those storms. So if you are out and about, just continue to watch that. Uh-oh. This got a little extra feisty now. Now being warned destructive threat for 80-mile-an-hour winds. We were talking about that a few minutes ago, that beyond the tornado risk there's a damaging wind and some hail risk. Clay, Bonhomme, Yankton, Turner, and Hutchins counties in South Dakota, moving east at 45. Trying to see if this was a... no, radar indicated source. Trying to see if it was a reported source. It's for that area right there, near the Maxwell Hutterite community, Menno. That's going to be moving up towards the Highway 18 corridor and also 81 towards Freeman, and then towards Marion, South Dakota, Monroe, Spring Valley. Still also seeing a circulation in there on the leading edge of this. There's a little bit of a circulation just north of Jamesville, South Dakota. Yeah, and there's that big bulge of wind lifting up kind of to the north and east. So your tornado threat is kind of down here right now. And then this bulge is going to be your wind risk coming up a little bit more towards the north and east. With still some hail in there. There's still ping pong ball size hail. So some wind driven hail is certainly a risk as well. I don't think it's on the ground right now. I'd kind of be looking for any CC drop in that area. And let's just check again since the radar just updated. Yeah, still don't think there's one in here, at least not showing up on correlation coefficient. We'd be looking for a big correlation coefficient drop right in that area, and I don't see one. The blues that you see on the correlation coefficient in that location, this is some of the clear air just right in that little inflow notch. Yeah. At least the radar-wise is not indicating it's on the ground, but they are going to warn also that area around Minot for a tornado warning too. Probably a good call. There's damaging winds in here, but there is also some rotation there too. Looking at a couple different radar procs just to see that rotation, but you can see it a little bit in here. and then also into there. Sounds good. Yeah, you two crews have a good rest of your stream too. So 2 tornado warnings now into South Dakota. And these are working generally towards the I-29 corridor in the next hour or so. But beyond the tornado threat, there is the risk there for damaging 80-mile-an-hour winds. Let's see. Yeah, some of the winds showing up right now, about 75, 77. We are a few thousand feet in altitude, so some of this may not be reaching the ground fully, but especially where those winds intersect with the higher precip, that helps translate wind to the ground and to the surface level. So yeah, right in there, that's the pocket of the damaging to destructive winds. Let me redraw that just a little bit. This is our pocket of damaging to destructive winds, and then kind of on the bookends of that, we have 2 areas of rotation. Yeah, that's a nasty storm already. There's your gusty winds, or not even gusty, you're damaging to destructive winds, and 2 circulations showing up in this. All right, there's some of the communities in there. Freeman, about 9 minutes. Spring Valley, 11. Hurley, 23. Davis, 27. And then if it holds together, areas are around Sioux Falls. Sioux Falls, maybe about 52 minutes or so. A little bit, if you're on the south side of town, around Misty Glen and T, that would be along 29, about 45 minutes from now. Still seeing radar indicator rotation, both those circulations. Let's take a look and detail those again. They have almost that destructive wind risk basically covered up by tornado warnings, but there still is a destructive severe thunderstorm from Utica over towards Wakanda, although that area doesn't look as feisty as it's this surge out here along Highway 18, approaching areas around Highway 81 around Freeman. And then there's your tornadic circulation there, also along Highway 81. Highway 81 and 365. That's where we're looking for that tornadic circulation. Yeah, it's a really nasty complex of storms. And it's just starting to get into the more favorable area for tornadic development. But there's your circulation there, and there's the other tornadic circulation on the other side of this big bulge of wind. We sometimes see this more in the line segments in a bit broader of a, it was kind of what I was diagramming earlier, if you guys were watching earlier with the QLCS, where you look for these dog legs, and they kind of bulge out, and sometimes they're separated by 10 or 15 miles where it's bulging out with the winds. This one is actually not one of those. This is fairly compact. There's only, whoops, that's the wrong tool. It is a fairly localized area. There's about 8 miles or so of this pocket of damaging winds, and then there's kind of 2 circulations that bookend that. It's an interesting look. That's a little bit of a question mark. Both these circulations are still kind of hard to see. They're still kind of hail, I think, wrapped and tucked up in here. So yeah, they are a bit hard to see, at least on the correlation coefficient, to really confirm if there's any tornadic signature in them. Two tornado warnings. Those are radar indicated. All right. All right. Discussing off-camera stuff. Sorry about that. Let's see. I'm doing some carpet cleaning, and it smells like a hospital in here. It's refreshing, but it smells very, very clean, like extra clean. So we did get a new tornado watch. Covers those areas in northern Kansas. Let's get the details on that. Let's see. Let me pull that over. That was one thing I forgot to get set up today. Let me pull up the Storm Prediction Center information for you. There's your special marine warnings. Where are these out of? Are these out of Michigan? Yeah, they're the Lake Michigan special marine warnings. Okay, tornadoes likely across this new tornado watch. Scattered hail up to apple-sized hail. Likely, oh boy, likely is not good. And then scattered wind gusts up to 75 miles an hour likely. So it's a pretty high-end tornado watch. It's not a PDS. Columbus, Nebraska, Grand Isle, Hastings, York, Lincoln, Beatrice, Blair, Omaha, and then into extreme southwest Iowa around Red Oak and Shenandoah. But that is your newest tornado watch. Also includes Concordia, Belleville, Osborne, Lincoln, and Clay Center in parts of northern Kansas, all the way down to areas around Russell, Kansas. But that is a high-end tornado watch that's not quite a PDS, but that's pretty stern wording from the Storm Prediction Center, basically saying this area is going to get severe weather. That goes until 11 p.m. in the Central Daylight Time. And yeah, quiet right now, but things are expected to go up pretty quickly, probably in the next hour and a half. And I should note also, this area, again, expected to get more heavy rain. You can see there's an overlaying flood watch in those areas in southern parts of Nebraska, as well as northwestern parts of Missouri. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that get expanded out too. I think there's a flood risk basically along and north of I-70, especially later this evening, in Kansas as well. We have gotten a couple new warnings also into parts of Wisconsin, towards Manitowoc, Wisconsin, right on the lakeshore. A little bit of rotation in there too. It's very broad though. Gusty winds and weather spotter confirmed. It looks like gusty winds and small hail in there towards Manitowoc, Whitelaw, Francis Creek, and Kellnersville. And then also getting a new warning there into Michigan. Areas around Midland, Michigan, 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail back towards Porter. And those aren't even the storms that are over kind of the lake right now. We'll see those in a little bit. The biggest concentration right now, and I kind of said it would probably start a little bit slow today, but also seeing some severe warnings down here too. I'll keep an eye on those. Yeah, just some general severe thunderstorm warnings there for some gusty winds in the Florida Panhandle. Right now, our concentrated area of severe weather, it's a fairly small area, but it's a fairly potent area of severe activity. And it's actually its own little kind of forming its own little MCS. Yeah, there is kind of a bookend vortex in here. We can see the winds going towards the radar and away from the radar in this area. Generally, that area is not usually tornadic, although it can be sometimes. And then south of there, it's kind of a calm ahead, and that accentuates the wind on the southern flank of that. So that is probably going to be, if that continues to hold, a fairly well-structured multi-cell complex that is going to reach up to the Sioux Falls and the I-29 corridor as a wind and embedded tornado threat. Hey, Stones, how's it going today? Wyandotte, Kansas. Yeah, we can look at that. Where is that? Okay, you guys are right in the Kansas City area. So you're right on the edge there where the slight risk turns into a marginal risk. It looked like earlier, if stuff sags down towards the Kansas City area, mostly a wind threat later into the evening, into the overnight. So the tornado risk should stay mostly confined to the areas in northern and north central Kansas, and then up into eastern Nebraska. Could you get an embedded tornado? Potentially, but let's see. Yeah, the risk for tornadoes diminishes rather quickly into eastern Kansas. So there's a non-zero, but a low chance of a tornado. The stronger chances of tornadoes are into northern Kansas, up towards Belleville, Concordia, and Seneca, and then further north into the Missouri Valley. And then kind of the same way for the wind, transitioning into the lower categories for wind across the Kansas City metro, and really it looks like, less of a hail threat. So primarily, if it gets to the Wyandotte area and the Kansas City metro, it's mostly going to be a wind risk. And probably not the destructive winds that we're going to see earlier on. All right, they've trimmed a couple of these warnings up a little bit. Still seeing the destructive severe thunderstorm warning for those 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. And then in here, that's where we have these areas of rotation. Still seeing one in here near Spring Valley. Still a pretty tight area of rotation. It's not super crazy strong, but it is a fairly localized area of rotation still. Although just on the latest scan, it broadened out a little bit. And then our other area is also kind of broadened out. Yeah, there still is rotation in here, crossing 81 just south of Freeman in South Dakota, along South Dakota Highway 13. Yeah, this area near Spring Valley has really broadened quickly. There's kind of that area of rotation as it just a couple minutes ago, about 10 minutes ago. Still seeing it in here. This is only about 6 minutes ago. And then just on the latest radar scan, it's it's really broadened and weakened somewhat just over the area around Spring Valley. Still continue to stay your tornado safety precautions, because beyond that tornado threat, we do have that threat for the damaging wind risk. You can see there's still a little bit of a notch in here on reflectivity, but it's not as pronounced as it was earlier too. A few minutes ago, back in here, much more pronounced notching feature in here. Yeah, especially if we just stay prepared. It's nothing crazy there in the Kansas area right now. But just make sure you have some ways to get weather warnings overnight. I will say, and I try to encourage anyone that if you live with a bunch of trees around your property, you may have to take some extra risks, or not extra risk, but extra measures to stay safe in damaging wind risks. But the wind threat should be diminishing. And then, yeah, I am worried though, locally, if you live in a flood prone area, keep an eye on that. Across like this area, the I-70 corridor in Kansas, it does look like some of those storms are going to train across this area later tonight. So flood risk there is another hazard. And that may work its way a little more into the Kansas City area in the overnight hours. The hail has come down a little bit on this. There still is some ping pong ball size hail in here. There's a pocket just basically east of 81 now, south of Freeman. That's, I think, the higher end hail right in here. You kind of see it in correlation coefficient as well as ZDR. And then there's some other pockets of maybe some small hail to ping pong ball size hail north of Mayfield and north of Spring Valley. But yeah, both these areas of rotation have kind of weakened in the at least in the last couple scans. We'll see if they retighten. I think it could have produced a tornado back when it was back when that first area was just warned. This is at about 3:30 today. May have produced a brief tornado back then, but right now, less of a tornado threat in that warning. Actually, in both of these warnings right now. But still continue to stay in your safe place. Destructive severe thunderstorm regardless. Potentially some 80-mile-an-hour winds. Let me turn on storm reports, and I just want to see if we've had any. We have had a number of storm reports. 74-mile-an-hour storm report there near Bonham County. 66 at a personal weather station in Bonham County. The 74 was at a Mesonet site, so a much more reliable weather report too. Tripp County, farm outbuildings severely damaged, camper turned over. Another Mesonet site earlier, 79-mile-an-hour winds. Looks like we've had some of those 80-mile-an-hour gusts. And even back into northern parts of Nebraska, there's a 77-mile-an-hour gust. So this storm has definitely had a history of producing those wind damage. You guys might be able to see that maybe a little bit better. Okay. Don't want to make it too big, but I can probably bump it just a little bit. There's some of those wind reports in there. So these are storms to watch just north of Kearney, Nebraska, south of Howard City. Storms going up rather quickly. Oh, let's see. In about the last 20 minutes, went from basically a little shower, a little blip. We now have 2 storms. They're not severe, but those are ones to watch. And this one does show that it's in a sheared environment a little bit. It does have kind of a little sickle shape to it. So these are storms to watch. They're not severe, but they are going up in a favorable environment. Kansas never disappoints in the radar. It's so flat and clear. You can see a lot of details in the radar. There's the cold front kind of extending that way. And then here's the dry line extending out to the south. They have extended that severe warning into areas around Bay City, Michigan, Saginaw, and just north of Saginaw, and areas around Midland. So the Tri-Cities, Michigan, severe warnings there. And then back here, I would guess they're going to extend out probably a new warning pretty soon, but destructive severe thunderstorm warning, 80-mile-an-hour winds, and ping pong ball size hail continuing there. This is for Bonhomme, Clay, Yankton, Turner, and Hutchinson counties, southeast South Dakota. Still looking at about 50 miles an hour. That's going to be for Viborg in about 3 minutes. Hurley 4, Centerville 10 minutes, Lennox 17, Beresford, I think that's how you say that. Hopefully 20 minutes or so. Harrisburg 30, Brandon 42. Sioux Falls about 30 minutes or so. And then it may skirt into northern parts of Iowa here around Larchwood. That would be about 50 minutes or so. Inwood 43, and areas like Hudson about 40 minutes. The I-29 corridor in about 20 minutes or so. There's the newest warning there. They are going to extend that destructive tag. They've dropped that hail a little bit down to half dollar size hail. 80-mile-an-hour winds, though, extending out. That goes for Lincoln and southeastern Turner counties in southern South Dakota. Still moving east about 45 to 50 miles an hour. So yeah, destructive tag out Hurley towards Worthing. And yeah, just north of Beresford. Hopefully saying that right. This warning goes all the way out to Hudson, Fairview, Canton, and areas south of Sioux Falls. Although I would guess they'll probably get a warning up to Sioux Falls in the next little while. And there's some of those destructive winds. Let's take a look at the wind reading. At least about 66 to 70 mile an hour winds still showing up in here. We are a little bit closer to the radar site, but the winds have come down maybe just a hair. But this storm has a history of producing multiple 70 to 80 mile an hour wind reports. And good news is the tornado risk has diminished some, at least in this southern warning. Still seeing a rotation in here on the northern tornado warning east of Freeman along South Dakota Highway 32, approaching South Dakota Highway 17. There is broad rotation still showing up in there. And then, yeah, there's still kind of broad rotation also showing up in that cell to the north as well. They're going to trim that warning up a little bit. So areas around Freeman and points west of 81. Yeah, if you're west of Highway 81, the severe threat should be diminishing. Still some heavy rain, gusty winds, and lightning, but the threat is working towards the areas there in southeast South Dakota. Sioux Falls is going to be under the gun here in the next little while.
New information: this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information: this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So yeah, that's the new destructive warning there we just covered for areas there around Lenox, Highway 44, and Highway 11. That also does include I-29. Although right now things don't look as imminently tornadic as they did a little while ago, with the destructive winds in here and still some broad rotation, I would guess they're just going to probably continue this tornado warning. And they both expire in about 10 minutes or so, so I'll probably just let the storm kind of work its way out of those tornado warned areas. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. We'll see if they continue another tornado warning. The northern area has a little bit broader, but still there kind of circulation. The other circulation has diminished quite significantly in the last little bit. Couple updates by the Storm Prediction Center. They are watching an area south of here.
Special marine warning has been issued.
South of all of this. Let's see. Let's pull that back up. There's your latest mesoscale discussion by the Storm Prediction Center. They are watching this area into south central Kansas, western Oklahoma, and the eastern portions of the Texas Panhandle. About 40% right now chance of a watch being issued. We'll see. It could go up if things look like they're going to get a little bit feistier. But isolated storm development possible this evening. Conditional threat for an all hazards severe risk. Trends are being monitored for a possible watch. So that's what we were saying earlier. It's a very conditional risk down here. But if you get a storm, and it could be only one, maybe two storms, they could be very robust supercells. So we do have to watch that area. Right now, the Storm Prediction Center are also noting that the concentrated area, damaging wind swath and a couple tornadoes possible there, spreading to the northeast in the next couple hours is going to be that area that we just have been looking at into southern South Dakota. The other area that is also being monitored, 60% chance of a watch for isolated elevated supercells that may produce large hail and gusty winds afternoon into the evening, is this area into eastern Colorado. So we are keeping an eye on this one. Includes the Denver area down to Colorado Springs and out towards areas like Ray and Burlington, Cheyenne Wells, and then into areas in northern Kansas around St. Francis, as well as Nebraska around Imperial, Nebraska. So keeping an eye on those areas for a watch. I think we noted this one earlier. They are also watching this area for a watch as well. And we did get a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning for this area. This is the Tri-Cities area of Michigan. It's an area near Saginaw Valley State and Freeland, Michigan, along Highway 47. Destructive baseball-sized hail is the risk in this location. That's for Bay County and northern Saginaw County in the lower peninsula of Michigan, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind, and baseball-sized hail. Yeah, there's your... They're showing up in the ZDR. I don't know if it's baseball-sized hail, if it's been reported or not. It doesn't look, at least on the reflectivity-wise, that it's baseball-sized hail, but there's at least a hail core in here just near the international airport here, north sides of Saginaw. So we will keep an eye on that one. It's probably at the least ping-pong ball-sized hail to golf balls, and that can do damage on its own. If there are isolated baseball-sized hailstones, that's going to do even worse damage. So make sure you're in a sturdy structure, away from windows, away from glass and skylights. Don't have great eyes on that storm right now, but as it gets into Iowa, we'll get a little better look at the this complex of storms. Still seeing broad rotation in here. Let's see. Yeah, the warning expires. The tornado warning expires in 5 minutes. There's still potential, I think, for some quick spin ups, but it's not quite as punchy tornado wise as it was earlier. It is mostly this damaging wind risk that's accentuating out from the storm. It's going to be kind of on the leading edge of this. And right now, it looks like the worst of this may go south of Sioux Falls up here in the top corner of your screen. It may skirt kind of especially the southern sides of Sioux Falls, Misty Glen, Harrisburg, out to areas around T, the Health Campus south of 229, Prairie Green Golf Course, down along Highway 115. So definitely if you're in the Sioux Falls area, even though right now there's not a warning, you're probably seeing the thunder, or you're hearing the thunder, seeing the lightning already, picking up to your southwest. I would just kind of be in a sturdy structure away from windows, treating it very similar to a severe thunderstorm warning for this northern portion as well. Check those storms that are going up into Nebraska right now. Not severe yet. They are showing a small hail core starting to develop around Nebraska Highway Route 2. That's near Ravenna and St. Michael, Nebraska. Again, not severe yet, but just it's definitely going up. Oh, it's severe. There we go. And it's being warned for actually ping pong ball size hail. Maybe have a spotter report. Did we have a spotter report? Doesn't say if we had a spotter report, but maybe we did. That's going to be for northern Buffalo, Sherman, Howard, and Hall counties in central Nebraska. Ping pong ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Radar indicated. Let me see. Let me turn on storm reports. Okay, yeah, no storm reports coming out of that storm yet. We have had more storm reports out of these storms in the Sioux Falls area. 81-mile-an-hour mesonet site report there out of South Dakota, just about 40 minutes or so ago. 82 and another mesonet site. So we've definitely had multiple 75 to 80-mile-an-hour winds across this region. So if you're out here, Lenox, Worthington, Beresford, anywhere along I-29, this could be a significant hazard here with multiple 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts reported it with this storm. Yeah, this storm has a history of 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Trying to see if we had any storm reports, like any photos of those storm reports for the 80-mile-an-hour winds. I don't see any yet, but we'll keep an eye on storm reports there too. All right, so we have lost our tornado warnings right now, back down to severe thunderstorm warnings. We do have 3 destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. One in Michigan. We'll pop over to that real quick. And a little bit of a radar hold. Let's see, get it out of the Detroit radar. Okay, that shows a little better. There is hail in here. Yeah, just near the Twin Oaks Golf Club in Bay County in Michigan, approaching Delta College, Bay City. You guys are in the path of this destructive severe thunderstorm, potentially, again, baseball-sized hail. And it was only moving at about 30 miles an hour. If it is, it's going to be this area right in there. Let me back this out and track it out just a little bit more. Good news is it's going to get out over the lake in the next few minutes, but until it does, tracking it out from the hail core in here, Bay City, about 14 minutes, Unionville, 52. Yeah, if it skirts the shore here towards Oakhurst, about 45 minutes. Donahue Beach, about 20 minutes. Essexville, 20. And the wildlife area there along the shoreline, about 32 minutes. So that's a destructive storm in Michigan right now. Whoops. Let's close that out. There we go. Kind of the only storm right now in Michigan that's really doing something. And then they have dropped the tornado warnings, so that concurs with the look that I'm seeing on this storm. There still is a damaging wind risk in here. This is the destructive storm, produced already multiple 80-mile-an-hour wind reports. And that's in here from near Chancellor through Hooker in South Dakota. Now moving towards the I-29 corridor. I always worry about these situations too when we have wind that's coming from the west basically hitting a interstate from that goes north south. That is going to be lead to a lot of broadsiding of especially high profile vehicles. I believe one of the damaging wind reports already tipped over a fifth wheel, and I think that was in place. This is moving vehicles. You're moving north south, and you're going to get really slammed with wind from the west.
New information. This severe
Some of the highest
warning
wind is
has
coming
been
into this
updated.
area here on Chancellor, Naomi, and Lenox, South Dakota, and then approaching areas around Worthing. It's going to be along I-29 there. I'd also watch out around Harrisburg and Schindler, South Dakota as well. There is also still a rotating storm up here. It actually looks a little bit feistier now than it did earlier. So keep an eye on this if you're west of Monroe, South Dakota.
Attention,
and south of Stanley Corner. You can see some rotation broadly in that cell. That has actually increased a little bit in its presentation. It looks a little bit feistier now than it did earlier. It's kind of maybe a little bit of an elevated cell in the rain-cooled air back behind this lead complex, but still a nasty storm as well. And that one would present more of a direct threat towards the downtown Sioux Falls metro. We'll go down here and look at our storm near St. Paul in Nebraska. It's definitely a supercell. It's a small mini supercell coming up in intensity. It continues to escalate in intensity. And now seeing pushing about 50,000 feet as far as the top of this storm. So it certainly has a robust updraft. It can support larger hail. Starting to see the hail profiles pick up in this storm.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So yeah, this is a dangerous storm. Rockville, Howard City, Daneborg, Elba, areas around Cairo. And then we do have another storm also that's gone severe near Lyman, Colorado. That's going to be along I-70.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, that's a nasty cell there too, around Lyman, Colorado. Maybe some small to medium-sized hail as well in that storm. This has been reported there by emergency management. The now ping pong ball size hail looks like reports by emergency management. So if you're in those areas in Nebraska, continue to take shelter in a sturdy structure there. Good news is right now it's going to be north of Grand Isle, and it's well north of Kearney right now. So it's north of the I-80 corridor. It's kind of lifting to the north towards St. Paul, Elba, Farwell, and then also watching that cell back to the northwest towards Loop City. Yeah, I feel like that area does get quite a bit of severe activity. We'll check back there too. It looks like the hail core is coming up on that cell. So yeah, there's your wind. It's definitely broadened for the tornado risk. The tornado risk has come down in this cell, but it is approaching, and we are getting a new warning there. Considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds and some small hail. This does include the Sioux Falls metro, and does include some of those counties in northern parts of Iowa, as well as far southwest Minnesota, around Hills, and then into Larchwood, Inwood, and Alford, Iowa there. So this is going to be a bunch of counties: Lyon County in Iowa, Rock County in Minnesota, and Minnehaha, Lincoln, and Turner counties in southeast South Dakota. There's some pockets of some hail in here, but yeah, the hail threat has come down a little bit. The wind threat has
Attention,
stayed
a new
elevated.
special marine warning has been issued.
They have warned now both of those cells in Nebraska, 60-mile-an-hour and quarter-size hail for the cell near Loop City, northeast at 15. Yeah, this is the more prominent cell right now, the one near Howard City and approaching St. Paul. That was the ping pong ball size hail, and it's also moving a little faster, moving northeast at 35. From kind of the leading edge of the hail core, Howard City, about 5 minutes or so, and then you're going to get into some of that larger hail potential. Farwell, 22. Daneborg, 22 as well. Elba, 31. And the end of the current warning polygon, St. Paul, about 35 minutes or so. They've extended and re-upped that destructive tag. That's for the destructive baseball size hail approaching there is right now around Bay City, Michigan. That area of rotation, sorry. The area largest hail is just over the area around Delta College, crossed over I-75 right now, and is approaching downtown Bay City. So Bay City, Essexville, and then areas east of town out towards the lakeshore. That's the primary risk area.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So yeah, there's the updates there. That's in Bay County, Michigan. And then our other current destructive severe thunderstorm warning is this area here. Yeah, there's the wind in here. It's crossed through Naomi and Chancellor, approaching areas around the I-29 corridor near Lenox. And then it's going to ride kind of the northern parts of this boundary. So again, watch out around Harrisburg. I think you're in line for maybe that 70 to 80 mile an hour wind potential. And south sides, especially the south sides of the Sioux Falls area. There's some of those areas. Country Acres, out towards T, Harrisburg, Anderson, Granite, the 229 and 29 split. That area has a little bit more higher chances of severe weather kind of on this south side of town. And here comes some of that higher wind in here. That's going to be along State Highway 105, 116, and then I-29 right in here. There's T, South Dakota. See this wind kind of surging up north and east, basically. So parts of this warning polygon, the destructive warning here, you're going to get some strong to severe thunderstorms around Hudson back towards Hooker, but I'm not seeing as concentrated of a wind profile in here that shows some of those really destructive winds. So again, you're going to get probably some strong to severe storms, but it does look like the stronger surge of wind is on the northern side of this warning polygon up in this area here. And that is going to continue. It is good they have the warning out for some of those areas in advance because it is going to continue lifting north and east towards those areas into northern Iowa around Inwood and Leicester, Iowa. Still seeing that hail producing storm near Howard City, just north of the Grand Isle area. And yeah, back towards Lyman, still seeing this wind and hail risk. Mostly kind of surging out right along I-70. That's for east central Elbert and northeastern Lincoln counties in Colorado. Colorado's been interesting today. We've had a couple tornado warnings, a couple severe thunderstorm warnings. Parts of the Rockies are under winter storm watches and winter storm warnings in parts of Wyoming. So a lot of dynamics going on there in the Rockies. Yeah, still seeing the wind in here. It's lifting towards T. It's lifting towards Misty Glen, the Misty Glen neighborhood of Sioux Falls, El Rancho Acres, Country Acres, Harrisburg. Back this up and just take a look. There still is also some broad rotation in there near T as well, so we do have to keep our eye on that one. Okay. Sometimes it looks like I'm perfectly coordinated with the National Weather Service. Yeah, did not see. That was timed perfectly.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Lyon, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties for that area of rotation near T. 9 miles southwest of Sioux Falls, moving east at 40. Surprised it's east because it's a little bit more northeast. Let's see. Yeah, it is moving a little more easterly.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So you're not going to see this. It is tucked up in this rain. It's kind of this comma head that's on the leading edge of this cluster of storms. Yeah, it's going to be tucked up in the rain and hail. It's going to be surrounded by rain and hail. And yeah, if there is a circulation, it's going to be just west of T, South Dakota. Oops.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Well, a little crazy with that tracker. Yeah, Lyon, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties moving east at 40. They have slowed it down a little bit.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I'm going to put a little bit north of east just to kind of cover everybody. Yeah, that's good. Just to make sure we got everybody covered there, I'm just going to take it out a little bit further north of east. But T, about 6 minutes or so. And then Harrisburg, right in here, about 15 to 16 minutes. Schindler, 21. Anderson, about 23 minutes. And then areas like the Sanford Medical Center, more closer to downtown Sioux Falls, about 14 minutes or so. Granite in northern Iowa, about 28 minutes. Larchwood, 37. Yeah, Colorado's interesting weather, right? The other week it went from like 70. I think Denver was like 78 degrees, and then about 28 hours later, heavy wet snow, right? Yeah, still seeing kind of it's broadened back out a little bit, but there is rotation in here just west of T. Zooming in a little bit, see if we can get some roads. Be a little too close. 106 and Highway 105, South Dakota Highway 105. They're going to continue the destructive severe thunderstorm warning there for areas
New
south of
information.
there.
This severe thunderstorm warning.
That's for Lincoln and Turner counties. Gusts to 80 miles an hour, destructive threat continuing there. And again, particularly it's that wind right on the leading edge. It's about to cross I-29. Let's very quickly hop down, check our other storms in Nebraska.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A little bit of rotation showing in these. They're still getting organized. They're in a sheared environment. The original strongest cell is getting a little bit of cell interaction. There's a couple cells that have gone up around it. So it's struggling just a little bit to organize.
Warning has been issued.
We'll see what it does after a couple of these cell mergers. You can see a couple of those new cells that have gone up just on the southern flank near Howard City. Those are going to kind of ride into those. This is our main cell that we're watching, but these cells right here have to kind of slam into it. We'll see. Those can be destructive or constructive mergers. Kind of depends on where it's merging into. A lot of times it can be destructive if it's merging into the mesocyclone. It'll have to kind of reorganize that. Nothing else going on there. We do have a cluster of severe warning storms in south central Georgia, mostly just damaging wind risks. Not minimizing severe weather in other parts of the country, but with the destructive and tornado warnings in the Midwest and the center part of the country, just kind of focusing in on those right now. But they've lost the destructive tag around Bay City, Michigan, so that cell is going to continue going off the lake shore. That may be we'll see if it comes back ashore. It may be an issue there later towards Bay Point, Owendale, Elkton. So wouldn't be surprised if we get more severe warnings there. But yeah, the focus right now is going to be this area just south of the Sioux Falls area. Strongest part of the storm is south of the airport right now. It's going to be for that area around T. Yeah, it's still seeing kind of broad rotation in here. The wind risk is the leading edge of that. And then there's your kind of area of rotation, still tucked in there back by T along Highway 105. So first you're going to get the wind and maybe some small hail, a lot of lightning, and then that tornado risk is tucked back in the rain. Good news is I haven't seen as many new storm reports, at least recently. Lennox earlier, 1-inch hail report, quarter-size hail, and 50 mile an hour winds reported. Back earlier, that's where you're seeing multiple 80, 82 mile an hour wind reports. So may have come down just a little bit. And that original area of rotation actually kind of backed off. It's still watching kind of a broad area of rotation in this tornado warned area. Yeah, still seeing very broad rotation. Again, back in here near T, just past Highway 105, approaching I-29. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space there, especially if you're there from downtown Sioux Falls, and point south along the 229 loop. That's going to be for the Iversons subdivision, East Sioux Falls, Anderson, Shidler, Misty Glen neighborhood, and then back to the USD Health Center and point south of there. The Prairie Green Golf Course also in there, and then Harrisburg, small community on the southern side of the Sioux Falls Metro. Ooh. I was going to say, still seeing rotation there, picking up near St. Michael. And there's another one, a new tornado warning there. So it looks like this cell merger has been kind of constructive.
Attention,
It's actually looks like it maybe aided the mesocyclone, getting a little extra spin in there. This is going to be a new severe storm capable of producing a tornado over Cairo, Nebraska, near Grand Island, about 16 miles west of there, moving northeast at 35. That's west central Merrick, southeastern Howard, and northern Hall counties in south central Nebraska. Area of rotation right over Nebraska Highway Route 2
has been issued.
Yeah, there's your warning there. You can see some of the details. Howard City and points to the east, Daneburg, and up to about Palmer. There's some of those locations. Cairo, 7 minutes. Daneburg, 17. Chapman, 45. Palmer, 45. And if it holds together, areas around Marquette to Overland, that's closer to about an hour from now. Yeah, just in the last few minutes as that cell kind of merged in, that's when I was looking at that cell as more intriguing look to it. Where are we getting radar? Okay, yeah, we're getting radar out of the Blue Hill area. So these are winds going away from the radar, and then we have winds going towards the radar. And that is where it should be. Still a little disorganized, but already has ping pong to golf ball size hail. Both of these now showing for ping pong to golf ball size hail. That one is near Ord. So yeah, considerable threat storms there into south central Nebraska already. Emergency management did report ping pong ball size hail. Cell near Lyman, now east of Lyman, Colorado, along I-70, getting an upgrade to considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds and $half size hail. Yeah, that's going to get extended out there by a couple different counties. Northeastern Lincoln County, yeah, they're just upgrading that original warning to the considerable threat. And then they've issued a considerable threat ahead of that for Cheyenne and Kit Carson counties in Colorado. A dangerous storm. So a couple different tornado warnings. The one near Sioux Falls, less of an imminent tornado threat in that one.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This one in the area south of Howard City, I think, has a little more prominent tornado risk. And yeah, it'd be in this area just near St. Michael's along Nebraska Highway Route 2. It's a dangerous storm. We are starting to see other storms going up now. Into Kansas. These are going to be interesting ones to watch near Tipton and then up towards Smith Center. Not a lot of reflectivity, but you can see the lightning is picking up in those cells already. So we'll definitely keep an eye on those west of Concordia and Belleville, Kansas. And then getting back into the Sioux Falls Metro again, the tornado threat on the southern sides of town. It's still a very broad tornado risk. Seeing broad rotation in here, just crossing I-29 near T. It definitely has broadened compared to earlier when it was tornado warned. But the wind risk is pushing up along the 229 corridor, south sides of Sioux Falls, again, towards the USD Medical Center, All Saints neighborhood, Pepper Ridge, Tut Hill, Shidler, Anderson, and East Sioux Falls. That's where the risk is for an embedded quick spin up tornado, but also the risk for some damaging wind as well, potentially up to 70 miles an hour. I think it looks like the destructive risk may be waning a little bit. It's more of a wind risk for probably in that 60 to 70 mile an hour range. We'll see. And we haven't had any new 80 mile an hour wind reports as of recent. But yeah, tornado would be kind of tucked up in here.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
With the highest chance of damaging wind on this leading edge. Approaching areas around Canton, now through Harrisburg, South Dakota. And then now it will get into a little bit of extreme northwest Iowa around Valley Springs, Granite, and just west of Larchwood with some of that damaging wind risk. In fact, what I'll do is I'll track it out from the damaging wind. That's going to get into that area around Larchwood about 15 minutes or so. Lester 20, Brandon 14, Granite about 7 minutes. And again, that's from that leading edge there of the damaging winds. The tornado risk would be back a few more minutes behind there. But again, the tornado risk, just based on all the looks here, it seems to be fairly minimal. And then here's this tornado risk. It may be trying to cycle a little bit. It doesn't look quite as punchy as it did earlier either. It flared up right as those cells are merging into each other. But still seeing that spin just to the basically west of Cairo. And yeah, it's right in that little hook. They're going to extend out the considerable threat for lime-sized hail. So this cell continues to organize. And we've already had, it looks like, some 911 call center reports of golf ball to ping pong ball size hail out of that storm around the Howard City area.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is going to be a tornado possible tag on this cell too. Surprised they're actually extending this, or they trimmed it up, but I'm surprised they just didn't cancel this warning. Lyon, Minnehaha, and Lincoln counties in southern South Dakota, northwestern Iowa. Still seeing that area of circulation near T, or 9 miles west of Sioux Falls, moving east at 40. Radar indicated rotation. Again, it's very broad radar indicated rotation right now.
This
but
tornado warning has been updated.
Yeah, not seeing any debris signature or anything. The hail has come down on this storm as well, so not seeing some of those deepest hail colors as well. Maybe a slight downtrending on that cell. And then, yeah, still seeing trained weather spotters report golf ball size hail near Ashton. So this cell also coming up in intensity. And that's near Ashton, Nebraska. And then this cell seeing that area of rotation near Cairo or just west of Cairo along Nebraska Highway 2. It's going to continue lifting north and east towards areas
New
around
information. This
Highway
severe thunderstorm warning
281,
has been updated.
south of Daneborg, west and southwest of Palmer. Rotation is backed off a little bit in that cell.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They've updated this warning. It's now, they've decreased the hail. So they've dropped the hail down to an inch in diameter, quarter size hail. I agree with that. I think it's a good idea that they drop the hail risk out of this cell. Still continuing the considerable threat and a tornado possible tag. And yeah, severe thunderstorms along this line, extending from near T towards Worthing to west of Canton, moving east at 40.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It does look like the wind profile has relaxed a little bit on this cell, so that's a good sign. Still a lot of lightning with it, though, too. Check in on Storm Prediction Center. Is apparently a bit of a lowering on that cell near Cairo, Nebraska. Does not look like it's on the ground right now, at least a couple minutes ago. But it may be trying to retighten there. Just north of Cairo, around Nebraska Highway 11. Yeah, that does look a little bit more organized. It does look like it has a wall cloud / lowering on it. Yeah, maybe getting close to producing again. They've also upped the hail on this to kind of correlate with the overall considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning. Although most of the hail should stay kind of north of that tornado warned area. That tends to happen with these types of cells. This is a pretty well-structured supercell with the hail core tucked up in this area. Maybe a little bit of hail wrapping into the circulation, but the hook is down in here. That's where we have the tornadic area with the rear flank downdraft kind of surging out of the storm like this. And then we have inflow. It's still trying to clear out the inflow. It looks like it's still a little messy, still dealing with a little bit of storm mergers on that forward flank.
This tornado warning has been updated.
But it's a well-structured supercell, and I think it's only going to get even further better structured as it kind of completes its cell merger process. And it's just starting to do that. You can see on the last scan, this area is kind of lifting into the forward flank. That's the kind of the remnant of that cell that merged in. And that's providing a little bit clearer of an inflow channel. You can even see a little bit of the flanking line where that rear flank is surging out on the south side of the cell. Yeah, it's getting much better organized. And yeah, a little bit tighter, a little bit brighter on the latest reflectivity and velocity scan there. Velocity scan right over the river, just north of Cairo along Nebraska Highway 11. Seeing also those storms go up, not severe yet, around Tipton, Kansas, Jewel, and then over eventually towards the 81 corridor, around Concordia, Kansas, and areas around Belleville, Kansas. We'll keep an eye on you guys. Nothing else going on right now in our conditional area into parts of Oklahoma. Still seeing rotation kind of broadly in here. It's near Schindler along Highway 11. It's about to cross into right at the kind of the triple point there where South Dakota, Minnesota, and Iowa come together near Rowena, Minnesota.
Attention,
And then areas like
a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Granite, Iowa. For downtown Sioux Falls, areas there around the airport, and then kind of immediate downtown Sioux Falls, the tornado risk is going to be south and east of downtown Sioux Falls, down Highway 11, really outside of that 229 loop.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's the update there. Still seeing some large hail out here in Colorado. 70-mile-an-hour winds, $half size to now about ping pong ball size hail. That is still working east along I-70, Lyman. It's now east of you guys. Not sure there's many. Ariba and Flagler are in those warning polygons. It's only moving east at 25. Good news is it looks like some of the largest hail may be just south of the interstate. And this is now observed. Weather spotter confirmed tornado. This is now at a confirmed tornado there around Daneborg at 455, St. Libery 505. It's located near Hall or Howard City between Cairo and Daneborg, northeast of 35.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
All right, that's annoying. I'll have to fix that one. Don't really see it on correlation coefficient. It would be tucked right up in here. We'll wait for the next correlation coefficient scan, but it may just not be lifting debris up to about 4,000 feet. So yeah, and this area is not particularly tree filled, so we may just not be getting a deep debris signature yet, but tornado likely in progress there with the weather spotter confirmation.
New information, this special marine warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Watch that cell back towards Rockville also. It's trying to do something there. There's the latest scan. Ooh, could be close. A little bit of a CC lowering. That could be the debris signature. It's hard to really fully confirm that, at least based on radar. But yeah, it just kind of lowered again. That's probably the tornadic signature in here. That is the latest scan. They are warning this considerable threat there for the large hail, tennis ball size hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds, way out ahead of this cluster of now supercells that's developed into south central Nebraska. That includes Greeley Center, anywhere there along Highway 281 up through St. Paul, Woolbach, Elba, towards Timber Creek. So everyone in there needs to be in a sturdy structure away from windows. Those storms definitely mean business. I do want to go quickly transition up to our Sioux Falls storm. Whoa, a little quick. Sorry about that motion.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is trying to tighten up a little bit again, just near East Sioux Falls. So we will keep an eye on that. Still seeing pockets of damaging wind in here. But yeah, it's tightened up just a little bit right in this little area. Now east of East Sioux Falls, south of Brandon. Headed up towards the areas around Valley Springs, Minnesota. So this is in Minnesota. Or are we in Minnesota yet? Gotta zoom out to see. Not quite yet. Brandon, South Dakota still. Valley Springs is right on the Minnesota state line. Another little area of spin also there near Benclair, South Dakota. Also on the state line. I wouldn't be surprised if that gets a new warning. If those areas continue to show circulation, that would be up towards Hills, Kenneth, Minnesota Highway 91. And they have extended this warning out through Lester, Alvord, Inwood, and George. Considerable threat, small hail, 70 mile-an-hour winds, and tornado possible as well. This has apparently gone back to radar indicator rotation.
New information.
Surprised it
this
has.
Tornado warning has been updated.
It must have lifted by storm spotter reports, or maybe on this really close and saying that it lifted. It still could put down another tornado pretty quickly. So everywhere there, Daneborg, east of Daneborg along Highway 58, that's Nebraska Highway 58, cuts across that warning polygon to US Highway 281. St. Libory, Worms, and areas around Palmer. Tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from those doors and windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Storm shelter or basement are your best options. Yeah, that's a dangerous cell. We do have now a severe thunderstorm warning for this cell across the Kansas border. This is near Elsbun or Burr Oak, Kansas. Keep an eye on this cell there. Already showing some larger hail. That is going to be northeast of Lebanon, Kansas, near Espen, moving northeast at 35. And yeah, watching a few more cells extending down into Kansas. They are continuing that considerable threat storm into eastern Colorado, Bethune, Stratton. Moving east at 55. Yeah, that cell is moving. It's south of Flagler, and that is moving at 55 miles an hour, 67-mile-an-hour wind gust just a little bit ago.
This tornado warning has
that
been
was near
updated.
the Lyman Airport. And also a history of producing accumulating hail. That's a really nasty storm.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They have also, looks like, added that severe thunderstorm watch.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And yeah, still seeing that ping pong ball size hail. This was a destructive threat earlier for baseball size hail. But that's coming back across the lake shore, areas around Bradyville, up to Wisner and Unionville, Michigan. Fish Point State Wildlife Refuge. That's going to continue towards Gagetown and Owendale, along the thumb of Michigan there. Back to South Dakota, still seeing some rotation in here near Rowena, moving up towards Valley Springs, but then extending that wind threat out towards Hills. That's going to get into Minnesota around, let's see, around Ellsworth and Luverne, as well as down towards Leicester in Iowa, Alvord, and George. The southern part of this line segment is not as severe. In fact, it's a little bit outflow dominant. You can see the outflow boundary extends out. That's going to reduce the tornado threat in this area. Could still get some elevated wind and hail. But yeah, the primary wind threat would be in this area, approaching Leicester. And then a little bit of a tornado risk still in the extreme eastern and southeastern South Dakota. That's going to be quickly moving into southwest Minnesota. Still seeing pretty decent rotation in here. It's probably going to try and produce a new tornado between areas around Daneborg and east of Daneborg and west of St. Libory along Nebraska Highway 58. That would be the area just along Nebraska Highway 58 where we're looking for that tornadic signature. A couple other stronger cells now through west of Jacksonville around Live Oak.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
Lakeland
warning has been issued.
And also into areas around Lenox and Valdosta, Georgia. Yeah, still seeing this. They're upping this to baseball size hail.
This tornado warning has been updated.
And now updated again. Let me go fix that warning right now. Still making adjustments to the alert system, and I had to reset everything a few, I don't know, like a week ago, I think it was. So as those alerts got reset, they also got yeah, it also got reset. Okay, that should work. Okay, I think that's working again.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Good. Okay. No super annoying warning
Attention,
beeps and
a new
stuff.
PDS
All right.
tornado warning has been issued.
Oh, PDS tornado warning. Okay, good. We did not get the super annoying beeps and dings and stuff. I just want the siren noise. Okay. Still looks like it's in here. It's just not showing up on correlation coefficient, so it must not be hitting a lot of really much debris in here. But there's your area of rotation just north of St. Libory. And that's going to be a PDS weather spotter confirmed tornado. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near St. Libory or 15 miles north of Grand Isle, moving northeast at 45. PDS damaging tornado weather spotter confirmed. So yeah, this is back on the ground. It's crossing basically St. Libory area right about now. There it is. There's your debris signature now showing up. So it's just about to cross Highway 281. Figured we'd see a debris signature if it said large and extremely dangerous tornado. Yeah, there's no hail in there, and that is your correlation coefficient drop. You can also see it on ZDR and showing up on all our different radar products. There's your tornado in progress right there. Not a giant debris signature, but again, this area does not have like a big forest in here. But about to cross Highway 281, Palmer, Central City. I would also take tornado safety precautions there around Central City, and then areas towards Fullerton in Nebraska. Yeah, northeast at 45. That's for Nance, Merrick, Polk, and Howard counties. And then the original warning is for Howard and Merrick counties as well. So this is just extends it out into a bunch of additional counties. Let's get our tracking out, and we're going to extend it out at 45. Gives a pretty wide berth there in case it has some wiggle room to it. But Fullerton, about a half hour to Fullerton. If it turned really crazy to the right, about 26 minutes towards Overland. So we'll keep an eye on that one if you're along Highway 30, Route 30 there. And then areas around Clark's, 39 minutes. There's Clark's.
New information.
Havens, 46.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And yeah, there's your tornadic signature in here. Should be getting a new radar scan in just a minute, but that's going to be crossing 281 just north of St. Libory and Nebraska Highway 58. Yeah, about 90 mile outbound, about 30-mile inbound on the gate to gate. So pretty vigorous spin in here. And that is a PDS tornado warning. Our other warning is about to expire around the Sioux Falls area for the tornado warning. I do want to just double check that. Yeah, it's mostly a wind threat coming through hills into extreme southwest parts of Minnesota, areas around Kenneth and Luzerne. Continue to stay in a sturdy structure there. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. Tornado risk seems to have diminished as it's worked south and east now, Sioux Falls. But yeah, back in here, this is where we're seeing more of the concentrated severe weather here now, shifting a little further south into Nebraska from our original storm cluster. Also a destructive threat for baseball-sized hail. That's going to be north of that tornado-warned section of the storm near Cushing. And then that's coming up towards Nebraska, Highway 22, towards North Star.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
North Star and areas around Wolbach. So yeah, the hail's definitely come up on that cell. And then let's get back in here. Ooh, that's a bigger debris signature now. Just crossed 281. There's your tornado debris signature. And yeah, that's not clear air. That's not hail. That is the tornado. Just must have hit something, because that's a bigger debris signature than we just had seen just a few minutes ago.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, latest scan showing a deeper debris signature now. Yeah, still in here. Still working to the east of 281. May have picked up a little bit of speed too. And it's moving a little bit more easterly. Watch out here. Archer, Horde, and even Central City. I would also start to get to my tornado safe space if I was out there in Central City, Nebraska. There's your correlation coefficient drop. Let's see. Still moving. Yeah, it has shifted to the east. Let's take this out. We'll line track this. Doop, doop, doop. And okay. No places found. Come on. Okay, let me retract that. Got a little messy for some reason. There we go. Okay, Clark's 43 minutes. Central City about 27 minutes.
New information.
And you guys are just on the edge of that warning polygon, but I think it's getting time to get to your safe place there around Central City. This has shifted a little bit more easterly. There's the newest radar scan. Yeah, it's definitely moving more easterly. And that's going to be headed just along and south of Nebraska Highway 92. It's east of US Highway 281. They're continuing that PDS tornado warning. Anywhere in that tornado warning around Palmer, you still need to stay in your tornado safe space. But I'm just focusing in a little bit on one of the larger communities out here, Central City, Nebraska, just on the edge of the warning polygon. Yeah, but especially if you're in here, along Nebraska Highway 92 between Palmer and Central City. You really need to stay in your tornado safe space. There's a few really small communities if I zoom in also.
New information.
Archer
This
and
PDS
Horde.
tornado warning has been updated.
That's Howard, Merrick, Nance, and Polk counties. Potentially dangerous or particularly dangerous situation. This is a PDS warning. It's not something to play around with. This is not a tornado you want to go out and try and find. Just north of Worms, Nebraska, between Worms and Palmer, it's going to be crossing the rural farming communities there. But dangerous storm, tornado in progress there in Nebraska. And then again, beyond that, we do have the risk there for destructive hail, up to baseball size to tennis ball size hail. And the weather spotter confirmed large and dangerous tornado that we're also seeing there on our debris signature. That was when we first saw the debris signature.
Attention,
yeah, it looks
a
like
new
it popped
tornadic
up
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There at 5:06. So it's been on the ground for at least about 10 minutes or so, maybe just a bit sooner than
a new
that.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A little bit of rotation in that cell in Michigan, so they've warned that as a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning as well. Let me give some good news here. If you're in the Sioux Falls area, Sioux Falls into the west, you're in a better shape for right now. That severe storm has pushed off to your east. Still some lightning and thunder along the I-29 corridor, but the strongest part of that storm is approaching the I-90 corridor in Minnesota, out towards Lismore, out towards Adrian, Michigan, or Minnesota. And still watching that area for a little bit of rotation too, along the I-90 corridor into southern Minnesota there. So we'll keep an eye on that one. Yeah, it stayed broad right now, but we'll just keep an eye on that one. And that's where our heaviest wind is, along the I-90 corridor. So we're going to shift back to central South Dakota. I feel like we haven't been bouncing around that much, but that's just because of the storms today have been fairly like clustered. So we had that cluster earlier in South Dakota. We now have the ongoing tornadic cluster into Nebraska right now. So near Palmer, Fullerton, Central City, Nebraska. That's a big debris signature still showing up there. There's your debris signature just near south of Palmer.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, so it's kind of gone like this right now. It has turned more towards the east. I wouldn't be surprised if they issue maybe a new warning. If it continues to shift towards the east, they probably need to get a new warning in here that covers those areas around Overland and Central City. Again, baseball to tennis ball size hail potentially. That's going to be rolling into areas around Cushing and Palmer, Nebraska, up north of Palmer towards Nebraska Highway 22. And looks like most of that largest hail should be east of 281, just south of Cushing. We've lost some of the severe storms on the northern end of this southern supercell, the original supercell that we kind of flagged as it blew up from really nothing in about 25 minutes or so. This one has kind of taken over this local environment here. So it's really controlling the local environment, and that's reduced some of the other severe storms around it. So that's one positive, is we really only have one severe supercell to kind of concentrate on. The bad news is this supercell is producing a destructive tornado. Looks like it is still producing a destructive tornado in here, although it has maybe weakened. Still could be on the ground, though. Just south of the Palmer area.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And watching these storms as well along the Nebraska and Kansas border, approaching areas around White Rock, Kansas, now east of Burr Oak, and south of, south of Nelson
New
and
information,
Edgar.
this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Not seeing much rotation in those yet, but we'll keep an eye on those.
New
Also, we
information,
now have
this
cells
severe thunderstorm warning has
down
been
into
updated.
parts of Kansas, a little further south into Kansas.
Attention, a new special marine warning has
Keep
been
an eye
issued.
on those. Those are going to be east of Russell, Kansas, around the Wilson Recreation area. And continuing to warn the destructive cell there for the baseball to tennis ball size hail. This may have weakened. There's still debris in here. It's likely still carrying debris with it. I'm watching kind of a new area of rotation now, starting to focus just a little bit further towards the north and east, towards the Palmer area.
New information,
So Palmer
this
and
severe
Archer
thunderstorm warning has
continue
been
to take
updated.
tornado safety precautions. That may be a better news for Central City, but still watching that area of circulation. Yeah, there's definitely still debris in here, but I think it's just lifted. It is still on the ground. It's in here just north of Worms. And yeah, they have backed it off to radar indicated. So that is good news there. Although it's likely recycling just to the south and east of Palmer.
Attention,
This
a
is
new
all debris in
radar-indicated
here.
tornado warning has been issued.
That's all tornadic debris that's lifted up in there. The correlation coefficient drop. Still showing a deep debris signature. So whatever this did pick up, it ended up picking up a bunch of stuff, and it's still in this storm. Initially, it did not have a debris signature, but it probably crossed something, and then is now does have that. Yeah, seeing rotation pick up along
this tornado
Highway
warning has been
92,
updated.
just to the south and east of Palmer. There's your update. They transitioned back to a radar indicated tornado warning and extended that out another 49 minutes. That continues to be a PDS, radar indicated tornado warning, it looks like.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And we do have a new tornado warning there. A couple new tornado warnings. One along I-70. This is that cell that we've been also tracking with the large hail and damaging wind threat along I-70. Still seeing the large hail there, 5 miles north of Seibert, Colorado, or 3 miles southwest of Vana. That is still moving east at 50 miles an hour. Ping pong ball size hail that had a history of hail covering, I don't know if it was covering the roadway or covering the landscape around Lyman and the Lyman Airport earlier. So still seeing a wind and hail risk. And yeah, tornado threat in here. It's rotating in here. It's interesting it had a tornado warning. I thought it was a little more elevated of a cell, but they are going to issue a tornado warning. I just got to fix my chair real quick. Okay. May have worked. I don't know. It looks a little weird. I'll have to adjust the camera or something a little bit. Okay, that looks better. That's a good shot. Yeah. That's for Central Kit Carson County in Colorado. May have been tighter just a few minutes ago. And then we do now have a tornado warning for that cell in the thumb of Michigan. Is that the best look that we have on that? Yeah, that's a little bit of a radar hole up there. There is rotation in here. It's very broad. It's near Gagetown, Owendale. It looked like it was a little tighter just a few minutes ago. So yeah, it's a little bit tighter near Unionville. Okay, so it has broadened out. That cell is on a broadening trend. I think I hit the wrong one. We just went back and forth. The middle one I wanted. They have extended the destructive threat up through Timber Creek, Nebraska, N52 to N14. And this is now being warned for apple-sized hail. Apple-sized hail, this is a destructive storm for Nance County near Cushing. Also, Belgrade is in that warning. Apple-sized hail can do a lot of damage on its own, so make sure you're in a sturdy structure, away from windows. You want to be on the lowest level, basically into your room, similar to a tornado warning for apple-sized hail.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been
wind-driven apple-sized hail can do just quite a bit of damage, and I've seen pictures that look like tornado damage from apple-sized hail. It can basically shred apart the windward side of the building. And if you have like a camping trailer or a mobile home that has weaker outer walls, it can temporary structures or pole barns and those types of things. Apple-sized hail can crash through those. Yeah, the hail has also come up on that cell. Stratton and Ivana area of rotation there, just south of the interstate, south of I-70.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm
Yeah, that sounds
warning
good,
has
Cruz.
been updated.
Happy to help. This is going to cycle again. It's going to cycle to the east of Palmer. Rotation picking up east of Palmer along Highway 92. Still seeing a radar indicated tornado, but I wouldn't be surprised if that tries to cycle again. It looks to be pretty well structured, and what I want to do is unfortunately, I don't think I have any cameras in that location, but as it gets towards the east, this may get into a more populated area. But I want to see if we may have cameras out on that Lyman storm in Colorado. So I do want to check that real quick.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There are a couple cameras out there, but they're not directly pointed at that storm. And the best camera has like a bug or a smudge on the lens. All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Otherwise, we'll keep the cameras I have going right now. Yeah, this is going to cycle. It is likely going to produce a new tornado here just east of Palmer along Highway 92. That's Nebraska Highway 92 north of Central City. Hey, Stones, how's it going tonight? Looking okay. Yeah, Kansas City, you're okay for now. May get some wind in this Kansas City area by like, I don't know, after midnight. You're going to kind of get the remnants in Kansas City. I think probably the two primary issues I would worry about out towards the Kansas City area are flash flooding, because it's going to be rounds of heavy rain into the overnight, and then also a damaging wind risk, especially I think on the west and northwest suburbs. Like especially out towards Topeka and north of Kansas City up towards St. Joe, a little bit higher of a wind
A
risk
new
up that
radar-indicated
way.
tornado warning has been issued.
But your tornado risk kind of tucks back west of Kansas City. Not zero, but it's a low chance of a tornado in the Kansas City area. Wind risk diminishes across the Kansas City area. And the large hail stays back more into north central Kansas. Are watching these storms. They have gone severe now into north central Kansas. Those cells that are east of Russell, Kansas right now around the Wilson Recreation area. Yeah, mostly wind right now, but we'll keep an eye on those up towards Tipton. And then this cell is looking a little better organized here near White Rock and Burr Oak, Kansas. Right on the Nebraska state line.
Attention, a new considerable severe
Rotation
thunderstorm
not showing
warning
very
has been
well,
issued.
at least the low levels, but it's a V-notch supercell, so that is a rotating storm with a hail core in it already. That could be one of the next storms to go tornadic if that continues to organize there around Superior, right on the state line, Hardy, Nebraska, up towards Byron, and then Republic, Kansas. Keep an eye on that cell. That's one to
New
watch.
information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, the highest tornado threat today is basically where most of these storms are right now.
New
Kind of
information, this tornado
eastern
warning has been
Nebraska,
updated.
extreme north, north central Kansas. They've re-upped a couple of tornado warnings, but still seeing this one kind of broadly rotating south of I-70 right now. That's the good news is it's basically I-70 is where most of the communities are out here. Vaughan and Stratton. That air rotation broadly is south of there. Looks like along Colorado Highway G and Colorado Highway 30. Our other main supercell that we're tracking right now is this destructive storm. Apple-size hail potentially up towards Timber Creek. Looks like they've dropped the hail though.
New information, this
It's down to
tornado warning
baseball to
has been
tennis ball
updated.
size hail, which is still nothing to
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
play around with or anything. Let's see here. There's still some. This was a big debris signature. There's still some debris in that one part of the storm, but it's not actively on the ground. It looks like it's still a radar indicated tornado warning. They've trimmed it up a little bit to the areas east of Palmer now, north and east of Palmer. Approaching areas still kind of riding along Highway 92. It is going to be north of Central City. I was worried about Central City earlier. That original tornado was making its way towards the east, and it diminished, looks like west of Archer. Yeah, that was for a little while getting pretty scary. That was beeline for Central City. You can see the debris signature earlier. And then it did fade out west of Archer. So a couple of communities got pretty lucky there.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay. Taking a look at a couple of cameras and making sure we got things covered for later with the camera network. But take a look at this storm. Since our other tornado warning storm is radar indicated at the moment, seeing rotation start to pick up along Kansas Highway 14 near Weber. This cell, again, is a V-notch supercell. It does have large hail in it. Yeah, the hail core has come up in that one. It's probably, yeah, it's going to be about 50,000 feet. So it definitely has a large rotating updraft. We're kind of waiting on the rotation to kind of match what this storm looks like. If it does start developing a hook, it would be on this southern flank in here between Weber and the state line near Superior, Nebraska. But yeah, I definitely watch this cell. Hardy, Warwick, Superior, and on the Nebraska-Kansas state line. Be ready to take tornado safety precautions if you are put under a warning pretty quickly. And then that extends that severe thunderstorm warning right now out towards Deschler and Hebron, Nebraska. We have other severe cells that have gone up in southern Nebraska and also around the Russell, Kansas area. Considerable threat there for golf ball size hail. That's approaching the areas around the Wilson recreation area. Largest hail right now, probably just skirting north of I-70, but that's a dangerous cell, also going up in a favorable environment. New cell there getting warned. So eventually, more of those cells in Kansas will get warnings. Right now, nothing imminently tornadic in Kansas, but we'll keep an eye on those. It's mostly a hail and wind threat right now. We did get a new tornado warning also for that area around Laverne. This is that cell that was tornado warned a few times today in South Dakota. Does show a little bit more rotation now showing up in this cell again along Highway I-90, just to the east of Laverne. It's approaching Minnesota Highway 91 south of
Attention, a new
Kenneth.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And it's going to head into that area, especially the north and west sides of Worthington, Minnesota. So Worthington, Minnesota up to Wilmot, and then back to the area south of Kenneth. That is the new tornado warning there, radar indicated tornado warning for central Nobles and east central Rock counties, southwest Minnesota. And that's moving northeast at 40.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Roughly, there's the times for that. Worthington, about 33 minutes, 33 to 35 minutes or so. Wilmot, 19. Adrian, about 6 minutes. Brewster, 46. And then we'll see if it continues up towards Kinbray, about 45 minutes. We have severe warning cells, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, basically riding that Minnesota and Iowa state line. So south of that tornado warned area, that's where we have the heavier winds. Adrian, Ellsworth, Little Rock, George, Iowa, those areas there are under the gun for that heavier wind. Wow, this storm still means business. Still large hail in this. There's our correlation coefficient showing that deeper drop in correlation values. And that correlates also on the ZDR. So your largest hail right in here. It's going to be just east and northeast of Palmer. Let's see, it's going to be south of Highway 22, west of Highway 14, and north of Nebraska Highway 92. That's the largest hail. Again, baseball, the tennis ball size. Earlier, it was briefly warned for apple-sized hail, and that's going to continue riding up basically along that river. Is that the Platte River? I think it's the Platte River. Areas around Fullerton, Nebraska. It's going to be rocking and rolling pretty quick there. So make sure you're in a sturdy structure away from windows, not just for that tornado risk, but for the large hail.
Attention, a new tornadic considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new special marine warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Yeah, still seeing the wind and rotation picking up in this cell, just north of I-90, along and north of I-90. I wouldn't be surprised if that has, yeah, it is being warned outside of that for considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds. That could be getting close to back up to that 70 to 80-mile-an-hour winds that storm has had a pretty large history of with some of that larger wind. This cell is getting a little bit more annoying. It's in, and we're getting away from the radars. Getting into a slight bit of a radar hole, but as it continues to work towards the northeast, it'll get closer to the radar out of Fremont, so we'll be able to get a better look at it again. But it does not seem to be imminently tornadic, at least at the moment.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Looks like it's mostly a hail threat at the moment. It's trying to, I think, reorganize a new area of rotation. That would be north of Central City, probably south of Fullerton. But we'll keep an eye on that cell. Definitely a an intense supercell there that has already produced at least one strong tornado, it looks like. I wonder if we have any video of that one. Oh, good. The Dow was on it. The Doppler on wheels. So they should get really good research data on that tornado. It wasn't on the ground for too long, but it was probably, it peaked at a pretty strong tornado. Actually, yeah, looking at video of it, it was a pretty chunky stovepipe tornado, it looks like at times, crossing 281. It looks like it peaked right around crossing 281. So hopefully no one was in the path of that one. Quite a bit of storm spotters are on that storm. So we should, if that does go warned again, we should get a confirmation pretty quickly if that goes tornado warned. Let me check the Storm Prediction Center, see if they have any new updates on things.
Storm warning has been updated.
They're watching again for that watch possibility into parts of. Let's pull this back up. A couple of different mesoscale discussions. They're still watching for this area in central Michigan for a watch. That's along and north of a warm front couple of intense storms are still possible. Mostly a wind and hail threat. There has been a tornado warning there, but it was brief. And it didn't look like it produced a tornado on radar, but
New information.
watching
This
that
tornado
area,
warning has been updated.
they have increased the chances of a watch. Yeah, this southern area. Earlier, we took a look at that potential into southern parts of Kansas, south central Kansas, and
Attention,
western
a
and
new
northwestern
severe thunderstorm
Oklahoma.
warning has been
They've
issued.
increased the possibility of a watch in this area for an all hazards threat, but especially if a storm or two can go up in this environment, it could have strong tornado potential, and also it could have large to very large hail. There's a dry line back along basically the western edge of that mesoscale discussion, and it's very dry and very hot to the west of there. It's in the hundreds out here. The dry line kind of extends basically right in this area like that. East of that dry line, there is moisture that is moving to the northwest. So there's definitely convergence there. Moisture is increasing. So they're looking at a new watch, now up to about 80% chance of a new, probably tornado watch. And let's see. Earlier we could see the dry line. Yep, there's the dry line. So there's the dry line right here. You can see it on the radar. A lot of times you can see it in the Texas Panhandle, but it basically runs along here. It's much drier to the west, and you can see a little bit of development maybe trying to form out towards Woodward and Buffalo, Fort Supply. We'll keep an eye on that area.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, looks like we're going back to Michigan briefly here. Yeah, new radar indicated tornado warning. This is going to be in the thumb of Michigan. Let's see. It's for Sanilac and Huron counties in southeast Michigan, located near Argyle or 7 miles east of Cass City, moving east at 40. The storm has had a history of at least a couple of different rotations. Still seeing rotation in here. Yeah, we're getting radar out of the Detroit radar. Yes, we are. So yeah, still seeing some rotation in here. It's pretty compact. Being warned for also lime-sized hail. That's probably a good choice there near New Greenleaf. That looks like where the largest hail is. So yeah, little mini supercell still in here in Michigan. There's a warm front along here. Sometimes there's lake boundaries, so this may be kind of riding a little favorable environment right along a warm front, and then also along some of those lake boundaries. We'll keep an eye on that area. It is a slightly lower populated area, but areas around Ubley, Minden, and the Minden Game area, and areas north of Argyle. That is definitely an area there. Again, tornado safety precautions, lowest level into your room, away from those windows. We're also watching western Michigan for some stronger storms.
Attention,
the storms earlier that were in Wisconsin are pushing into western Michigan in the northern parts of the lower peninsula. Otherwise, back into the plains, we'll kind of take it from top to bottom, and we see the considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and ping pong to golf ball size hail potentially in these cells. Let's see. Looks like there are some reports of some $half size hail, but it could have some larger.
New information.
And then taking a look at that area rotation, still broad in here, but there are some areas that are a little bit more localized near Adrian. And I do want to look at this area too.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This area isn't showing a lot of rotation yet, but we do have to watch this little area where there's some inflow and outflow interacting with each other. Wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, actually on the latest scan, it is showing a little bit clearer now. So another area of rotation in there. If that holds on, I wouldn't be surprised if that
New
gets a new warning
information.
for areas
This
like
severe
Round Lake,
thunderstorm warning
Minnesota,
has been updated.
Ransom, Bigelow, and Rushmore. Keep an eye on that area. This complex of storms has had a
New
history of
information.
80-mile-an-hour
This severe
winds at times
thunderstorm
back in
warning
South
has been
Dakota,
updated.
and also produced a couple different tornado warnings. I think it produced at least one brief tornado back in South Dakota. Looks like some new cells also going out ahead of those.
Attention, a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then, yes, destructive severe thunderstorm back into that area around Nance County, Nebraska. That's going to be for that area. Just anticipating the larger hail getting into that area. Again, baseball to tennis ball size hail. It was being warned for apple size hail earlier. There's your hail core in here. N52, east of Timber Creek, areas west of Monroe. And Genoa, Nebraska. Fullerton, and especially areas north of Fullerton along Nebraska Highway 14, just getting pounded with large hail right now. Damaging winds also in this storm. And then we do have to watch that rotating area is now crossed 14 south of Fullerton. Not as organized as it was earlier. That may be transitioning from a tornadic supercell into more of a damaging wind threat there, so we'll keep an eye on that one.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's a beefy cell. Hopefully, it looks like right now it would be on track to go north of most of the Omaha area, but we'll keep an eye on that one. It's still pretty far away. We have other cells that have gone severe for ping pong ball size hail to golf ball size hail around Sarenville, Grafton, Elger, Shickley, and then one of the more potent supercells still has some rotation just crossed the Kansas border along Highway 136. That's going to be areas around Deschler and Hebron, Carlton, and eventually towards Bruning in Nebraska. We have severe warning storms near Republic and White Rock in Kansas, and then some big storms near Solomon Springs and Beloit, just west of Kansas Highway 14 near Blue Hill. Yeah, that one has probably baseball, or not baseball, but golf ball size hail as well. And any of these storms in here, considerable threat for lime size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's approaching areas near Wilson, Kansas, and Bunker Hill.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new tornadic considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Keep an eye on this area. This is at Bunker Hill. No, at Wilson. Where's Wilson? Okay, yeah. So we're unfortunately looking east right now at the Wilson exit, but that storm is going to sneak up very quickly from the behind this camera. Camera looks east. Yeah, those are nasty cells. They're not looking imminently tornadic across the areas in northern Kansas. The only one that has a little bit tighter rotation is the one that's just crossed into Nebraska. So right now, Kansas, mostly a hail and wind risk at the moment. We did get the tornado possible considerable threat severe thunderstorm warning extended out in Kansas. There still is rotation in here. It's now to the west of Highway 385 in Colorado. You can see the larger hail cores in this storm. It actually has a couple different hail cores.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, that storm definitely means business. It's kind of drifting the heaviest part south of I-70, but that storm definitely means business near Bethune, Colorado. And that will get into Kansas around Sherman Village, Ruleton, Goodland, Kansas, all those areas in western Kansas, down towards Wallace and Sharon Springs. Again, not everybody, that's a pretty big warning polygon, so not everybody might get the same kind of storm, but if you're especially in the central part of that warning, let's actually track that out real quick, because that is getting into some east at 45. Burlington about 6 minutes, and then Canorado 21, Goodland 43. So we'll keep an eye on that one by the Goodland radar site there.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They're updating some of the hail to those storms in Kansas. And yeah, very, very closely watching those areas along the dry line in northern Oklahoma. And there's the dry line right there. You can see that through Silverton, Texas, and approaching areas around McLean, Texas. The storm still has rotation. It's interesting. The rotation looks broader than the reflectivity. The reflectivity uh, looks very impressive. You can see how this kind of spirals in right here.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And then surges out on the southern flank of that. But on the velocity scan, it doesn't look quite as tight as that reflectivity presents itself. But still a dangerous storm. Wilmot to areas there north of Worthington along Minnesota Highway 25. Continue to take tornado safety precautions there. And then I do want to look at that other area of rotation.
New information.
Looks like that has backed off some near Ransom. So still a destructive, or not destructive, but considerable threat, severe thunderstorm. Tennis or baseball size hail. Sorry, wrong ball. Golf ball size hail. And that is law enforcement reported there, and 70-mile-an-hour winds. The southern part of this storm, still severe, but it's a little bit more outflow dominant, so less of a tornado threat, coming through George, Ashton, and Sibley.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then issuing a new considerable threat for also golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's with the storm that's coming through Central City, back along Highway 92. That's going to kind of bring the areas that were just under a tornado warning back into some severe weather. Now, east of Palmer, you're looking much better. And then this is a big wind and hail risk in here right now. Destructive severe thunderstorm continues there. This one does have the baseball size hail reports, and also some really significant wind reports. Actually, let's see if we turn on storm reports, if we have any more storm reports out of this area. Yeah, 3.5-inch diameter hail reported near Palmer and Merrick County earlier. That's why I was being warned there briefly for apple-sized hail. And also, let's see, 63-mile-an-hour winds. It had some tennis ball size hail also in that earlier by a National Weather Service employee. So this storm has a history of producing at least a couple different tornadoes. Damage to structures reported. Broadcast media reported tornado there. So train spotter report. So yeah, that's where it was kind of on the ground. He started there and then crossed.
New information.
281.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's your newest destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Madison, Platte, and Stanton counties in, I guess, northeastern Nebraska. Yeah, I guess that's northeast Nebraska now. And see, this storm system is definitely making its own kind of organized cluster of storms.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
But yeah, the tornado threat, at least in the near term with this storm, and maybe potentially in the longer term, has diminished some. As it kind of lined out fairly quickly, which was a something that the Storm Prediction Center did note in their earlier forecast discussions. And one of the reasons why this wasn't a higher end severe weather day, it didn't go moderate or high risk, and part of that is because there was questions today if the storms started to organize into clusters more. That would diminish the all hazards threat some. You can see these storms, though, they are basically centered in our enhanced risk area for today. It covers areas in southern Minnesota, southeast South Dakota, and especially the northern and western portions of Iowa, down into the eastern portions of Nebraska, and all the way back to that area that was tornado warned earlier in Colorado, was on the very tip of the enhanced risk. So that did verify there too.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
and then the slight risk extends down. This is more of a conditional risk down here. If we do get a storm or two, it could be big storms.
Attention,
down to about Memphis,
severe
Texas.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
See some new warnings. We've dropped that tornado warning, it looks like, in Colorado, so that's a good news there. Tomorrow, we're going to be streaming again. Tomorrow looks like a high-end day as well. And potentially a little bit, kind of a similar thing. The question mark is how quickly do storms upscale and grow into clusters? If they do stay more discrete, I think, and it looks like some of the data shows they may stay a little more discrete for longer, there is a pretty higher end chance of some stronger tornadoes. And we have had the question a couple times in the chat for Kansas City for tonight. Tonight, not as bad, but tomorrow evening, after storms go up late afternoon, early evening, tomorrow across eastern Kansas could be a hot spot. So the risk today isn't as threatening for the Kansas City area. Tomorrow, much higher chance for severe weather across the Kansas City metro. With that highest right now tornado risk from about Topeka, really centered on Manhattan, Kansas, down to Hutchinson and McPherson, and even into the Wichita area.
New information
is an area that really has to watch for tornadic supercells tomorrow. Tomorrow also has a pretty big hail risk that extends down again along the dry line into western Oklahoma and all the way up into Wisconsin tomorrow. Or sorry, that was the wind risk. The hail risk is also centered really along that tornado risk area.
This special marine
This could be some really big hail in here. McPherson, Hutchinson, and areas like Falls City and Marysville.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then a big slight risk for, that would be Tuesday. All right, let's go back and look at our tornado warnings. We'll start for the north and east. We'll get back to our tornado warned supercell in Michigan. This area around Tyre and Minden, Peteville, and north of Argyle, around the Minden State Game area. Very compact supercell. But there is rotation in here near Tyre.
New information.
So continue to take your tornado safety precautions. I think that's slowed down. What do they have this at? They have it east at 40, but I believe that is slowed way down. It's still going, I guess. Yeah, Minden, you're kind of center line for that. Minden, Charleston, and Forestville, White Rock, Michigan. And then we'll get back to our Minnesota storm. Tomorrow night, I think, has a much better chance of getting severe storms into Kansas City. We can take a quick look at that. Let's see. I gotta clear out some stuff, but let's see. Here's tonight, by the way. Tonight, those storms starting to die out. Could be still of a wind threat. Maybe an embedded QLCS tornado, but especially north of there towards the I-35 corridor. But Kansas City, according to this model, getting in around 3 a.m. with some stronger storms. But again, primarily a wind risk.
New information.
Can't rule out a quick spin-up tornado, but wind and I think, again, flooding is going to be an issue across Kansas City.
New information.
And that I-70 corridor.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then, let's see. Okay, so putting this back, so the storms have essentially kind of die out are in Missouri tomorrow. They leave some outflow boundaries, which are going to be intriguing tomorrow too. So some of the activity today is also going to dictate tomorrow. But tomorrow, this is afternoon, we see storms firing kind of that same area where they did today. Concordia, Belleville, into areas in Nebraska, and then quickly upscaling into another kind of cluster of storms. But tomorrow, we may have some embedded supercells in here, but we do have to watch a little bit more isolated severe activity out ahead of that main cluster of storms. So like this model run is showing maybe 7 o'clock. Have to watch for some kind of prefrontal activity, and then the main activity back here. There's a better look at this. And also even like southern Missouri, northern Arkansas may get a little activity tomorrow too.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then that pushes towards the direct Kansas City area. According to this model, this is just one run, but towards like 11 to midnight kind of time frame. But yeah, here's the look at tomorrow. This would be a concerning look tomorrow. We'd be dealing with severe weather, embedded tornadoes, wind and hail, kind of like today, along this cluster of storms. But we would have to watch for isolated supercells into kind of western Missouri, eastern Kansas, potentially. And the model doesn't break out storms down here, but you would have to also watch for conditional threat down into western and northern Oklahoma too. Oops. Click the wrong button. All right, back into radar coverage. But yeah, some of tomorrow will depend on today and what outflow boundaries are left. Yeah, it's a bit of a complicated forecast for tomorrow. Still seeing that broad rotation, Wilmot to Worthington, but basically between those, Minnesota Highway 25, I think that was. Yeah, 25. That's kind of the center there of that circulation. It stayed somewhat broad.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
and then, yeah, this hasn't gotten a tornado warning, but still watching this cell that's moved up through Ransom. It's going to be coming into the southern and western sides of Worthington with a little bit of rotation as well. Keep an eye on that. You can see the little notch feature in there. So tomorrow you'll have to watch for probably not a one and done. You'll have to watch for isolated severe supercells. Evening, late afternoon, evening, and then the line kind of moves in 11 to midnight kind of time frame, and that would be a line embedded tornadoes, damaging wind. Probably not quite as large of a hail threat by then, but yeah, it could be kind of a round, kind of dual 2-round threat there for the Kansas City area tomorrow.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Lindsay, Humphrey, Platte Center, and areas there along Highway 81.
Attention, a new
Destructive severe
radar-indicated
thunderstorm
tornado
continues there.
warning has been
Madison,
issued.
Platte, and Stanton counties. Some of the hail core has come down a little bit, it looks like, in that cell. And then also seeing that hail core still in there now east and north of Fullerton, approaching Genoa. And still some rotation in there as well, east of Fullerton, along, looks like, long and south of Nebraska Highway 22.
New
As well as a
information.
considerable
This
threat
severe
for that
thunderstorm warning
golf
has
ball
been
size hail around
updated.
Central City, still along Highway 92, Nebraska Highway 92. And some ping pong ball size hail coming up towards Thayer, Nebraska. That's along I-80, back towards Stockham, Geneva. And then this cell is one I was watching earlier. Yeah, not seeing a ton of rotation in that cell, but still keep an eye on that cell near Hardy, Byron, Deschler, and Hebron. Severe storm near White Rock, Kansas. And then back here in another cluster, Beloit, Kansas, along Highway 14 through Grant, and then back towards the Wilson Recreation area. Some large hail, potentially lime-size hail, even a little bit higher than that, right in here near Dorrance, Kansas. I feel like this has slowed down a little bit. Northeast at 30. Maybe even less than 30 right now. There's a good look at the dry line and the cold front kind of combo right in here near Jetmore. The dry line is through Beaver County, Oklahoma. And it's in here east of Groom, west of McLean, Texas, in the Texas Panhandle.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
We'll keep an eye on these little blips in here. They've updated that tornado warning near Minden, still radar indicated. Ooh, that doesn't look as healthy as it did earlier. That cell is kind of dying off. There still is some broad rotation in here near Tyre and Minden.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
Still potentially
warning
some
has been
lime-sized
updated.
hail in that cell as well.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
I have to watch the southern end of this cluster near Overland and Central City. Not showing a ton of rotation right now, but that cell is kind of on the southern flank of this cluster, has a little bit more access to inflow. The only thing is there are more cells that have gone up to the south of there, so that may kind of limit some of that area. We'll see. Okay, had to sneeze there real quick. And then still watching this cluster storm, severe warned, about to cross into western Kansas, west of Goodland, Kansas. The strongest part of that storm is south of I-70, south of Burlington, Colorado. Does not look as tornadic as it was earlier. Still some wind, still some large hail potentially in that storm. Weather spotters reported a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust. So this has had some 70-plus mile-an-hour wind as well. I'm going to go blow my nose real quick while we think I've covered our recent tornado warnings, and there's
this severe thunderstorm warning has
no
been
ongoing
updated.
in progress confirmed tornadoes. I'm going to go blow my nose real quick.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right. That's back. There are some looks like storm chaser
New
videos
information,
on
this
social media
severe
of that tornado
thunderstorm warning
earlier
has been
as it
updated.
was crossing near St. Library, Nebraska along Highway 281. It does look like a fairly intense tornado just by the video of it. Again, it was kind of a stovepipe tornado. Yeah, it was pretty strong. It looks like just visually you can see some vortices kind of around the main circulation. It looks like it's doing damage on a few different videos. We'll repost those to WXCast Live on Twitter. I can't share them for copyright on the stream, but we can repost them on social media. Let's see. We also do have a new tornado watch that's just being issued. So let's get into that in just a second. Okay, the new tornado watch, it's going to cover parts of Minnesota and northern Iowa. It's not populated, it looks like, yet.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So it has not populated yet, but it's going to be in this area here. Covers St. James, Mankato, Fairmont, over towards Austin, Minnesota. I'll just draw it in right now. Does include Mankato. It looks like, yeah, it includes Mankato. So it's going to be for like this area here. It should populate on the radar in the next minute or two. It's just no, it's just being issued. Mankato, St. James, Fairmont to Austin, Minnesota, and then Esterville, Algona, Humboldt, Mason City, Hampton, and Waverly in Iowa. So it's north of the Highway 20 corridor, just north of Fort Dodge. It does include areas like Mason City.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning
We'll see that
has been
populated in
updated.
here in just a couple minutes. A couple strong tornadoes are possible. Scattered large hail up to lime-sized hail, and widespread gusts up to 75 miles an hour are likely. So again, we get some hurricane force winds. This is along the I-90 corridor. Dangerous evening into the overnight because this does go until 1 a.m.
A new severe
in the central time zone
has been issued.
All right, and we have new tornado warnings, so we'll get back to that. It typically happens as soon as a weather streamer steps away for a second. You get new warnings. Air rotation kind of over that Worthington area. So they have kind of warned that newer area of rotation. The old one seems to have died off a little bit north of Brewster. But we'll keep an eye on this area. Dundee, Brewster, Round Lake in Minnesota. Tornado warning continues there.
Tornado warning has been issued.
And that is Jackson and Noble counties.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A couple new warnings now into, I guess it's kind of eastern Nebraska. Considerable threat warnings there. They're pretty much all lining up here in east central Nebraska. This is a strong storm near Deschler, Nebraska. Keeping an eye on rotation there. That one has some larger hail in it too, up to about golf ball size hail. And then let's see, still seeing considerable threat also down towards the areas east of Russell, near Wilson, Kansas, and Dorrance, Kansas. That part of the line has slowed down some because we're still kind of keeping our eye. It has not moved into this Russell camera yet, so that part is slowed down. But a bunch of larger hailstorms in northern and north central Kansas, southeast Nebraska, I guess that would be. And then we have our considerable threats here around Polk, Arborville, areas around Thayer and Stromsburg, with large hail up to 70-mile-an-hour winds there along Highway 22 near Monroe, Columbus, Nebraska. And then a new tornado warning out for radar-indicated tornado, Highway 91 up through Nebraska Highway 15. It's going to be areas south of Norfolk. Considerable threat there around the Norfolk and Stanton areas up towards Pilger, Nebraska. And let's take a look at this area of rotation in here. It's basically just along Highway 81, just north of Platte Center, Nebraska. There's your area of rotation. And let me back it up, see if it's... Yes, it has increased just on the last couple radar scans. Colfax, Platte, and Stanton counties,
considerable severe thunderstorm
northeast at 45. That's moving pretty good at a pretty good pace to the north and east. Creston, about 9 minutes. Lehigh or Lay, 17. Clarkson, 24. Pilger, 45. And then up towards West Point, right on the Nebraska state line, about 54 minutes if that one holds together. Looking in a little bit closer, there's Clarkston, Nebraska, about 25 minutes or so. And areas south of Stanton, keep an eye on this one, about 27 minutes.
Tornadic considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
considerable threat there. 71-mile-an-hour winds reported at Platte, Nebraska. It's going to be a continuation out there along Highway 30, Columbus, over towards Schuler, Nebraska, and then up along Highway 15, Maple Creek, up towards Clarkston. But yeah, there's your area of rotation. It's in here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Right on the leading edge of that. I don't see anything that says it's on the ground. It doesn't scream tornado on the ground right now, but that is a dangerous storm there.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, there's Lee. Small community there in the warning. And then there's Creston Howells up towards Pilger. That is the area of most concern right now. It's a considerable threat. There's a pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds just north of Silver Creek. That's approaching areas west of Columbus in Nebraska. So that's a pocket there of wind and hail. Yeah, this is quickly turning into a little bit more of a cluster of storms. We may get more of these line segment embedded tornadoes, but interesting. We had a really strong tornado and a really textbook supercell, and then it quickly lined out. That was actually, I think, one of the quicker storm mode changes I think I've seen in quite a while.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Some of the reports and chaser video are coming in from that tornado earlier near St. Libery. And yeah, the Dow was on that, the Doppler on wheels. So that gives us some really good radar data they can analyze.
Attention, a new tornadic considerable
and there's the newest tornado warning. Yeah, we're going to transition, I think, into more of a QLCS threat here. A couple areas of rotation on here. So this one's going to be coming up towards Maple Creek. The other one up towards areas south of Pilger in Nebraska. Newest tornado warning here. That's for Central Platte County and Colfax County, moving east at 50. Also, you can see the speed has increased. So the speed has increased in these cells as they've started to form more of a linear mode. The hail has also started to come down, so we're not seeing the apple-sized hail reports anymore. But it's going to come with a wind and hail threat still kind of embedded in this. And then also the QLCS tornado threat.
Warning has been issued.
And I have a feeling this will start to fill in even more as it approaches the Omaha metro. So watch out for Omaha, watch out for Lincoln. Things have been quiet this evening across some of the more populated areas in Nebraska. But here's Omaha, here's Lincoln. Wow, that didn't draw really well. There it goes. There's Lincoln, there's the Omaha metro up here. So we do have to watch you guys in the next couple hours or so. Lincoln obviously first, and then Omaha next. But 2 tornado warnings in progress here in Nebraska. A couple different little areas of circulation in there. Clarkston, Lee, Howells, Maple Creek, up to areas just south of Pilger. Tornado safety precautions. And then, yeah, still seeing circulation in here. It's just near the mobile home park, Sungold Heights, and Worthington. There's your area of rotation. It has gotten a little bit more compact, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Brewster, Heron Lake, and Round Lake. Tornado warning continues there. That's Jackson and Noble County, northeast at 35. There's some of the communities in the path of that one. Brewster, 5 to 8 minutes. Rost, maybe 20 minutes or so. Wilder, 35. Heron Lake, about 23, 24 minutes. And then if it does hold together, areas there towards Brigham Lake, about 45 to 50 minutes or so. That's a nasty supercell. You can see kind of the inflow region in that.
Attention, a new
Kind of
severe
surging out on the
thunderstorm
southern
warning
flank
has
of
been
that.
issued.
And yeah, rotation's tucked up just in there near the airport in Worthington. If there's a tornado, it's going to be tucked up into the rain and hail just at Minnesota Highway 60 and I-90, just on the northwest sides or northeast sides of Worthington, just probably east of the airport. Still kind of a broader circulation in there. And there, yeah, there's our new populated, usually takes a couple minutes from when they issue it, but there's the new tornado watch that we just went over. It is noting a couple strong tornadoes possible. Widespread hurricane-forced winds possible or likely in here, and then also some lime-sized hail. So all hazards threat continuing there across southern Minnesota and northern Iowa, an area that is no stranger to severe weather. And I feel like this has been a busy year for that that portion of the country in Iowa and Minnesota. Okay, they've trimmed that warning up. They've extended it out another few minutes. Yeah, they've extended it out 20 minutes. They've trimmed it up, so it is now east of Worthington. That is the tornado risk.
This tornado
Again, that's coming
warning has
along
been
I-90
updated.
towards Rost. Minnesota Highway 60 up towards Heron Lake.
Warning has been updated.
So continue to take tornado safety precautions there. Let's see. The other warning, the good news is that storm has pushed offshore near Port Hope and Harbor Beach. So no longer a tornado warning in Michigan. One other cell in Michigan near Traverse City being warned for some small hail gusty winds. But Michigan actually has stayed fairly quiet compared to some of the earlier model data. Then we have a big cluster of storms. Still seeing stronger storms in here into western parts of Iowa, north of Sioux City. Wind and hail in that one coming towards Struble. And then in here near Stanton, Norfolk, Hoskins, and Pilger. Considerable threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball size hail. We have our tornado risk in here near Lay and also near Highway 32. That has kind of diminished some in the last few minutes. Still also seeing a circulation in here that is going to be west of Maple Creek, north of Columbus. Yeah, north of Columbus in this area here, approaching Maple Creek.
New
Considerable
information.
threat there.
This
New
severe
warning
thunderstorm
there for
warning
areas
has
around
been
Central
updated.
City, over towards Osceola, along Highway 81, north of York.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So you can see some of those towns in there. Benedict, Stromsburg, Osceola, back towards Central City and Overland. The other warning there includes Duncan, Columbus, Richland, Schuler. The tornado warning, Humphreys, Creston, Lay, Clarkston, Howells to about Dodge, and then up towards Pilger, Stanton and Norfolk and Hoskins in the considerable threat warning there, north of that tornado warn section. Right now, it looks like it's more of the southern tornado warning that is the more prominent one at the moment, but we'll see. That could cycle. And if you get these kind of QLCS spins, we get flare-ups that kind of relax very quickly, and then we get new tornadic circulations that pop up. So that's kind of a bit of a whack-a-mole game when we get into more of this QLCS look of things. Let's go. Considerable threat back down south.
This
Tennis ball size hail. This is going to be for areas around Hebron, Bruning, Belvedere, Deschler, and Ruskin in southern parts of Nebraska, and then into Kansas, Munden, Belleville, Scandia, back towards Jamestown. Some hail and gusty winds there. These storms are slowed down significantly across Kansas. Between Bunker Hill and Black Wolf, we're still seeing large hail in here near Dorrance and Wilson, and across the Wilson Lake Recreation area. Yeah, it's a nasty ride along I-70 right now. And then also considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds back towards Otis, Kansas, along Highway 96. Still seeing that strong south of Goodland, Kansas. It's going to be approaching areas south of Goodland along Highway 27. Particularly looks like along and south of I-70 is the highest chance there. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and some golf ball size hail there. And yeah, watching for isolated storm development into southern Kansas around Greensburg, Coldwater, and then back into western Oklahoma around Buffalo, Woodward, Arnett, and down towards Shamrock and Sayre along the Texas and Oklahoma state line. We have to watch that area. You can see the dry line in there.
Warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So right now down to 3 tornado warnings.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Just kind of taking a peek around just to make sure we have everybody covered. We do have other storms ongoing. There they go. Took a minute to load in, but we do have other storms across Florida. Most of those are non-severe, but some really beneficial rain across southern Florida, southern Georgia, central Georgia. Yeah, some beneficial rain there. It looks like one severe warning storm in areas around Jackson, Mississippi. Keep an eye on that one. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. That area could use some rain too, so some beneficial rain there. Even up into Arkansas, a couple showers and storms. Newest tornado warning. This is a storm that I've been watching for a while around Deschler and Hebron. Whoa, that has come up quite significantly.
Attention, a new
Wow, look how quickly that has developed just in the last, about 8 minutes or so. That could be producing a tornado in there near Hebron. Between Hebron and Deschler along Highway 136. Would not be surprised if that's producing a tornado. That is a pretty tight signature.
New information. This severe
out of really nothing just in the last couple minutes. Wow.
New information.
Gate to gate 97 on the inbound and about 25 on the outbound. And there's a bit of a reflectivity hole there.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Also getting a new radar indicated tornado warning for that area south of Goodland, Wallace, and Sherman counties in west central Kansas. A couple new tornado warnings coming out here into 6:45 in the central time zone. Still rotating in here. And that is a pretty low level look at things. That's close to the Goodland radar. So that is a pretty good look at the rotation in that cell. Very quickly, let's go and take a look at a couple other tornado warned cells.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still seeing kind of broad rotation in here along Highway 90 towards Rost, east of Worthington, Minnesota. That storm has backed off maybe just a little bit. Stronger storms down through here. Let's see. Considerable threat. They've extended out there for the 70-plus-mile-an-hour winds. Beamer, Wisner, Lyons, Craig, to basically the Missouri River there into eastern Nebraska, northeast Nebraska. Still seeing tornado warnings. And there's still a couple areas of rotation in there. One just west of Highway 15 north of Clarkson. The other south of Clarkson, north and west of Maple Creek. A little bit of outflow dominance there, south of there. That's going to cut the tornado risk across the Columbus area. Still risk for damaging wind and large hail. Columbus, Nebraska, all the way down towards Shelby and Benedict, north of York. And yeah, this is our latest tornado warning. It would be wrapped up in the rain just to the southwest side of Hebron. Would not be surprised if it's on the ground. I'm kind of waiting for the correlation coefficient to update. But yeah, that is a particularly punchy little area of circulation. And you can kind of see it very quickly developed as that surged out. That rear flank surged out, really funneled the inflow in here just along Highway 136, just south and west of Hebron. That's a dangerous storm. And then considerable threat for now up to tennis ball size hail reported there near the Wilson Recreation area. Dorrance. There's not one hail core in this line cluster. There's kind of pockets of larger hail, even down towards those storms near Otis, Kansas. Oh no, there is apparently reports of search and rescue operations ongoing there near St. Libury, Nebraska, with some areas there, some homes north of town taking some significant damage.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, this is updated. I want to see if this correlation coefficient
New
has.
information, this tornado warning has been upgraded.
That's not good. It apparently has updated. Still not seeing a CC drop on it yet, but still seeing strong circulation in here. We now have a tornado emergency for Thayer.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
The tornado
warning has been
emergency for
issued.
east central Thayer County, confirmed large and destructive tornado observed over Hebron, or 22 miles north of Belleville, moving east at 20. Tornado emergency for Hebron. Hazard is deadly tornado, radar confirmed tornado. So yes, it's in this Hebron area, just likely on the southwest side of town. Okay, here comes the new radar scan. Okay, yeah, waiting on the 49 radar scan. That's the 49 for. I knew it was pretty tight. It tightened up very quickly.
New
It does look like
information,
it's
this
kind of
severe
broadened out just
thunderstorm
in the
warning
last
has been
scan, but I'm waiting
updated.
on the correlation coefficient to update.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
But if you're in this area
a new
in
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
central Thayer County, you need to take immediate tornado safety precautions. This is not only a newer warning, but it's now a tornado emergency for areas around Hebron, Glede, Alexandria, areas there along Highway 136 between Deschler and Glede, Nebraska. Tornado emergency for areas around Thayer County. It's areas there around Hebron, Nebraska.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Are we just not getting great radar coverage on that? That's weird. Okay, Yeah, there it is, I guess. Okay, there's the latest update. It's weird that didn't show up right away. All right, yeah, there's your tornado debris signature. It's kind of where I thought that started. That little pixel there.
New
It's now come
information.
up
This
along
severe thunderstorm
136
warning has been updated.
and showing just over the areas around Hebron or just south of Hebron. There's your tornado
New
debris
information.
signature
This severe thunderstorm warning has been
with the
updated.
tornado in progress there. It's moving to the northeast. Northeast at 20 miles an hour. Only 20 miles an hour.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So there's your tornado signature. It's moving probably just east of Hebron now. Alexandria, about 30 minutes. Fairbury, Nebraska, if that makes more of a right turn, 55 minutes. And then areas around Gladstone, 38. Gilead would be about
New
20 minutes from now.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So again, tornado emergency continues there. We see the debris lofted on radar.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This tornado warning has been updated. Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So likely just east of Hebron along Highway 136 and also just east or along Highway 81. There is your rotation there. They've trimmed up that tornado emergency just a little bit. Outside of there, Alexandria, tornado warning continues there. Gilead and Point South, tornado warning. So they're giving it a pretty broad path with the tornado warning, the larger one, and then inside of that is your tornado emergency. And then you can see kind of the broad, larger mesocyclone with more of the tightened area of circulation. It has broadened just a little bit. Now, east of Hebron in Nebraska. There is also another circulation that's showing up.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This may be trying to cycle as we talk here. There's another area of circulation that looks a little bit interesting there, north of Hebron. So wouldn't be surprised if that starts to produce a tornado as well.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We have another tornado probably in progress. Let's see. I can find this one.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Pretty tight area of circulation.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Still radar indicated, but that area around Goodland, Kansas, especially south of Goodland, tornado safety precautions there. And then the good news is this area has not looked as tornadic as it was earlier. Still tornado warnings there, but starting to push out of that warning polygon near Wistner and Dodge, Snyder, Beamer, up towards Thurston. Still a considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and some ping pong ball size hail. That storm isn't quite as tornadic as it is earlier. Same for this cell near Rost, looking a lot more disorganized near Heron Lake. Still has damaging wind threat, still has the potential for a quick spin up. The hail threat has diminished some on that cell too. Quarter size hail reported earlier. It's being warned for $half size hail. We're also seeing new storms going up east of there around St. James and towards Blue Earth. So we'll keep an eye on those storms as well into southern Minnesota. But yeah, going back to our storm into southern parts of Nebraska, that's where we have a tornado emergency in progress for areas around Hebron, Nebraska. We saw it kind of quickly developed just on the west side of town. So not a great timing of this. Yeah, there wasn't much in here at the 6:40 in the central time zone.
New
Maybe the
information.
first
This
hint of a
severe
debris
thunderstorm
signature
warning
showing
has
at
been updated.
43, and then full debris signature at 6:46. So it only took about
Attention, a new
5 or
radar
6 minutes
indicated tornado
to go from
warning has been
nothing
issued.
to a full-on tornado, and then tornado emergency issued there at 6:49. So not a whole ton of 40 at 6:40. There was no tornado warning, so only about a 9 minutes lead time, which isn't great. The good news is it looks like that debris signature has diminished again to the east of Hebron. And I should note that lead time being fairly short at about 9 minutes or so was not necessarily because of anything the National Weather Service did, but you can see here at 6:35, kind of broad rotation, and then right at 6:40 is when it really flared up. So there was really nothing. So basically, tornado in progress within about 4 minutes of each other. That's continuing to lift east of Hebron. Tornado emergency continues east of Hebron, and it's going to be riding kind of that border towards Alexandria. So continue to take tornado safety precautions. This is in Thayer County. Yeah, southern Thayer County in south central Nebraska. They'll probably drop the emergency part in the next few minutes. Especially since this is all radar confirmed and not spotter confirmed, but yeah, that is a tornado emergency in progress. I'm trying to see if there's any actual spotters on this storm, but it's right now still just a radar confirmed tornado. So they should probably drop the emergency pretty soon, but it does look like this area in Hebron, Nebraska, especially the south sides near the airport, did have a pretty distinct debris signature. Going back a couple minutes. Sometimes what we see on radar isn't exactly where the tornado is. We're looking up about 3,000 feet, so it could be a little bit different. I'm hoping that it actually missed downtown Hebron, but we'll try and get some more confirmation on that later.
Warning has been updated.
But if the path of the tornado is fairly true to this debris signature, it may have skirted just on the southern side of town and missed, like the main part of town. But tornado emergency continues there for Thayer County. This is going to be all wrapped up in the rain as well, so you're not going to see this very visually. And this broader area of rotation is lifting a little more northerly too. It's hard to say. I don't see a distinct debris signature in that
New
anymore.
Information. This tornado warning has been updated.
They are going to extend that tornado warning out in Minnesota through Heron Lake. Yeah, still seeing broad rotation. Highway 9 down to about 90, and then Highway 60 towards Wilder. South of Brigham Lake. Not many communities in here, it looks like. We have to zoom pretty far in to see anything. Lakefield, Minnesota, in that tornado warning. It is starting to kind of peel a little bit away from 90. It's north of Interstate 90 right now. Strong storms, not much in the way of tornadic signatures in those storms. There are some gustier winds in here, 60, 70 mile an hour winds towards Pleasantdale and then back towards Crete, Nebraska. Kind of pockets of hail and wind. But yeah, it's really this kind of southern supercell or complex of storms that is the most imminently tornadic. It's a little bit kind of on its own. You can kind of see it doesn't have as many storms around it. And then still seeing these 70-mile-an-hour winds, and spotter reports there 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball size hail.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's a look inside that storm in Kansas. Can't see the larger hail yet on that storm, but the rain is starting to pick up there near Wilson. Yeah, that camera's just on the edge of the heavier precip. That may get into some of the larger hail in the next few minutes. And those storms are not moving that much. You can see this is the last 30 minutes or so. They're just kind of sitting there. They're training over the same areas. So if you're in the hail, yeah, they're moving northeast at 25. If they're if you're in the hail, you're gonna be in that hail for quite a while. And then let's see, we also have that tornado warning back here towards Goodland. That has broadened out some. Still seeing lime-size hail there south of Goodland.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Yeah, they've trimmed it up a little bit. Radar indicated tornado warning there continues for areas around Alexandria. We'll see if they drop that tornado emergency, but the tornado emergency doesn't line up with what the radar is showing right now, but...
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It definitely has broadened out, so I doubt it's on the ground still. I'm kind of leaning towards this radar indicated tornado warning that's around the tornado emergency, but still continue to stay in your safe space. It's weird they also haven't trimmed that tornado emergency because it's clearly past Hebron. But if you're in that eastern Thayer County, definitely stay in your safe place. That's areas around Alexandria down to Glede along 136, especially north of 136 in Thayer County. You really need to stay in your safe place. The storm could cycle again. Does not appear like it has a tornado on the ground yet or right now, but that could easily cycle.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And yeah, seeing pockets of wind and hail in these storms. Sylvan Grove, Lincoln, Kansas, back towards Lucas, Bunker Hill to Black Wolf. Yeah, these storms have not moved that much because I've definitely said those two town names before, like an hour ago. And they're still basically between Bunker Hill and Black Wolf, down through areas around Otis, Kansas. Yeah, those storms are not moving.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let's go back into our Minnesota storms. Still seeing that rotation in here. It's south of Heron Lake, north of Rost, are approaching areas around Lakefield up to Wilder, and then south of Wyndham, south of Wyndham, pretty small communities, and also south of Brigham Lake. Tornado warning continues there. That is for that radar indicated area rotation in northern Jackson County, southern Cottonwood County, in southwest Minnesota. Beyond that, we have a large area of severe thunderstorm warnings, $half size hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds all the way from areas around Darfur and Butterfield down through Petersburg, Round Lake, and then across the state line to Spirit Lake, Iowa, around Superior and Milford. Looks like some of the hail core is coming up on this cell near St. James, so we have to watch that. That separate cluster may get its own severe thunderstorm warnings. Wouldn't be surprised if it did. That would be coming up to areas south of Mankato, so we'll keep an eye on those storms too. And then we have more severe storms back into western Iowa around Maurice and Remsen. And then we pick up our big cluster of severe warning storms, Emerson and Wakefield, Homer, down to Thurston, Beamer, Wissner, West Point in Nebraska, Dodge and Snyder. Those were tornado warning storms earlier, but now we've lost the tornado warnings there on those storms. Snyder down to Schuler, and then areas back towards Columbus, Richland, Monroe, Genoa, down to Shelby. Bunch of severe warnings in here. Don't see anything super notable. Golf ball size hail, looks like the hail cores have come down on these, so we're seeing more like golf balls rather than baseball plus on those. Then kind of a little break in the line, separate area of storms, Weston down to Malcolm, Emerald, Denton, Pleasantdale on the west sides of the Lincoln area.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And then, yeah, we're getting a new tornado warning here. This is for Saline and Lincoln County, or Jefferson counties in southeast Nebraska. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Alexandria, and that's moving northeast at 30. Ping pong ball size hail also being warned with this storm. This is the storm that did have the tornado emergency for that. We saw on radar, it looked like a debris signature over Hebron, Nebraska earlier. Not sure it was worthy of a tornado emergency, but if it's hitting your house, it's an emergency for you. So generally, the tornado emergencies are a little bit stronger rotation signatures, although it did have a pretty strong rotation signature briefly. But they try to keep the criteria fairly tight for those, just so they're not issued all the time.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
updated. Rotation kind of broadly in here right now. It has weakened quite a bit since that at least damaging tornado around Hebron.
Attention,
but still seeing circulation in here near Alexandria.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, that's northeast at 30.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All right, there's some of the communities in the path of this. If it does kind of re-intensify, just want to make sure we get everybody in there. Dakin, 13 minutes. Western, 27. Swanton, 37. Plymouth, Nebraska, about 42 minutes. DeWitt, Nebraska, 53. And Wilbur, if it holds together, Wilbur, about 54 minutes. Beatrice, Nebraska, is just off the warning polygon, or not warning polygon, off the tracker tool, about 60 minutes if it makes a little bit more of a right turn towards the Beatrice area.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
They've extended that warning in
New information.
parts of Minnesota
This
there
tornado
around
warning
Lakefield,
has been
Minnesota.
updated.
Still seeing that broad area of rotation in there. South of Wilder, between Wilder and Lakefield.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
And then
warning
these
has
two
been
storms
issued.
in that lead cluster now. A couple of different things have happened here. We've had a new warning for hail
Attention,
for that
a new
storm near
severe
St. James,
thunderstorm warning has
Minnesota,
been issued.
along Highway 60 and Highway 4. And then a new tornado warning around Fairmont, just north of
Attention,
Fairmont.
a new confirmed tornado warning has been issued.
And this is now a law enforcement confirmed tornado. Let's see if we can see this on radar, because we're in a bit of a radar hole. It's going to be close. It's definitely come up in intensity some. There's your area circulation. It's in here along Highway 33, just north of I-90, north of Fairmont. It is a bit of a radar hole, though. We have to get radar out of Minneapolis, which is a little bit further. Hard to say. This might be a funnel. Just off the edge of your screen. That might be a little bit of a funnel there. It's hard to say, though. It may not be condensing to the ground, but that might be the tornado, but it's really hard to say. That's a welcome.
New information. This severe
Yeah,
thunderstorm
you know what, that might
warning has
be
been updated.
hard to confirm that, but that is basically right there looking east. So yeah, that could have been it for a few minutes ago. Tornado there in progress, potentially still in progress there. Nothing on that correlation coefficient, but we're far from the radar. Yeah, about 8,000 feet. So it would have to be a significant tornado to lift it up that far. Yeah, north of Fairmont, Minnesota. Coming up towards areas around Louisville, Truman, and areas like Minnesota Highway 15, Northrop. It's going to go north of Fairmont.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Moving northeast at 30. So yes, it's going to continue moving north and east away from Fairmont. Louisville, about 25 minutes. Truman, 14. And that would be similar if it pulled more north towards South Branch, about 14 minutes. Northrop, it's basically just west of Northrop. You need to be in your safe place now in Northrop.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's your air rotation just in there. Roughly, let's see, there's Fairmont. It's going to be about 7 miles north of Fairmont. So it's well north of Fairmont. You guys are not even technically in the warning there. Yeah, that cluster is kind of developed out in front of our storms that we were tracking across southern Minnesota back earlier that had histories of 80-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, they should be good if they're in the Fairmont area, at least right now. There's more storms to the west, so Fairmont, you might miss this lead cluster. There are more severe storms to the west, but...
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been
issued. But yeah, that first cell to their north. Good news across northeast Nebraska. We lost those tornado warnings in northeast Nebraska. Still severe warned storms coming towards the areas around Fremont, West Point right now, and then approaching areas around basically the Missouri River, around Sioux City. Here's those storms from the Sioux City area too, looking at I-29, just south of Sioux City. So we'll look at those towards the west, looking at, this is the Missouri River. You can see kind of off the corner of the screen. We'll keep an eye on those storms. There is a little bit of a surge out. Let's take a look at this real quick. Yeah, a little bit of a area of rotation that's peaking up a little bit north of Walt Hill. Keep an eye on that one near the Winnebago Indian Reservation along Highway 77.
This winter weather advisory has been updated.
Back to our tornado warning storm that caused the tornado emergency a little bit ago. Still seeing rotation in here. Nebraska Route 4 to the south of Tobias, southwest of Western. That area has broadened, but we'll keep an eye in case it re-intensifies. And then severe warning storms in Kansas, considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail coming through Lincoln, approaching Salina. Still seeing the strong storms in here near Wilson and Dorrance. They're moving a little bit east, but they have not moved that much in the last little bit.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And still seeing those storms in there near Otis.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, a couple updates to those tornado warnings. Let's see, they've backed that off to radar indicated.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Southwestern Blue Earth, northeastern Martin, and southeastern Watawan County. Yeah, that storm still has decent rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if it puts down another tornado. That's coming towards Truman, Northrop,
New information,
Louisville.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Trying to see if we had a better view of that storm. It is looks like it's going to be leaving that tornado warning, so they're going to let that
a new tornadic
ride out.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A lot of different updates to the different warnings right now. Let's start at the top. We'll take these storms. Approaching areas around New Ulm. This storm has a hail coordinate near St. James. It's being warned for quarters. I wouldn't be surprised if it has a little larger than a $half size hail.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
radar indicated tornado warning continues there around Truman, Minnesota. Still seeing pretty tight signature in there south of Truman.
A new radar indicated tornado
approaching areas around Louisville. This other cell still has broad rotation, and that's in there near Wilder, and Lakefield, Minnesota, north of Alpha, Minnesota. And then we pick up our severe warnings. This one had a little bit more of a feisty look
Attention,
to it
a
around
new severe
Struble.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Struble to Alton, that area is starting to gust out a little more, with also some ping pong ball size hail. We're seeing those storms push into the Sioux City metro. Newest warning is for that little area of rotation that we pointed out earlier, crossing 77. That is approaching the state line and the Missouri River there, just north of Walt Hill. See rotation in there. Yeah, it's just over Winnebago, Nebraska. About to push into
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado
areas in
warning has been
Iowa.
issued.
Small warning polygon. I'm surprised they didn't stretch that out. It's for northeastern Thurston County. Yeah. Is there two different? There might be two different weather service offices. Moving northeast of 55. So if there are two different weather offices here, they probably will extend out a new warning pretty quickly. Let's get. There's Kansas.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, if it loads, there's that tornado warning cell as it's approaching the Missouri River. That's from the I-29 corridor as it crosses into Iowa. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
This tornado
usually if you get a warning at 55 miles an hour, they'll usually extend it out pretty far, so it's about to leave its current warning polygon. So if it's moving at 55, the next weather office should put a new warning out pretty soon. Unless they don't think that rotation is tight enough for a warning, which that happens every now and then too. You get two different weather service offices that have different warning philosophy behind stuff. Some play a little bit more conservative than others.
New information, this tornado warning
gusty winds coming into the Lincoln area. We've kind of diminished a little bit of the tornado risk, at least imminently across this area that's approaching Lincoln and west of Omaha, but we'll keep an eye on that area. In fact, here is Lincoln. The lightning's picking up on this camera. This is just west or just east of downtown Lincoln. Oh, let's see. Glitter Queen. How bad Kansas City not in bad shape tonight. Tonight the risk is, I think, mostly going to be a wind risk. And not just I think, but also the Storm Prediction Center. Oh, there comes the wind into the Lincoln area. You guys are right in the Kansas City area along the edge of the slight risk, level 2 out of 5, and a marginal risk, level 1 out of 5. So storms should be diminishing in intensity by the time they get to the Kansas City metro. There's a non-zero chance of a tornado. Could be a quick spin up or something, especially north and west of Kansas City, your higher chances of severe weather. Same for wind. Wind should be a diminishing trend through Kansas City, and hail should stay mostly back into Kansas. Yeah, the wind and rain is definitely
new information.
Hit this camera in Lincoln.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So today, not a super high-end severe weather day for Kansas City.
Attention,
tomorrow,
severe thunderstorm
much higher chance of severe weather across that area into northeast Kansas and eastern Kansas, with the highest chance right now looking still to be west of Kansas City, But yeah, tomorrow, a much higher risk day for the Kansas City area. I wouldn't be surprised if this gets bumped a little bit, shifted actually a little bit further east or expanded a little bit further
Attention,
east
a new
too.
radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Okay, working on some dinner plans. Um, yeah, that camera has gone downhill very quickly
New
across the Lincoln
information,
area.
this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, it's about through the
Attention, a
airport. It's
new
into
considerable severe
downtown,
thunderstorm warning has been
coming
issued.
through the near south, Country Club, Southern Hills, Porter Ridge. But yeah, you can see it's mostly just wind, 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter size hail.
Attention,
And
a new
lightning. Lightning,
considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
don't play around with lightning. Yeah, and that's the best bet. Just make sure you have a safety plan. Um, maybe not like a day of severe weather because that can be pretty hectic itself. But on a quiet day, it's always good if you have a lot of kids and stuff to kind of practice a tornado drill. Just pull up even a tornado siren on your phone or something and sound it and see how fast your family can get to their tornado safe place in the basement or something. Um, just kind of a good tip for the future too. But in fact, we should do that for my house pretty soon too. Just kind of do a time test just to see how quickly you can get your family and any pets and all that to the tornado safe place. There's the wind and heavy
New
rain
information, this
on this
tornado warning
camera.
has
It
been
rotates every
updated.
couple seconds, so it's hard to say. Hard to gauge the wind
New
too much since it
information,
keeps
this
rotating
severe
around, but
thunderstorm warning has been updated.
just based on winds, that should be looking east, that particular perspective, with the winds coming behind the camera and pushing out ahead of it. That, I think, is looking to the southwest. I wish it kind of just, I don't mind that it rotates, but I just wish it maybe held the rotation point. I think that's maybe looking towards the north. Okay, there we go. Different weather office, they have extended that tornado warning out. It's near Silax. It's basically over the river right now. If there is a tornado in here, it's going to be near Silax. It's south of the Sioux City area and north of Sloan. That's looking towards that tornado warned storm, but I believe that's just a little bit further south.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new
Here's downtown Lincoln.
radar-indicated
This is a
tornado
look
warning
at
has been issued.
downtown Lincoln there. Yeah, that's going to be crossing, it's crossing I-29 near Salix, Iowa. Salit? Oh, see, I'm not going to get that on a first try. Salix is Salit? Or, okay, oh, never mind, autocorrect. Salix. Okay, That makes more sense. Say licks. All right.
New information. This
I
severe
believe this area had
thunderstorm
a
warning
tornado
has
warning the
been
other night.
updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
This is still showing radar indicator rotation near Truman. We're still far from the radar, but
Attention, a new
it's a
tornadic
messy
severe
radar signature.
thunderstorm warning has been
Areas around
issued.
Truman in Minnesota. Behind there is another severe thunderstorm warning. So your severe weather is not done, even if you miss out on the tornado. Basically along I-90, Fairmont, welcome to Alpha. Yeah, it's just a rough day on I-90 right now. I would not make that drive. The other radar indicated tornado warning, they did extend that out. It's north of I-90, north of Alpha, along Highway 71. Not many communities out here. I got to really zoom in to see any small communities. South of Bergen, Minnesota. There's your area of
New
rotation there.
information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, so a couple tornado warnings also in southern Minnesota.
Attention, a new tornadic considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
See a bunch of new warnings. Oh, they're extending a bunch of these warnings off into Iowa, which is a good idea. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds pushing through Sioux City to Lamar's, to Cherokee, to Holstein, Battle Creek, and then extending down. Same kind of deal.
Attention,
Considerable
a
threat for
new
golf ball size hail.
radar-indicated tornado
60 to
warning has
70 mile
been
an hour
issued.
winds towards Logan. And then they are adding a new tornado warning for that area around Wilbur, Halem, and DeWitt. Yeah, still seeing kind of broad rotation in here, just near Western.
New information.
State
This
Highway
severe thunderstorm warning
76
has been
and
updated.
Nebraska Highway 15. This is the area that had produced a damaging tornado near Hebron a little while ago. And we'll keep an eye on this. This may get up towards some of those southern suburbs of the Lincoln metro. So Lincoln, you're dealing with the severe warning now that you can see above me there. Approaching areas around Davie and Waverly.
New information. This
Oh, yeah,
tornado
they extended
warning has
all
been
this into the
updated.
Omaha metro too. So Wahoo, over towards Fremont, Bennington,
New
Florence,
information.
Blair.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, let's see. Where is Spencer? Okay, yeah, not in a warning yet. You guys might miss some of the worst of it.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been
It's
issued.
generally heading towards that area, but you guys might miss some of the worst of it. Some of the worst may go just south of that area, but we'll see. We'll keep tracking it.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning
This has
has
gone
been issued.
observed near Salix.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
Don't
updated.
think we're going to be able to see this on this camera. I think we're just a little too far away.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
This is for central Woodbury and southeastern Dakota counties.
New information.
Severe
This
thunderstorm
severe
capable of producing
warning
a
has been
tornado near
updated.
Salix. And 15 miles south of Sioux City, moving northeast at 60 miles an hour. They've actually increased the speed on this as well. But yes, emergency management confirmed tornado just a few minutes ago, as it probably crossed I-29. Yeah, that would have been right around when I was crossing I-29. So areas there around Bronson, Climbing Hill, up towards Pearson, Iowa. Tornado safety precautions, lowest level interior room, away from those doors and windows, and put walls between you and the outside as possible. Looks like some of the rain has backed off this Lincoln camera, but the winds are still pretty strong in this storm too. Shows you just a general severe thunderstorm does produce some pretty strong winds. This may be a debris
New
signature in here around
information. This
Lutton.
severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's right around that area of rotation, so that checks out where the debris would be if there is one. Yeah, that may be it right in there. D51 road and K42 road. I'm guessing those are county roads.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
If they trend like they're doing, they put out these broad severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of this, so
Attention, a new radar
you'll potentially get a
indicated
severe
tornado
thunderstorm warning,
has
but
been issued.
if that stays on its current path, it may head just south of you guys. Definitely stay weather aware tonight there in northern parts of Iowa. It's too close to... I can't say you're out of the woods. It's too close to call.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Still seeing the rotation in here. This is north of Truman now, approaching Louisville. A little bit of broad, kind of up mid to upper level rotation in this cell. This is north of, let's see, where are we? That's right along I-90, south of Huntley, Minnesota, east of Fairmont. So we'll see if rotation picks up in that cell. Oh, it just got a warning too. It did just get a warning. Radar indicated tornado warning there for areas there southwest of Winnebago, Faribault, and Martin counties,
has been updated.
South central Minnesota.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And a new tornado warning also now into Minnesota.
Attention,
this is going to be
a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Watauga County, I think that's how you pronounce it, maybe, and Martin counties.
A new radar indicated tornado
for that area that's coming out of the that area along the 71 corridor. That does include St. James, South Branch, Minnesota, Odin, Minnesota. So a couple different tornado warnings across southern and south central Minnesota right now. They're all lifting basically east-northeast, so they are going away from the areas there in northern Iowa. You guys have kind of skipped out on that batch of storms. And yeah, still seeing rotation in here near Bronson, Mobile, Correctionville, Cushing. And earlier that was an emergency management confirmed tornado about 10 minutes ago. .60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail coming in through Fremont, Meade, approaching Waterloo, and basically the Omaha metro. We saw the heavy winds, still windy there in the Lincoln area. The strongest winds there now pushing through Waverly and Walton. And then tornado warning continues south of there towards western DeWitt and Princeton, Nebraska. Although that area has kind of broadened out some. Yeah, still seeing some rotation in here near Wilbur, and that'll approach areas around Kramer and Crete. See if that gets to the southern sides of the Lincoln area. And then a couple tornado warnings there in Kansas around Beverly and around Minneapolis, Kansas. Oh yeah, that area has increased in intensity too. Radar indicator
New
rotation there.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It'll be north of the I-70 corridor.
New information.
We'll keep an eye on this. This is a camera at I-81 at 24. Is right there. It's just north of this tornado warning. So we'll keep an eye on this storm. Tornado warning storm headed up towards the 81 corridor in Kansas. Wouldn't be surprised if that's close to producing too. There's a little bit of a weak echo region, a little bit of a CC lowering. That could be producing just north of Beverly along Highway 18. That's in east central Lincoln counties.
New information. This tornado warning
This is
has been
the
updated.
perspective now around the Sioux City area. You can see it pretty far in the distance. You can see the river a little while ago. You cannot right now. Yeah, they've trimmed a couple of the warnings up. St. James, South Branch, Odin, Minnesota. Continue to stay in your tornado safe space there. That's for Martin and Watawan counties. They've dropped that tornado warning storm near Louisville. Looks like that area has weakened some. Yeah, that area is weakened a little bit. Still seeing the other tornado warning thing, Faribault and Martin counties, though. Near Delavan.
New information.
And areas along 169 north of I-90, especially. Kind of a dangerous little cluster of storms there in south central Minnesota.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They've extended that tornado watch down further south into
this
Kansas.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning coming out for Minnesota.
New information, this winter weather advisory has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's a fairly small tornado watch. It's been extended out across central Kansas.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So yeah, it's these counties here, Dodge City, Larned, Pratt, and that extends basically the tornado watch previously to the north of there. Couple of tornadoes possible, scattered hail up to tennis ball size possible, and isolated gusts up to 70 miles an hour possible. Population about 65,000 people, 63 schools, 11 hospitals. So that's just essentially is kind of the expectation. I guess this area is going to continue to be under a little bit of a risk, at least in the short term. That's kind of, I think, the max extent of this line of storms, but then we do have a little bit of a conditional risk back across
New
the dry
information.
line.
This
So we'll
severe
see if we get any more
thunderstorm
storm
warning has been
development
updated.
into south central Kansas, back towards Ashland, Coldwater, Woodward.
Attention,
If
a
we
new
do get any
radar
development, it's
indicated
kind of late
tornado warning
evening.
has been issued.
It'd be right around now if we do get any development in that more conditional severe weather area. So if we get anything, it'd be pretty much now. We'll see if we get any more.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado
Couple new tornado warnings coming out around Mobile and Pearson. This is east of Sioux City. Around Lawton. Yeah, there's another area of circulation in there. This is a different circulation than the one that produced a tornado earlier near Salix. That area has weakened some. This is a new area near Lawton.
This tornado warning has been updated.
It's going to be coming again up towards Pearson, Kingsley.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado
wow, a lot of stuff going on.
Issued.
New radar indicated tornado there, Blue Earth, Martin, and Wahwatton counties in Minnesota. This one is Cherokee, Woodbury, and Plymouth counties in northwestern Iowa. And then the other warning we did get is a tornado warning for the Omaha metro. Oh yeah, that's tightened up a little bit near Ashland, coming into basically the western sides of the Omaha metro. Yeah, you can see how that tightened up fairly quickly there as it crossed through the Waverly area. Yeah. See that RFD kind of surging out there, and it tightens up right in there between Memphis and Ashland. That's going to be basically the western and southwestern sides of the Omaha metro. Tornado warning there for Sarpy, Douglas, Saunders, and Cass counties in east central Nebraska. Does not quite work into downtown Omaha, but it gets pretty close in the Omaha metro.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning.
There's downtown Omaha with the really dark sky in the background. This is along the Missouri River there at the riverfront with the skyline of Omaha there in the background. Tornado warning basically out to the Beltway around Irvington, south sides of Bennington, and then out towards La Vista, and then out I-80, basically along I-80 there, southwest sides of the Omaha metro, to the areas there around Ashland. Ooh. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right in here, just to the southwest sides of Ashland, Nebraska. It has tightened up just a little bit. Doesn't look as strong, at least on the velocity, but it's a little tighter.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Hopping around quite a bit. We have a number of tornado warnings right now. Still seeing tornado warning there, continuing around Amboy, Delavan. They've trimmed it up a little bit around Winnebago, Minnesota. And then the other new tornado warning covers a few different cells. Louisville to Vernon Center.
Has been updated.
And that area back near Truman again. So there's a couple different cells showing rotation in there. Really kind of messy across this area. All these tornado warnings are on the very edge of the radar. Still seeing some rotation in there near Odin as well. So south central Minnesota, if you're under those tornado warnings, safety precautions, lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows. Check that cell on the
New
south side
information.
of the
This
Lincoln
severe
area.
thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still seeing rotation in here near Kramer. It's a little broader than it was earlier. Some broad rotation in that cell in northern Kansas as well.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then still seeing that rotation in this tornado warned cell. This is in Kansas for western Ottawa County in north central Kansas. Rotation looks like it's passing north of the Minneapolis, Kansas area. A solid line of slow moving storms producing 70-mile-an-hour winds at times and also quarter to
New
golf ball size
information.
hail in
This tornado
pockets.
warning has been updated.
That extends basically from Minneapolis, Kansas through Lincoln, Kansas, Sylvan
New
Grove to
information.
near
This severe
Ellsworth,
thunderstorm
back
warning
through
has been
Beaver,
updated.
Kansas, Albert, and Ash Valley. And then our western Kansas storm, our lone storm out here, is diminishing as it crosses
New
I-70
information. This tornado warning
to
has
the
been
west of
updated.
Hoxie. Okay, weather spotters reported a funnel cloud near Ashland. That's where you saw it tightening up. So continue to take tornado safety precautions here. This is going to be a really populated area as it's coming into the southwest suburbs of the Omaha Metro, northeast at 45 miles an hour.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
All right, there's some of the communities there around Omaha. If it does make it into the Omaha area, it'd be about 33 minutes. Carter Lake, 36, Crescent, 43. Before that, La Vista and Ralston, about 25 minutes. That's the end of the warning polygon. Zooming in a little bit further, not as many communities in here, but it's mostly just suburban Omaha, essentially. The 680 interchange with 80, I think that is, 23 minutes. Yeah, that's the 680, 80 interchange, about 23 minutes from now. And then down along Highway 6, near the river there, Beacon View, about 2 minutes or so. It's basically around Ashland right now. All right, just take a look at some of the updates. Still seeing rotation in here. It's basically crossing the river. Lenoma Beach, Minnesota. Lenoma Beach, Minnesota, or not Minnesota. Nebraska. Headed basically towards La Vista on the in the Omaha metro. I was thinking Minnesota because I do want to head up there. Taking a look at all of these cells. It's a very messy cluster of cells, but there's potential rotations in here. South of Amboy, approaching areas around Vernon Center, Louisville, down through Truman, and then back through South Branch, St. James, Odin, and Ormsby. The strongest storms right now are north of I-90. So if you're along that immediate I-90 corridor, a little bit better shape. I'm really a little concerned here about Mankato. These are lifting generally towards the Mankato area. So we do have to watch those areas. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that Mankato area as that cluster storms kind of lifts towards that area. Tornado wind continues there around Kingsley and Pearson. This area kind of has some transient areas of rotation. The first area is broadened. There's a new area of rotation tightened up a little bit west of Kingsley. So continue to stay under tornado safety precautions there. That's in Cherokee. What was that? Cherokee, Woodbury, and Plymouth counties in western and northwestern Iowa. Otherwise, severe storms continue south of there through the Omaha area. And that's where we pick up our other tornado warning storm to the west sides of the Omaha metro. Good news is on the latest scan, it has tightened just a little bit, or it has broadened just a little bit, but may have produced a tornado very quickly there near Lenoma Beach and Beacon View just a few minutes ago. Yeah, that area has kind of spilled out. So it may have produced a brief tornado crossing the river. Moving very fast, about 55 miles an hour. That puts it into La Vista in about 15 to 18 minutes. Bellevue, 23. Council Bluffs, about 30 minutes from now. That's a dangerous storm. Rotation's backed off in that cell near Kramer. That's a good sign there. We have still severe thunderstorms producing some small hail and gusty winds south of Lincoln, down through Beatrice, Rockford, Tecumseh, and Sterling. Yeah, the Ottawa County storm. Let's take a look at this one. Still seeing rotation in here. It's weakened some. It was definitely tighter a while back when we looked at it. Yeah, back in here near Ada, Kansas. It looks like that area of rotation has weakened. It's gone north of the Minneapolis, Kansas area. It's in here near Delphos, Kansas, approaching the 81 corridor. And that's a look at the 81 corridor, just north of that tornado warning where it crosses 24. It's probably tight enough that they'll, I would guess, extend out a new tornado warning. If it is a tornado, it's going to be tucked up in the rain there. And then if you're talking about Ottawa, Kansas, Ottawa County, apparently not where Ottawa, Kansas is, but Ottawa, Kansas itself, southwest of the Kansas City area, is okay for now. That area is going to get storms later tonight, but shouldn't be as severe. Rotation in here is quickly approaching some of these suburban areas of the Omaha Metro along Highway 6 and I-80 around Fairway. And then it's going to head into the areas around Gretna East, the Tiberian Golf Course. A lot of populated areas here. And then areas around La Vista. Other strong storms coming through areas around Waterloo, Bennington, approaching areas, especially north sides of Omaha, pretty quickly here in the next few minutes. And there's a look. Still heavy rain and winds still ongoing around the Lincoln area with severe storms. Pushing again through the Lincoln area, considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds. A little bit of rotation still in that area south of Saltillo on the south side of Lincoln. Actually, that's where this camera is located. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that area. That was the area that was tornado warned earlier. Still seeing rotation. It's in here again near Gretna on the southwest sides of the Omaha Metro. We also have a new tornado warning for areas from Kennard. Yeah, there's that area of rotation. Along US 30, north of the Omaha Metro, Kennard, up through Blair, and then across the river to California Junction. That's going to be north of the Omaha Metro and lifting away from the Omaha Metro. But another kind of rain wrap circulation in there. We've had quite a few tornado warnings in the last couple minutes, and I lost track. We do have a new tornado watch that covers most of. Oh, okay. They just issued it 20 seconds ago, so I did not miss it that much. New tornado watch covers most of central Iowa now. Fort Dodge, Iowa Falls, over to Waterloo, Carroll, Perry, Ames, Marshalltown, Des Moines, Grinnell, Indianola, down through Creston, and then into northern parts of Missouri, Maryville, down to St. Joseph, Missouri. And that is a tornado watch through 3 a.m. Considerable threat continuing there around Concordia, Kansas. And we'll see. This area has weakened some along Kansas Highway 61 near Delphos. They might not extend that right now, but either way, considerable threat, severe thunderstorm, tornado possible there in Kansas from Glasgow over towards Milton Vale. And then they are radar confirming this. That's not good. Radar confirmed tornado near the Platte River. Oh, it's the radar confirmation that we saw a few minutes ago. Back here at 7:58. Yeah, this is moving so fast. That's the debris signature we saw earlier near the Nebraska National Guard camp. And then it pretty quickly weakened on the next scan. You can see the broadening of that area of debris. But yeah, it crossed the Platte River as a tornado. It has broadened some. That's one good sign. It's broadened a little bit, but still seeing rotation in here. Basically along Highway 6 and I-80, just to the east of Gretna. East Gretna, over towards Ralston and La Vista. Tornado safety precautions. Our other area of rotation is up here near Kennard. A little bit broader there, and then that's approaching the areas around Modal and California Junction in Iowa. This is our other confirmed tornado a little bit ago. Emergency management reported a tornado there near Kingsley earlier. Still seeing broad rotation in that cell too. Although that's really kind of at the max of those two radar sites. Let's see. Yeah, still rotating in here. East of Kingsley, north and east of Kingsley near Fielding in Iowa. Just looking at any new reports just to make sure we're kind of filtering them. Okay, I think we're caught up. It's been busy, but I think we're caught up on everything right now. Well, that's some weather for sure. Probably one of the more active periods we've had on stream in quite a while. It's been an interesting severe weather season with storms kind of scattered around and kind of bursts, but this is one of the more active days with quite a bit of severe weather at the moment in progress. Cluster storms in southern Minnesota, southwest of Mankato, south of New Ulm. 3 tornado warnings there. We have 2 tornado warnings across western Iowa around Kingsley and Pearson. And then 2 tornado warnings in the Omaha area, and one should be expiring west of Lincoln. So we'll lose that warning. And then we've lost the... Oh, we still do have a tornado warning in Kansas still, but that area, I believe, has actually left the tornado warned area. Yeah, though that one should expire too. Tonight we're going to be live for a while here tonight. It's only 8 o'clock. Things should die down as they get towards the I-35 corridor, but so we'll see kind of and reassess once they get towards there how storms are doing. But tomorrow, probably live again mid to late afternoon as we prepare for tomorrow's severe weather. And if you're new, click that like and subscribe button. You can click the bell icon and get notified when we go live. Let's see. Okay, these warnings in Minnesota. Still seeing that rotation south of Amboy, and then the one between Louisville and Vernon Center. And then the other one is west of St. James. Still kind of pushing the edge of that radar. As they get a little closer towards the Mankato area, we'll get better radar coverage on those. That is a very messy cluster of storms, with some embedded rotations in the rain. That's an interesting cluster of storms. We have other severe warned storms. They are into northwestern Iowa, around Sibley and Archer. Severe storm there. It's just 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail. Just stay in a sturdy structure away from windows. You should be okay there. Nothing imminently tornadic in that part of the storm. Look how dark it is into the Omaha metro right now. And then this is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts. A Mesonet site just a few minutes ago reported 77-mile-an-hour winds. So 80-mile-an-hour winds coming through Cherokee, Aurelia, Quimby, Holstein, Galva, and Battle Creek. Within that, there's some embedded areas of rotation. They've produced a couple brief tornadoes at times near Kingsley and now east of Kingsley and north of Correctionville. We have more storms severe warned through Soldier and Moorhead, Iowa, back down through Magnolia, and then into areas around Blair and Kennard. That's approaching the Missouri River. That area has weakened some. Downtown Omaha, tornado warning now for those areas. That includes all of downtown Omaha, South Omaha, the university, out to areas just south of Irvington, and basically connects the current tornado warning there around La Vista and Ralston. Good news is that area is still staying a little bit broad. I don't see CC drop in that area. It'd be right there near Ralston that we'd be looking for a CC drop. And I don't see one there.
New information. This
is going to be for Sharpie County in east central Nebraska, Douglas County in Nebraska, and then Pottawatomie County in southwest Iowa.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Keep an eye on both of those areas in the Omaha metro. Getting a couple cameras set up there. Yeah, it'd be in this area near Ralston, right along I-80. Not seeing a debris signature yet, but we'll keep an eye on that one. They've extended this out so far. It's going at 55 miles an hour, so they've extended it out through Minden, basically Hancock, and McClelland, Iowa.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay. I'll look at timing of things. Omaha, about
Attention,
5 or
a
6
new
minutes
radar
to downtown
indicated tornado
Omaha.
warning has been
McClelland,
issued.
21. Crescent, Iowa, about 15 minutes. And then if that does hold together, Minden, about 35 minutes. Oakland, Iowa, about 37 minutes or so as well.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
They've reintroduced a tornado warning south of the Lincoln area, and that's tightened up a little bit near Bennett, Palmyra, areas around Avoca and Elmwood. Should be north of Nebraska City around Union and Manly. Newest area of rotation there, that's Lancaster, Otto, or Ot. Probably just completely destroyed that name. And Cass counties in southeastern Nebraska.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They've also added a new warning there, tornado warning for areas around Hanover, Kansas, Washington, and Marshall counties in north central Kansas. Newest tornado warning there in Kansas. Seeing some flash flood warnings also starting to initiate here. Flash flood warnings in Kansas around that area around Rush Center and Otis. I feel like we've been talking about those towns for quite a while under severe warnings. And then the other area that has a flash flood warning is in western parts of Iowa, Plymouth and Sioux counties, northwestern Iowa.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
And there's some new flash flood warnings, Pawnee and Rush counties in Kansas. Not seeing a debris signature on this storm, thankfully, right now, since it's going through really populated corridor here. It's near Axarben Village,
Attention,
just along
a new considerable
I-80,
severe thunderstorm
paralleling
warning has been
I-80
issued.
and also US 275. It's going to cross the Missouri River, probably on the south sides of Omaha, just south of downtown. That is a nasty look to the storms there in Omaha. And it is not that dark yet. It's still only 8:20 in the central time zone, just for contrast. And things can be a little different with camera settings and stuff, but that's how dark it is in Omaha right now.
New information.
This is Lincoln. There's still a little bit of rain,
updated.
but Lincoln is behind these storms for the most part. Just on the backside of these storms, it's sunny and raining. Probably a big rainbow out, but that's a look at Lincoln right now. You know, you could easily see around pretty quickly. That's Omaha. Wow, that's a difference. And again, camera settings could be a little different, darkness and lightness settings and stuff, but in general, that's literally a night and day difference. I wouldn't be driving towards that unless I'm chasing a storm. I don't know why there's so many people just driving straight straight towards that. I don't know. If I see a big storm like that ahead, I'm pulling over. I'm getting off the highway.
Attention, a new tornadic destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They're continuing that other tornado warning near California Junction. It's pretty much crossed into Iowa now. I don't see a debris signature this one. It's just near the DeSoto National Wildlife Refuge. It's kind of riding the southern side of this warning polygon. So it's right in here, just to the west of the I-80, 880 interchange. We may have a camera that way. Let me...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, this is that area right there. It's gonna be just left of this camera.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information. This
It's gonna be about
severe
4.5 miles
thunderstorm warning has
west of
been
the
updated.
I-880 and I-29 interchange. Very close to this camera. It's kind of in this dark, misty. It's probably wrapped in the rain, but it's gonna be back in there. No correlation coefficient drop with that one yet, but that is a very suspicious signature.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Our other circulation has broadened some. It's still just over the Omaha metro. Still radar indicated. They have noted this has a history of producing some tornadoes, including the one near the Platte River northeast of Ashland that we saw on the correlation coefficient as well. Okay, sneezing, we're good. Check this other storm near Palmyra. Still seeing rotation in there too, south of Palmyra especially.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And now for areas like Spencer, I think we talked about that earlier. Arnold's Park, Milford, down to Sioux Rapids, Iowa. They have issued a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for that 80-mile-an-hour wind gust potential for that storm that's coming out of Arizona and Kingsley. And let's see, the most recent report is a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust. So this is a tornado possible, destructive severe thunderstorm. You want to make sure you're away from windows. Basically, similar to a tornado warning. Make sure there's no big trees above your property. And if there are, then you want to shelter very similar to a tornado warning. There are a couple little areas of rotation in here still. One near Meriden, Iowa. But some of the tornadic threat, at least in the near term, seems to be diminishing some. It's going to be a big wind threat. They've warned it really far out just to give a broad area of
a new considerable severe thunderstorm
a broad area to warn for, but let me see. It's moving east at 65, so it is going to get moving
a new considerable
towards the
severe
east.
Thunderstorm warning has been issued.
But yeah, this is a pretty nasty circulation, or not circulation, but storm. East at 65 puts it into areas like Spencer at about 18 to 20 minutes, Sioux Rapids 10 to 15 minutes or so, and then areas like Lawrence about 20 minutes.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
Took it out from the leading edge, so that might give you a few more minutes time.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Still seeing rotation in here near California Junction, maybe two areas. And then, yeah, west of the 880 interchange. Ooh, that's a little suspicious.
New information.
Take a
This
look at that in a
tornado
minute.
warning
That
has been updated.
might be a small tornado in progress there, just near the DeSoto National Wildlife Refuge. The other storm is crossing Omaha right now. So yeah, we're in it now in the Omaha metro. Circulation basically over the river. It's basically over this camera. So I don't think it's on the ground at the moment. There's way too many cars for being in a tornado warning. Unless those are all chasers. There's way too many cars in this camera perspective.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Is that a power flash on that camera? Is that just a light? That might have been a light. This is at the 880 interchange. If there's a tornado, it's going to be right up in this location. It might be back in here in the rain still. It's very hard to see what's going on in this kind of rain core.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention.
Yeah, if there's a tornado, it's going to be tucked up right ahead of the...
Been issued.
I'm looking for power flashes, but it'd be right up in there. Radar indicated tornado warning continuing there. They're going to continue that out towards Logan and up Route 30 towards Woodbine and Dunlap. That's an interesting contrast. You can see the sun, the setting sun on the left of that camera, and then the if there is a tornado, it's going to be right back in there still. Really hard to see what's going on in there.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They've extended that destructive tag out through the 80-mile-an-hour winds. Mallard, Lawrence, Rockwell City, Sac City, and new tornado warning for areas around Sutherland, Sioux Rapids, Larrabee. Yeah, there's Larrabee there. These are all moving basically at highway speeds, 40 miles an hour for that area of rotation. That's portions of Cherokee, Buena Vista, Clay, and O'Brien counties, northwestern Iowa. If Marjorie is still on, you might want to gather what you need to get to tornado safety space in a fairly short amount of time.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
just
updated.
In case that gets extended out through the Spencer area, Dickens, Greenville, and Royal.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Good news is we've lost some of our tornado warnings in Minnesota right now.
A new flash flood warning has been issued.
Still seeing strong storms coming through Winnebago up towards areas south sides of Mankato. But yeah, that cluster of storms has diminished some into south central Minnesota. Big flash flood warning, now considerable flash flood warning for those areas in Kansas, Lincoln, Lucas, to the areas just south of Russell, Kansas, near Otis, Albert, and just north of Roselle, Kansas.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Still seeing a radar indicated tornado warning. There's a couple different rotations along here. Still one on the southeast sides of the Omaha area. That's right where this camera is. And there's another little notch kind of up north of there, and then still watching that area of rotation that has crossed now I-29, moving up north towards Logan. That's going to kind of follow US 30 towards Woodbine and Portsmouth.
Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, new tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, Greene, Sac, Calhoun, Crawford, and Carroll counties in west central Iowa. And they're doing a nice job. They're warning this whole cluster far out in advance, just because it is bringing a threat of line-embedded tornadoes as well as damaging winds.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Still seeing rotation in here near Calumet in Iowa, Larrabee. Not seeing anything confirmed with the correlation coefficient. That's approaching areas around Sioux Rapids. And then just as they issued that last warning, areas around Sac City, Early, Palmer, they've now issued a tornado warning for that same area.
Warning has been issued.
Pocahontas, Sac, and Calhoun counties. Moving east at 55. Yeah, there's the rotation. Yeah, that picked up in just a very short amount of time. Nemaha, Sac, City, Lytton, Pomeroy, and Manson.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's your potential tornado near Orton. Yeah, it's near Orton, approaching Logan, Iowa. Another area of rotation south of Orton. There's that area as it's moved off the interstate, but cool view still with the storm kind of lifting across the I-29 corridor. You can see the brighter sunset on the backside of that storm. But yeah, two areas of rotation near Logan and basically splitting the area around Orton. And still seeing some rotation on the southeast side of the Omaha Metro. Heavy rain and wind. It looks like the hail threat has come down a little bit on that. So some good signs there for the Omaha area. Considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour wind. Potential for some line-embedded tornadoes. Defiance, Erling, Shelby, Avoca, Hancock, Oakland, Carson, Silver City, and Glenwood, all on the Iowa side of things. Our other tornado warning storm is now through the Palmyra area, and that's broadened out quite significantly. But still tornado warning for areas around Union and Manly, especially south of there. Tornado warning continues here in Kansas around Hanover. That area is weakened some. The flood threat has ramped up, though, in the Kansas area. And
New
yeah, still seeing
information.
rotation in here
This
along
tornado
US
warning has been
59
updated.
and Iowa Highway 10 between Sutherland and Sioux Rapids. There's that other tornado warning storm near Early. Right on the leading edge. That's an interesting CC.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's an interesting CC. That could be something on the ground. It's hard to say. It's right on the leading edge, so it's very hard to detect. There are some suspicious lowering CC values in there, right over the Early area. Approaching Sac City, Lighton, Pomeroy, and Manson. Hey, Cruz, how's it going today? You were out to dinner, I think, right? The storms have, I think, Cruz, since you left earlier, the storms have kind of, we haven't seen as much of those isolated, discrete supercells. They formed into a pretty good cluster of storms now, solid line from northwest Iowa with a damaging wind risk in northwest Iowa and kind of line embedded tornado circulations. And then heavy rain, embedded hail, couple tornadic circulations, but these storms don't seem to be as tornadic in Kansas today. But mostly a wind, hail, and flash flood threat across north central Kansas right now. Those storms have not moved that much. Nice, that sounds good. Sounds like a good evening. Little workout, tacos, errands. It's always good to take some family time, especially with the weather. It can be so crazy and busy sometimes. I do think it is important to take family time. Like yesterday, I just couldn't stream yesterday. I needed the day off. I needed to regroup from the allergies I had on, I guess that was Friday, and just kind of just do a reset. Even though I kind of wanted to stream, especially once things got really popping off yesterday, I really wanted to stream, but I held to my plan to just not stream and just went to bed early and just kind of regrouped. Still seeing some rotation in here near McClelland. This area that's worked through the Omaha area has backed off in intensity just a little bit. Seeing some really strong storms still southwest and southern sides of the Omaha metro, though. They don't look as tornadic, though, right now either. It's mostly a wind risk there. Considerable threat.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, you're good. You guys are up in northern Iowa. Yeah, you're in the destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So there's a potential for hurricane force winds. It's being warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds, but the most recent high wind was at or 74 mile an hour wind report. That was back near Pearson earlier. Personal weather station reported a 74 mile an hour wind report. Actually, it looks like a couple. Okay, that gives me some credibility that those personal weather stations are accurate. There's been a couple 74 mile an hour wind reports. That's kind of working its way up towards you guys, although it looks like the heaviest of that is going to be south towards Rembrandt, Albert City. There's a tornado warning still ongoing for this area. Back south of Rossi and Greenville. There's an area of circulation in here. That may slide south sides of Spencer if that continues to track. Let's see. It's shifted east just a little bit.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
If you're in the Spencer area, I would be for sure in a safe, sturdy structure away from windows. Similar to a tornado warning on the lowest level, interior room, away from windows and skylights. And be ready to take your tornado safety, full tornado safety precautions at kind of a moment's notice. Because there's a couple circulations in here that are a little bit suspicious. I have not seen any correlation drops with those, but yeah, and then west of Spencer, there's still another kind of Boeing segment. You're going to get some severe weather in the Spencer area. And that it goes all the way up through Spirit Lake.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Rotation is backed off just a little bit in that cell near Early. Tornado warning continues there through Fonda and Manson, Iowa. And then still seeing a couple of those areas of rotation now north and east of Logan, approaching areas around Dunlap and closing on Portsmouth.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They've trimmed a couple of the tornado warnings up, but they still basically stay the same. South of Royal. Yeah, we'll see if they continue that.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Northeast at about 40. Tracking that out about 14 minutes. Spencer, if that area of circulation holds together, could be under the gun there, especially I think south and east sides of Spencer. That's probably a good time they activated the siren. Yeah, a lot of cities will activate the sirens for those destructive severe thunderstorms. Actually, they backed it off a little bit. They backed it to 70 mile an hour since it looks like the latest report was 62. Good news is the hail threat has come down. Max hail, maybe about quarters. So that's better news. If you're out at work and stuff, you don't have to like hide your car. So it's mostly a wind and embedded tornadic circulation risk.
A new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And that's going to be the main risk really in Iowa the rest of the evening. Line embedded tornadoes, strong bursts of wind, potentially in pockets above hurricane force, that 75 to 80 mile an hour gusts in some of these, especially these Boeing segments in here. But the good news for Iowa right now is the hail threat comes down a little bit as these storms are clustering together. So we're not seeing the apple size hail and not even seeing the baseball or tennis ball size hail reports anymore. We've also lost most of our warnings in Minnesota right now. Still seeing a cluster of storms around Mankato and down to areas around Blue Earth. Mostly a wind risk there. Wind risk and $half size hail. And it looks like that area around Spencer, it's going to be go time for tornado warning. They are going to extend that out through the Spencer area. Tornado and quarter size hail.
Radar indicated tornado warning
Severe thunderstorm
issued.
capable of producing tornadoes and straight line winds. That's going to be Clay County and Dickinson County in northwest Iowa. So yeah, I would take my tornado safety precautions there, Marjorie. It's gonna move through pretty quick. It's
this severe thunderstorm warning.
It's right on the leading edge of these this line of storms, so it's gonna move through really quick. And then you'll have the rain and wind and lightning behind it. But once you get through that leading edge, the tornado risk drops off. And we'll be here, so if you want, take your tablet or phone with you and just go to that lowest level into your room, away from the windows. If you're at work, there's probably a pretty sturdy structure. Your work may even have some tornado placards on like the bathrooms or hallways that they want kind of people to go to. So yeah, a little different than a home situation, but still kind of the same process. You just want to be away from windows, putting as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And then further south, still seeing some circulation in here west of Panama, Iowa. The other circulation near Minden, that one has weakened some. And then seeing another circulation crossing the Missouri River. It's going to be up for areas around Mineola and Silver City.
Severe thunderstorm warning has
south sides of south of Omaha along the I-29 corridor. And it looks like, just want to double check down here. So our conditional risk today along the dry line in the Texas Panhandle in western Oklahoma looks like did not fire. There were a couple little blips. I want to say around the 6 o'clock hour. Those did not fire near Woodward and Buffalo. So some good news there. We didn't get the all hazards threat down into that area.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
If you're in the Des Moines area, things have been quiet so far across central Iowa. These are all basically making their way towards you and moving east now at about 60 to 65 miles an hour. So it's going to get through Iowa fairly quickly.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
They have also extended that warning in Minnesota, Mankato, down to Minnesota Lake, out to New Richland. Still seeing circulation in here. It's south of Spencer, between Spencer and Greenville. Not seeing correlation coefficient with it. It's weakened a little bit. Yeah, there's kind of the leading edge. It's approaching areas around Fostoria and Milford, down through Spencer, down through Greenville, and then Gillette Grove, it looks like. Another little spin here north of that area around Milford. That is going to work its way up towards Spirit Lake. So get ready in that area too. Spirit Lake, basically up to the Minnesota border. I'd be ready to take tornado safety precautions there too. That may try and work its way up towards Jackson, Minnesota, and the I-90 corridor.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
They've trimmed it up a little bit. They've dropped the areas around Early, but Fonda, Pomeroy, and Manson still continue to stay in your tornado safe space there. And yeah, there's the new tornado warning that I kind of expected to come out for that area around Milford, Arnold's Park, Spirit Lake, and Orleans. I really see it kind of the spin in here near A34 west of 71. And yeah, keep an eye on this if you're in that area around Spirit Lake, even to the border with Minnesota. If you're in here towards Jackson, Petersburg, Minnesota, Alpha, Minnesota, that may be working its way up towards you guys.
A new radar-indicated tornado warning has been
There's
issued.
the warning polygon there. Clay and Dickinson counties in Iowa. Dosing rotation is crossing 29 near Pacific Junction, approaching areas around Glenwood. Working its way up towards Silver City in Iowa. Couple new severe thunderstorm warnings, one near Marysville, Kansas, Beatty, and Hanover. And then they've re-upped that same warning, Beverly to
New
Lucas.
information, this severe
Considerable
thunderstorm
threat,
warning has been updated.
trained weather spotters, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and $50 size hail, down to Otis and Albert.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And yeah, considerable threat for flash flooding.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, wow. 3 to 5 inches of rain already fallen, and at least 1 to 3 inches more. Flash flooding is ongoing or expected. That's Barton, Ellsworth, Lincoln, and Russell counties in central Kansas. And just looking at some of the storm precip totals, there's like 5.3, 5.6, 5.5. There's even a pocket here of like 6 to 7 inches that maybe the radar overestimating. Sometimes the radar can overestimate hail, so it may be overestimating a little bit right there, but 5 to 6 inches of rain already, it looks like. And it's still raining. These areas have also gotten pockets of hail in here. There's a little bit of rotation in this cell west of Ash Valley too now. Here's a look at those areas. Let's see.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information,
You can
this
see the
severe
gusty winds and the
thunderstorm warning
traffic
has been
lights
updated.
and pretty constant lightning there too. That's at Wilson still. This is the same camera. I
Attention,
have
a
not
new
moved that
considerable
camera
severe
at Wilson
thunderstorm
in
warning has
hours, and
been
it's
issued.
had rain and storms over it. Another big pocket of storms is riding
New
up
information, this
towards the
severe
Wilson area there.
thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
So continuing tornado warnings, and they're going to issue a new one too, just to cover everything there. Out ahead of that, towards Wallingford, Groover, and Armstrong. We have one area rotation near Milford. The other is just on the east side of Spencer, between Spencer and Dickens. That's the one that's getting the continuation there. Wallingford, Groover, near Esterville, I would be in my safe place. And yeah, they're going to continue the radar indicated tornado warning there, another 14 minutes or so. So 2 areas of circulation, one right in there, just to the east and between Spencer and Dickens. The other here is just near Milford, a little broader right now. But yeah, they're both working their way to the north and east.
New information, this
They've
tornado
cut the
warning has
area
been
from
updated.
Spencer to the west. So if you're west of Highway 71, you're in better shape there.
Attention,
But still some
a new
nasty
radar
storms, still
indicated
wind and
tornado
rain and
warning
hail
has been issued.
and lightning around. There's some of that newest warning there. That's for Emmett and Palo Alto counties, northwest Iowa. And yeah, we've lost our tornado warnings around the Omaha area. Still significant storms around Omaha. Epley Field, 63-mile-an-hour wind gusts, 70-mile-an-hour winds, potentially in pockets in here. Yeah, we've lost a lot of the tornado threat along that I-80 corridor from McClellan and Minden back through the Omaha area. But the other cell that still has a air rotation on it near Glenwood. Still seeing some circulation in here between Glenwood and Silver City. This is starting to bow out a little bit around Mankato, Pemberton, and Minnesota Lake. So we'll see if this brings a more of a wind threat, a little more concentrated wind threat towards the I-35 corridor. This is actually organized out of that big, messy cluster of tornadic warned storms earlier as they kind of lifted towards the north and east, and they've now made a more of a cohesive turn, a little more eastward. They're now surging east. So that may work its way over towards I-35, Awatona, Clinton Falls, probably north of 90, so probably north of Albert Lee. And yeah, they're going to warn this out really far in advance. Bancroft, down towards Lehigh, Colville, new warning there extending out, just covering this big convective system now that's developing.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning
Some of these storms are a little bit more outflow dominant in here. Is a little bit of a leading edge surge. That should diminish that tornado threat as they push east of the Missouri Valley.
Attention,
that storm also looks a little more outflow dominant right now. It's a big surge of wind at the moment near Silver City. A little bit of rotation still just on the south side of Silver City, but that one is looking a little more outflow dominant right now too. A little circulation in there south of Syracuse. A little better look in the Omaha area. Now you can see the skyline again, so that's a good bonus there. It looks like it's still raining, still lightning around, but it does not look as windy, and even the rain has calmed down somewhat. And yeah, the downtown skyline, all the lights are on. So yeah, starting to clear out a little bit in the Omaha area. Still seeing rotation in here. It's basically over Spirit Lake right now. So Spirit Lake, Manhattan Beach Resort, Arnold's Park. Rotation over the southwest side of the lake. That other area of rotation has moved to the north and east of Spencer and north of Dickens.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
Approaching areas around Esterville, Wallingford, Dolliver in Iowa.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And yeah, seeing diminished area of rotation around Pomeroy. Although law enforcement just confirmed a tornado there. In a bit of a radar hole. I think that's why we can't see it very well. Well, it should be. Confirmed tornado over Pomeroy, 10 miles north of Rockwell City, moving east. Law enforcement confirmed tornado. Tornado warning there continues. Webster, Pocahontas, Wright, Calhoun, Humboldt, and Hamilton counties in central Iowa. Just not a great look at it, I guess, on radar. But there's the area of rotation. Is it still at 45? No, 60. So Pomeroy, it's now Gilmore City, about 15 minutes. Barnum, 16 minutes. Clare, 18. And Eagle Grove. Eagle Grove, about 42 minutes. Also, 24 to Fort Dodge, down on the southern side of the warning polygon. Yeah, about 25 minutes to Fort Dodge. And 9 minutes to Manson. So confirmed tornado there over Pomeroy. Continue to take tornado safety precautions. They've also extended that warning out for the cell around Silver City. Still seeing rotation right in here to the east of Silver City. Approaching areas around Henderson, Elliott, and should say south of Oakland around Griswold. Another storm moving northeast at about 55 miles an hour. So yeah, we're going to get highway speed tornadoes tonight across parts of western Iowa with these line-embedded tornadoes. Griswold, about 27 minutes there to the end of the warning polygon. Macedonia, 11. Henderson, about 9 minutes or so. And Des Moines. Looks like the National Weather Service out of Des Moines is just going to issue a bunch of warnings. Tornado producing storm over Plover, or 10 miles northeast of Pocahontas, moving northeast at 60. That's going to be for
Attention,
Pocahontas,
a new
Cothas,
radar-indicated tornado warning has
Humboldt,
been
and
issued.
Palo Alto counties. Yeah, so they're going to warn that whole line segment just for line-embedded tornadoes, essentially. Fenton, Lone Rock, Burt, Sexton, Wesley, Corinth, West Bend, Bragate, Rolfe, and Lakota, down through areas around Vincent, Badger, Fort Dodge, Clare, and Woolstock, and then up through Wallingford, Armstrong, Doliver, Groover. Wow. Yeah, they just warned the whole thing. Just seeing a couple areas of circulation there around the Spirit Lake area too. And the other one is that area that's come out of the Spencer area and now approaching Wallingford. That's about 74 miles of straight tornado warnings from the Minnesota border all the way down to Fort Dodge. So yeah, northern and north central Iowa, tornado safety precautions.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
A little bit dark on this camera right now, but this is a great perspective. This is looking west on US 20 from near Fort Dodge. It'll definitely get lighter as we get more lightning in that area, but looking towards those tornado warned storms.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And Omaha's just going to go ahead and just, or not Omaha, but the Des Moines National Weather Service office is just going to warn more of it. So yeah, this whole line segment is now being warned for tornadoes. Now it's about 93 miles long of tornado warnings from the Minnesota border down to areas around Jewel Junction and Story City. Wow. Newest warning, Rockwell City over towards Harcourt, Moreland, Webster City, south sides of Fort Dodge, and yeah, west of Story City. See some of the lightning on the horizon there. That's looking at the tornado warned storm along I-20.
Attention, a new radar
US 20.
indicated tornado warning has been issued.
I think it's actually the right call. There are circulations in here. There's one here. There's one here. Looks like there's another one north of Mallard. So there are circulations on the leading edge of this. This is turning into a QLCS party, it looks like. Yeah, there's circulations in there. So there's various circulations right now along the leading edge of this line segment. Behind those circulations, there's the risk of 70-mile-an-hour winds, some quarter to half dollar size hail, a ton of lightning, and heavy rain. So anywhere in these tornado warnings, you do want to take your tornado safety precautions. Lowest level into your room, away from the doors and windows. Put walls between you and the outside as possible. Basement or storm shelter are your best options. If you don't have a basement, go to that lowest level into your room. It's usually a hall closet, something without windows. Yeah, a hall closet or a bathroom, an interior bathroom. It's those types of areas that you can stay safe in these tornado environments here. So yeah, there's a bunch of people that are going to be covered by these tornado warnings. Not every single person may get a tornado in here, but there's at least 3 or 4 different circulations. One, again, between Mallard and Emmitsburg, one south of Pocahontas,
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
one north of Lorville, generally moving towards Fort Dodge, Stratford, Laverne, Emmitsburg, those types of areas. They've trimmed up a couple of the warnings. Wallingford, there's another circulation up there, and then there's another one near Spirit Lake. Basically, actually just over Spirit Lake. Although that circulation has broadened some. And yeah, we're starting to lose our punch across parts of Kansas. But yeah, still seeing a line of storms. Some of those are considerable threat for lime-size hail. A lot of these storms have not been extremely tornadic in Kansas today. So Kansas has gotten more of a cluster of storms, and it's a fairly slow-moving cluster.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
We're going to fill in that little warning there around Esterville.
Been issued. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
There's now about 116 miles of straight tornado warnings from Spirit Lake, Esterville, down through Pocahontas, Dakota City, Fort Dodge, and areas to the west of Story City. It might even be more than that because that's just taking it in a straight line. And it's really a curved arc of tornado warnings, but The other tornado warning that's not included in that big cluster in northern Iowa is this area for rotation near Henderson. Seeing that rotation in there, approaching Elliott and areas along State Highway 48, US Highway 59. It's crossing 59 right now. Areas south of Carson.
New information. This severe thunderstorm
and near the
warning
Henderson
has been
area.
updated.
Tornado safety precautions again. If you're in the Griswold area, I would also take my tornado safety measures there. Wow. Here's a look at some of the warnings. Let me turn off the lightning too briefly. Okay. There's a look at some of their warnings. All the way from areas around Mankato and Fairmont, down through Esterville, Fort Dodge, Clarion, and then down through Carroll, Atlantic, Clarinda, Auburn, Beatrice, Marysville, into Kansas,
Attention, a new tornadic
west of
severe
Manhattan.
thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Tornado possible there for that new warning in Minnesota. Keep an eye on that area. And then severe warnings again back west of Manhattan down through Salina, down to areas around Great Bend. Some good news is areas that have been hit pretty hard earlier: Grand Isle, Central City, Columbus, West Point, Lincoln. Those areas are good to go for the evening. More big storms potentially tomorrow, so it's kind of going to reset for tomorrow. But at least for tonight, if you're in most of Nebraska, you're in better shape, except for right now, southeast Nebraska still has severe warnings. And then in Iowa, Sioux City, up to Sioux Falls in South Dakota, back to areas around Worthington, Minnesota, and along the I-90 corridor, you're in better shape as well. Oh yeah, finals week. Good luck on the finals. Oh yeah, it's Sunday night, right? I didn't even think about that. Yeah, finals week for a lot of high schools. Colleges are in finals. Some of them are still, some of them are last week. Hey Robin, how's it going? Salina, let's take a look. Right now in Kansas, it seems to be less of a tornado threat at the moment. Draw tool's having a mind of its own. Put the radar back on. We were just going over some of those warnings. And I want to turn on. Nope. Okay.
Attention, a new considerable
Right now, it's mostly
a
risk of the wind and hail to the west of you guys up towards Bennington. There was a tornado warning storm earlier around Delphos, but right now it's mostly a wind and hail threat. If you have a few minutes, I would put the car in the carport, though, for areas around Salina, Kansas. Those storms are kind of slowly sagging south and east, so it's going to be a while.
New information. this severe thunderstorm warning has been
They
updated.
do have it moving east about 35 miles an hour now. See, they're moving east, but they're also just working along their same path. That's why the flash flooding is ongoing around Sylvan Grove, Bunker Hill, down towards areas around Otis. And then, yeah, besides any severe threat, if you're in a low-lying area, I'd also just plan for flash flooding.
New information.
In
This
that
tornado
part of
warning
Kansas.
has been updated. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning
Tornado
has
watch
been
for that area in
updated.
Kansas goes another hour and 36 minutes. I would guess at some point after that, they'll probably look at re-upping probably a severe thunderstorm watch that goes later into the evening. So yeah, you do have a severe threat, but it's mostly wind and hail, at least right now, and flash flooding. That's a good mix of finals there, Cruz. One, it's not bad. One on the first day to kind of get things into the finals mode, and then you got a couple the next couple days. Still seeing that circulation around Griswold.
New information. This tornado
Iowa.
warning has been updated.
And then they've still continued to re-up all these warnings in Iowa. Let's take a look at some of these circulations again. Okay, still seeing circulation over that Spirit Lake area. Looks like the one near Wallingford has backed off some. Although we're getting further away from the radar, so it's a little harder to see. And then still seeing circulation west of Fenton. Some pretty heavy winds surging through West Bend right now. Couple circulations Moreland and Clare. We're not seeing again the like the supercellular tornadoes right now. We're just seeing kind of these line embedded circulations.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is a good sign when we start to see these. It's a little outflow dominant area.
New information.
Around the Lorville area
warning has been updated.
And then back through Manning. That's going to mean that this area is less tornadic. Still a wind threat, though. And then, yeah, we still have our severe warning storms coming through areas in southeast parts of Nebraska, Rockford, Odell, up to areas around Dunbar. Let me take a look and see what the Storm Prediction Center is thinking. Yeah, they're still looking at that area around Fort Dodge, up to basically the Minnesota state line for a focused corridor of 60 to 75 mile-an-hour gusts, likely over the next couple hours. QLCS tornado is also occurring in that area. I haven't seen any mesoscale discussions about extending any watches further to the east.
Has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Newest severe warning, this is going to be for areas around Guthrie Center, Audubon, Perry, and Boone into central Iowa. This is, again, that area that's a little more outflow dominant, less of a tornado risk, at least in the short term. as long as those storms stay behind that
New
outflow boundary.
information. This
But
severe
still a
thunderstorm warning
risk
has been
for
updated.
severe wind gusts. 60-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some small hail.
Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's going to be for that whole area. They're saying tornado possible, but as long as that area stays outflow driven, tornado risk fairly low there around Coon Rapids up towards around Patton. All right, I'm going to quickly microwave some food real quick that is now turned into leftovers before things get crazy again, and before it hits the Des Moines and I-35 area. Considerable threat there, extending out into northern parts of Iowa. I'll be right back in like 5 minutes or less. I got a pasta bake I got to reheat. I didn't want to take a break while we had tornado warnings through the Omaha area, and we had some viewers up in the northern Iowa area under tornado warnings. So I didn't want to take a break for food then. But now that Omaha is clearing out a little bit, and now that our tornado warnings are not confirmed and also in a
New
slightly lower
information. This
populated area,
severe thunderstorm
I'll grab that
warning has
5
been
minutes.
updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new confirmed tornado warning has been issued. New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, I got the food reheated. We'll go in and it's pasta bake if anyone was asking.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado
They get a
warning
new
has been
radar
issued.
indicated tornado warning, so I do want to cover that area. It's going to be for that area around Buffalo Center, Lake Mills, Thompson, Wesley, over towards Fertile. That's going to be Worth, Kossuth, Hancock, Cerro Gordo, and Winnebago counties in Iowa.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Another radar indicated tornado warning for southwestern Faribault and southern Martin counties, south central Minnesota. That's for the areas of circulation that are working out of Iowa into southern Minnesota along the I-90 corridor. That includes Welcome, Pilot Grove, Elmore, up to Winnebago. And still watching that line of storms working west, or from west to east across the areas, especially northern Iowa, approaching Fort Dodge and Dayton, Stratford, Eagle Grove, all tornado warnings across those areas. I'm just eating my food off camera, and then we'll get back into the detailed radar coverage.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
I was pretty much here the whole time. I just finished up dinner and, all right. And just in time, too. Still seeing a pretty good collection of storms. And it was interesting when I was looking at this and eating dinner. It looks a lot like the model runs did earlier today. The one thing that looks a little bit different in this is this kind of lead of the mesoscale convective system here is in Iowa. It's a little bit of a bigger issue for Iowa. It looked like on some of the models earlier today that the lead of that system would be up further into southern Minnesota. That's why I think the earlier today they extended that enhanced risk a little further into Minnesota. So, so the models got kind of the idea correct. They're maybe just off by a little bit compared to reality. But that will create the damaging wind and embedded QLCS tornado risk, basically kind of along the I-80 to the I-90 corridor across north central Iowa. And then below that, below the I-80 corridor, it's mostly a damaging wind risk at the moment, with more isolated line embedded tornadoes. And we're seeing that now as stopping the motion. It's a solid line of severe weather from Boone and Guthrie Center through Atlantic, Red Oak, Clarinda, across the Missouri River to Nebraska City, Auburn, Pawnee City, Seneca now in Kansas. So a pretty good solid line of storms, just not quite as tornadic that southern half of Iowa, at least right now. And we still see those storms trailing back, very slow movers, a lot of heavy rain, lightning, thunder, and embedded pockets of larger hail across central Kansas. So let's go and kind of detail these top to bottom. Severe weather has not really pushed into Minneapolis. There are some storms around Minneapolis and St. Paul. Most of the stronger storms are further south of there. Pick up those severe tornado warnings around Blue Earth, Fairmont, back through Welcome, and then towards Ledyard into Iowa. This is a bit of a radar hole that I didn't realize existed until the other day. But right along the Minnesota and Iowa border, you either have to get radar out of Minneapolis or out of Johnston, and it basically is like 10,000 feet each way, I think, or more. Yeah. So that's a little bit annoying. I didn't actually realize until recently there's a big radar hole right there. So it's a little bit harder to see what's going on in these storms, but yeah, still broad rotation showing up in those. That one warning kind of covers a couple areas of rotation. The one that's coming out of the Spirit Lake area, that is south of Welcome right now. And then there's another area of broad rotation near Pilot Grove, working south of Blue Earth. The other area of rotation near Lakota and Buffalo Center, that's going to keep working towards Rake and Thompson, Forest City. We get better radar coverage down here through Fort Dodge. Those storms are really working to the east really quickly at about 60 miles an hour. So they are working their way towards the I-35 corridor.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Confirmed tornado now. Weather spotter confirmed tornado in that area near Ringstead, or 18 miles northeast of Emmetsburg, moving northeast at 55. That's Emmett, Kossuth, Winnebago, and Palo Alto counties. It's going to be for that area. Yeah, there's no way we're going to see the correlation coefficient on it.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Well, we'll take their word for it. I don't know why they didn't pick another city name. Ringstead is way back here. There's no way they saw a tornado over Ringstead, at least if that's an immediate report. So unless it's a delayed report, it might be a delayed report, in which case they may have. Yeah, they could have seen one earlier. If they did, if it's that area of rotation, then that area of rotation is lifting into the areas south of Fairmont along Highway 53, Minnesota Highway 53, south and west of Blue Earth. If it's the other rotation between Ledyard and Buffalo Center, then that is potentially an ongoing tornado there along 169. So it's hard to tell if that is a delayed report or not. Yeah, okay. So 9:30 confirmed tornado. So yes, that is a delayed report.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Good to know. I should have looked at that a little tighter, and then I wouldn't have to do the detective work for that one. But okay. That still has a history of producing tornadoes, so still continue to take tornado safety precautions in those areas, just not right at Ringstead. And then let's find...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, this is gorgeous. Hard to find cameras with enough lighting to show you guys the weather conditions, but Albert Lea, Minnesota, big interstate junction there, 90 and 35. You can see how hazy it is out ahead of those storms. But yeah, this is in that new tornado warning. Radar indicated tornado warning for southeastern Faribault counties and Freeborn County in south central Minnesota. That includes those areas around Albert Lea, Clarks Grove, Glenville, Frost, Rake, and basically east of Blue Earth. Just going to continue those warnings out.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Another confirmed tornado by emergency management. That was near Burt at 9:34, so a little bit ago. So yeah, there's been a bunch of different little circulations along this line. I don't think there's been any long track tornadoes in here, but there's potentially some quick spin-ups and brief tornadoes. Another area of rotation right in here near Woolstock. That's an interesting little area of circulation. It's right where the leading edge of that outflow boundary kind of intersects with the storm, right there between Woolstock and Webster City. Yeah, rotation in there, west of Blairsburg. It's going to be moving east at about 60 miles an hour, so let's track that out.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Williams, 16 minutes or so. Webster City, it's about now. Blairsburg, 11 minutes. And then Iowa Falls, about 31 minutes. That's to the edge of the warning polygon there. Little bit more outflow dominance in some of these storms south of Webster City. That's going to reduce that tornado risk fairly quickly. Stratford, Dayton,
this severe thunderstorm warning,
and those areas west of Story City towards Boxholm. Yeah, that's a little bit better of a situation for areas around Des Moines as well. Starting to see a little bit of a downtrending on these storms near Coon Rapids and Brayton. Seeing more outflow storms. And we've lost that tornado warning earlier. It was around Griswold. So some good news there. At least in southwest Iowa, those storms are slowly on the downtrend. And yeah, also seeing a slow downtrending across Kansas. There's more outflow dominant storms that should reduce the tornado risk across Seneca. And then south of there towards Cottage Hill, Junction City. Some hail cores in here near Beverly and Minneapolis, Kansas. Still producing some golf ball size hail. Emergency management reported there along Highway 18. And then this area back here towards Otis is just getting absolutely hammered with storms. Still considerable threat, 70-mile-an-hour winds, golf ball size hail. And then flash flooding is a big risk here. We have in that kind of maroon color, considerable flash flood warning continues there across central Kansas. 3 to 5 inches of rain, probably even more than that by now. An additional 1 to 3 inches. It's primarily this swath in here from Lincoln and Sylvan Grove and Beverly down between Bunker Hill and Beaver in Kansas, and then back to the areas around Roselle
New information. This
and west
severe
of Ash
thunderstorm
Valley.
warning has been updated.
6.1, 5.6, 6.5, 5.9. Around Otis, about 6.3 inches. So there's been at least a long path here of about 5 to 6 inches of rain. About 100-mile long flash flood warning.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Fly back to Minnesota.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Continuing that tornado warning storm around Blue Earth. I just want to take a look at some of the latest model data and see what the latest models are saying. So the latest models might be onto something. It does show kind of a diminishing of storms around that Des Moines area. We'll see. I think Des Moines still going to get stronger storms than maybe this model's hinting at. But it does take that strongest segment around Blue Earth and Mankato, Forest City, kind of up south of the Twin Cities, but there's around Red Wing and Cannon Falls, Mentorville, and Rochester, Minnesota. Keep an eye on some pretty strong storms later into the evening. This is about midnight. And then we can kind of see these storms still just hanging on.
New information.
I don't know if the models do great at showing these storms, but they're just kind of hanging on across Kansas along that I-70 corridor. This particular model does start to break some of those up a little bit and diminish them, but it could be a little while there in Kansas till some of those wind down. The 01Z model run of the HRRR does take these eventually towards the Kansas City area by about 4 or 5 a.m. with a little bit of stronger storms across southern parts of Iowa and northern Missouri. Could be a couple tornado warnings still out of those storms if it verifies kind of like this model shows. Let's take a look. Let's see. Oh, you guys are in that area west of Des Moines. You're going to get storms. They are in that area that's kind of a diminishing line of storms.
Thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Hail has come down quite a bit on those storms. They're all basically outflow dominant west of Des Moines right now.
Tornado warning has been updated.
Gusty winds, heavy rain, a lot of lightning. And I think Des Moines is going to luck out right now. It seems like, there it is. Yeah, I think that area is going to luck out. It doesn't appear like those storms are strengthening at the moment. They're mostly weakening storms, but they are going to get to you guys. Yeah, you can see that outflow boundary real clear in there. There are some caveats to this outflow dominance, and the lower tornado risk is right where some of these storms intersect with the outflow boundary. Right in there, it doesn't look tornadic at all, but that's an area that, in theory, could get some more inflow, just where it kind of pulls in those outflow boundaries. And then every now and then we'll see storms that go outflow dominant for a little while, and then they kind of surge forward and catch up to the outflow boundary. I don't see that happening right now, but there's always the potential that sometimes that could also kind of reinvigorate storms. But as long as they stay behind this outflow boundary, this is cooler air, rain-cooled air that's pushed out ahead of those storms. It's basically undercut their updrafts. Updrafts fuel the storm with warm, moist inflow. So without that warm, moist inflow, the storms will slowly start to diminish. Oh, good. I'm glad you guys are okay. It didn't look like it touched down in town, unless you have a different report, which it could happen. But yeah, that was a little hairy there. A couple different circulations, one north of town, one kind of just went on the south side of town, it looked like. And it looks like it may have produced a tornado later towards Ringstead. Newest tornado warning, confirmed tornado near Leland, or 6 miles northeast of Forest City, moving northeast at 65 miles an hour. Damaging tornado emergency management confirmed. Hancock, Cerro Gordo, and Winnebago counties, and Worth County. All right, let's dive back in. We'll see if we can spot this. I doubt we're going to, just because it's going to be a really far ask for these radars. Okay, yeah, right in here. We're not going to see anything on correlation coefficient.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information.
A couple different circulations. There's one near Leland. There's also one just east of Forest City. It appears to be this one that is law enforcement confirmed. Leland now. Lake Mills about 7 minutes. Twin Lakes 15. That's going to be into Minnesota if it holds on that northeast track. Northwood about probably about the same amount of time. Northwood about 20 minutes or so. And then Twin Lakes, let's see, it's going to hit that I-35 corridor in about 16 minutes. I remember right. Isn't there a big casino right there? Yeah, there is. About 15 minutes to the casino on I-35, 105. The Diamond Joe Casino. So if you know anyone there, if you know anyone, it's Sunday night. But if grandma and grandpap are playing the slots tonight, you might want to give them a call.
Attention, a new
and
tornadic
let them know
severe
there's a
thunderstorm
tornado
warning
in
has been
progress
issued.
to their west, headed their way. I'm sure a facility like that should have some tornado safety precautions.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Mason City's going to get, they're going to get some storms. Let's take a look. Mason City down here, they're on the southern end of that warning polygon. North sides of Mason City, I'd be in my tornado safe space. Out towards Clear Lake. There's kind of a whole...
New information. This severe
The Leland
thunderstorm
area
warning
of
has been
circulation is
updated.
not going to go to Mason City. This law enforcement confirmed tornado, that's going to head more towards the Minnesota border, Northwood, Emmons, Twin Lakes, the Diamond Joe. There's a couple other circulations, the one out of Forest City.
New
Like there might be one north
this
of Clear
tornado
Lake
warning
too.
has been updated.
Those are all kind of part of this warning polygon, so yeah, Mason City is going to get some severe weather here in the next roughly in the next about 12 to 15 minutes or so. Some type of severe weather, at least damaging winds. Another area of tornado warnings near Down, Popjoy. Cool name. Hardin, Webster, Wright, Franklin, Humboldt, and Hamilton counties. Tornado warning continues there. Moving east at 65. Yeah, no problem. This is a busy one. This is one of our busier streams.
Warning has been issued.
Other circulation in here near Blairsburg and Williams. That's going to be moving east, crossing the I-60 or I-35 corridor. And then from there, it starts to get into that outflow dominant regime. And yeah, I'm still really concerned back here about the flash flooding risks. These storms just keep training across each other. And honestly, the models kind of underdo this area a little bit.
Tornado warning has been updated.
Rotation in there near Brush Creek, Minnesota. Oh, let's see. Storm Prediction Center. Relatively greatest wind and QLCS threat will continue there from basically north central Iowa, including the Mason City, Albert Lee area towards Austin, Minnesota. So yeah, they're highlighting that corridor there. Just checking for latest updates on stuff.
Attention.
That line is slowly lifting up towards the north and east, so Freeborn, Conger, Twin Lakes, Glenville, and then Albert Lee is up next in that tornado warning polygon. They're going to extend a tornado warning out. Radar indicator rotation, but a history of producing tornadoes through, oh boy, Toterville, maybe? Stacyville and McIntyre. Tornado warning there for Marshall County in Iowa and southwestern Mower County in Minnesota. Yeah, no problem, Stones. I've been trying to be interactive a couple times. It's been so crazy and busy with warnings. I probably missed some interaction points, but trying to answer those questions when I can. And yeah, if you're kind of west of this line, things are quieting down. So Marjorie, you're in much better shape. A lot of rain still around, but the severe threat dies down in northwest parts of Iowa, as well as those areas around Omaha. Severe threat is diminished. Omaha down to Lincoln. Really, the only severe warning still is just this area around Peru, down through about Table Rock, and the far southern counties there, southeast counties in Nebraska.
New information.
That's really the only
This
severe risk
thunderstorm
remaining.
warning has been updated.
Yeah, much better. They've also dropped the tornado watch for basically everything west of 71. It's a pretty big area that's still under a tornado warning right now, though. Basically, everybody from north side of Mason City up through Grafton, Plymouth, up to the Minnesota border, and then Twin Lakes, Glenville, Albert Lee. Some pretty populated areas here in central, north central Iowa, south central Minnesota under tornado warnings. Yeah, the storms down there are just really just crawling along. This is a major flash flood risk in here too. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see flash flood warnings expand a little bit towards this area. Concordia, Clay Center, Minneapolis, Kansas, over towards Westmoreland. That area seems to have had a decent amount of rain as well. Let's take a look. And it's starting to fill in a little bit. Maybe not as much as I thought. About 2 to 3 inches of rain there. It's back in that the warning area for the flash flood warning where it's 4 to 6 inches of rain so far. But some of that in that stretch that I just kind of highlighted has fallen in the last hour or so, over an inch an hour. Rainfall rates around Clay Center. So yeah, it's coming down. Just not a lot of southern progress right now. It's kind of like, I don't know which one you want. You can have the storms moving about 65 miles an hour, like out here in Minnesota and Iowa, but you get the tornadoes embedded in it and the severe warnings. Or there's not as many severe warnings now across Kansas, but they're just hanging out, moving about 20 miles an hour, if that, and you get all the flash flooding. Continuing to see that radar indicator rotation there around Glenville, Albert Lee, Twin Lakes. And they have filled in another radar indicator rotation there around Mason City. So, Marjorie, if you got friends in Mason City, maybe give them a text, let them know, get to that tornado safe place. And there's another little Little area of rotation that's
New
spun up
information.
south of
This
town.
tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, a new tornadic severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Here's a look at the Mason City area. Looks like it's already raining there. It's right on the leading edge of this. If there's a tornado, it's just south of Highway 18 around Birchenall. Just south of this camera location, I think. Oh, we're looking north. Let's see. Okay, there's like a 4-shot of cameras. Yeah, so that's out near Portland and Mason City Junction. Yeah, rotation is just south of there around Birchenall. It just crossed I-35 north of Thornton. Too close to call, but on its current track, it might stay just south of Mason City. More on that Highway 18 corridor. Other circulation, though, is north of town. This is also just crossed I-35. It's going to be along B20 near Creamery, approaching Freeman and Plymouth Junction. And then the other circulation, we're kind of losing in the edge of the radar there. The leading edge of those storms, Twin Lakes, Kensett, up to about Freeborn, and approaching areas around Albert Lee. Keeping an eye on those radars as well. Oh, there we go. That's looking west. I'm going to blow that up and see what we see.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm
Really low
warning has
cloud
been
base, that's
issued.
for sure. They are looking for rotation, I believe, in here. Pan up just a little bit so we can see the clouds a little. This is the Mason City area with that rotation just south of town. Well, hopefully they pan back out because you could see the cloud deck. That was a better shot just a few minutes ago. But there's your area of rotation just south of Highway 18. And then, yeah, the other circulation is in here near Freeman. They're going to extend warnings out east on Highway 18, Mitchell and Floyd counties.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And then they're still continuing with the observed tornado near Leland, but that
a new radar
that has moved off, and the stronger storms, at least right now that I can see, are on the southern side of this circulation. So yeah, just north of Mason City, towards Freeman, and just north of the Mason City Airport. And then this one is just south of town near Cameron and Mason City Junction. And there's probably still another circulation. The one that was originally warned near Leland, I think is still in here. It's just edge of the radar site and about, I don't know, 12,000 feet. Yeah, 12,100 feet high. So you're just not going to get good radar data out of that. Other areas of circulation approaching areas on the west side of Albert Lee, near the airport, and near Armstrong. And yeah, it looks like another one maybe right along the state line, just south of Glenville, Minnesota. Des Moines, basically the entire Des Moines metro under a severe thunderstorm warning. Polk, Madison, Guthrie, Adair, Dallas, and Warren counties. 60-mile-an-hour winds. Those storms are weakening significantly, but the winds could hold on. So even though we're seeing a drop in the precip, those winds can hang around for a while. There's definitely outflow dominant storms. They're not re-strengthening. Some good signs there. Some stronger storms still down by Griswold, south of Atlantic. Areas south of Des Moines towards Greenfield, Winterset, Lenox, and maybe towards the I-35 corridor. A little bit stronger storms down there. And then storms pushing back into northwest Missouri around Rockport, Peru, and Rollo.
New information. This
area definitely doesn't need the rain. There was flash flood emergency near Trenton, Missouri yesterday. In this area here along Missouri Highway 6, east of I-35. You can see the flash flood watch, or regular flood watch in effect, for just all the heavy rain this area has had. Not a good situation there. And yeah, that's going to be the same for this area in Kansas. This area has had 5 to 7 inches of rain and probably more tomorrow. They're going to add the severe thunderstorm warnings around the tornado warnings. So that does include areas like Minnesota 56, Rose Creek, over towards Adams and Leroy, and then back through Plainfield and Allison.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And then there's the heavy rain coming into this camera perspective. So we're looking south, so we're getting a west.
This severe thunderstorm warning has
a west wind right now.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Cerro Gordo County, the Mason City storm, they did confirm this. It's really close to this camera perspective. If it's still in here, it's right here near Cameron, the Mike Zach Wildlife Area, just on the southern side of Mason City along Highway 18. The good news is this is not the populated side of Mason City. Mason City is a fairly populated area, but it is fairly condensed. This tornado kind of along Highway 18 is along the southern edge of the city. Whoa, let's see. It's basically over this camera. It's like right there. That may be the outer edge of it. It's really hard to tell. If that's looking west, that may be the circulation that just crossed the highway there. But it is really hard to tell. Let's keep that kind of medium. And go back in here. Correlation coefficient, a little bit messy, but we're further away from the radar, so surprised anyone could confirm a tornado in there, but they may be able to see it visually better than we could on the camera perspective, but that is a crazy camera perspective. So Mason City downtown, it looks like the immediate downtown has maybe kind of split the difference. There's downtown Mason City. Circulation here on the south side of town, lifting to the northeast. The other circulation has lifted across north of Mason City, also lifting northeast. So we may have gotten really lucky there in Mason City.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Trying to look for power flashes, but even that's hard on that camera perspective. Still seeing a couple circulations in here. It looks like Albert Lee may be getting lucky too. Again, we're further from the radar, but circulation down here, another one north of town. Albert Lee right here in the middle of your screen. Maybe split the difference with the circulations lifting up past them. Albert Lee, you're still getting the heavy rain and wind. Still seeing a little bit of a circulation in here east of Blairsburg. Still in that tornado warned area into central parts of Iowa. That's that one part that's still kind of connected to the outflow boundaries, so that makes sense. But that area seems to be diminishing too. That warning expires in about 10 minutes, so I would guess they're probably not going to continue that one. Still seeing a couple severe warnings in Kansas right now. Considerable threat for lime-size hail. Train spotter reported 2-inch diameter hail in this storm. This is in areas just north of Beaver. That is in Russell and Barton counties in central Kansas. 60-mile-an-hour winds and lime-size hail. That may work its way back up towards Black Wolf and areas around Wilson again. And then there's Albert Lee. The storms are finally slamming that area. I don't see anything tornadic in that picture. Those are all basically winds blowing from the southwest to the northeast.
Considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, there's some gusty winds in a couple of those storms too in Kansas and central Kansas. Still seeing some circulation in this confirmed tornado north of Rockwell. It's now east of Mason City, likely just north of Highway 18 around Portland, approaching areas around Nora Springs.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They're going to continue that tornado warning. Southeastern Mitchell and Floyd
New
counties.
information, this tornado warning has been
They're going to keep it
updated.
radar indicated, noting that the circulation has produced a tornado before. And yeah, those storms are working their way through the Albert Lee area now. They've extended that severe thunderstorm warning up through Racine, Waltham, to about Blooming Prairie. This could be a corridor of severe weather still. Basically, from where these are now up through areas, like Red Wing, Rochester, Minnesota, to areas around La Crosse, Wisconsin. Take a look at the Des Moines area again. Things are better than they were before across this area. It's central Iowa right now. Still severe warnings: Jefferson, Boone, Perry, Stewart, Greenfield. The entire Des Moines metro really under severe warning. But yeah, those are just basically general severe warnings. 60-mile-an-hour winds and nickel to quarter-size hail.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
They've expanded that considerable threat severe warning in Kansas, Sylvan Grove, Lincoln, Ellsworth, with the lime-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds around Wilson. And yeah, this is our Wilson camera on I-70, and it has gone downhill again. It is
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been
almost
updated.
constant lightning. And you can see the wind blowing across the highway again. Maybe just lost the camera. There it goes. Yeah, that is just a light show out there. I think this is maybe the second or third considerable threat warning Wilson's been under today. With hail picking up, it looks like hail's actually increasing in this storm.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Yeah, it's gonna be in this area near Wilson in the next few minutes.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's a nasty storm. Actually, outside of our tornado warned storms in Iowa and Minnesota, this storm might be one of our worst storms right now outside of those.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Just seeing radar indicator rotation there around Lisle, McIntyre, and Osage. Noting that radar indicator rotation, but storms have had a history of producing tornadoes. These are the storms that are quickly working their way out of the Mason City area You can see how quickly they blew through that I-35 corridor at 65 miles an hour. The other circulation down here that's come out of the south side of Mason City coming towards Osage and Orchard. So yeah, definitely stay in your tornado safe space there. Rudd up to Orchard and Rockford as well. I would just kind of stay hunkered down. Looks like it should be north of Rockford, but I think especially fast moving tornadoes like that, you might want to, it's good to play it safe. Couple areas in the path of this. I just kind of tracked out the whole line since there are kind of multiple circulations embedded in this line segment. Plus, there's the damaging wind risk. But basically, Rochester, Minnesota, up here about 37 minutes to downtown Rochester. A little bit sooner if you're out here towards Rockdale, 26 minutes. Leroy, 24. York, Minnesota, 35. And then areas like Cresco, Iowa, about 39 minutes or so. Lime Springs, about a half hour. Zooming in a little bit closer, Blooming Prairie, 10 minutes. Austin, Minnesota, 5 minutes or so. So yeah, these things are moving pretty quickly here. But it is going to affect areas in southern Minnesota now, kind of moving from south central into southeast Minnesota, and then also northeast parts of Iowa. Wow, just constant lightning, that considerable threat storm in Kansas. That storm also has some gusty winds, a little bit of rotation also in there. But I believe that's just indicating kind of a rotating mesocyclone that has some serious hail potential in there. Lime-sized hail. That's coming across an area that's already had flash flooding. Wilson,
New information. This
Durant,
severe
and
thunderstorm
areas just
warning has
west
been
of Black
updated.
Wolf, Kansas. That storm definitely means business. Check the Storm Prediction Center to see if they're going to re-up any watches. So those storms along the Minnesota-Iowa border are basically right along a warm front. The Storm Prediction Center notes that the warm front may gradually work to the north. Um, so if it does, that opens up a little bit more severe potential. Uh, but if they get too far north of this warm front, they're going to get a little bit more elevated, which may be starting to happen. It's why we haven't had as many severe warnings continue north of Albert Lea, north of the I-90 corridor right now. But it's going to depend on that warm front. So it's probably like a warm front slash rain cooled boundary from those storms from basically last night and early this morning. Yeah, it basically kind of drapes right along there. If I fill it, you can really see the difference there. So it's in the 50s across north of that warm front. It's like even Rochester,
New
Minnesota,
information.
about
This
55
severe
degrees. So,
thunderstorm warning has been updated.
so we'll see. This may try to lift and kind of push back up towards the north. If it does, that gives some storm fuel to get back into those areas. By contrast,
Attention,
even
a new
around
severe thunderstorm
Mason
warning
City
has
area, it's
been
about
issued.
67. And then it's in the 70s further south in Iowa. So yeah, there's definitely a contrasting warm front in there. A little bit of a dew point boundary as well. So a little bit of now casting there. Oops. Some of that leading edge is slowly starting to work towards the Kansas City Metro, Topeka. It's still got a ways to go, but there's you might start to see some lightning. Even a couple bolts out ahead of those cluster of storms. But these are on the weakening trend. A lot of lightning still in here, but they are not seeing those severe warnings as much anymore on that leading edge. Heavy rain, lightning, thunder, some gusty winds. These are also outflow dominant right in here, so not as much of a tornado risk. Yeah, drastically lower tornado risk in there right now. So some good news there into eastern Kansas. And it looks like those big storms are kind of staying back here into central Kansas right now. Still seeing those hail-producing storm approaching the Wilson area. And those storms should kind of stay back there. They shouldn't really make a big surge towards the Kansas City area. So some good news there. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be an interesting day. Okay, they have made some adjustments, it looks like, to tomorrow. Probably based on some of the action today, as well as the current storms. They have backed off some of the enhanced risk that did originally go up into Wisconsin. So a slight risk across much of Michigan and Wisconsin. Looks like they've also pushed it a little further towards the east into the Ohio Valley. And yeah, they pushed it a little further south and east into the Ozarks, which I think I agree with, because some of this storms that are across the Missouri Valley tonight will kind of drape across this area in central Missouri tomorrow and kind of leave a little bit of an outflow boundary. So yeah, there could be like an outflow boundary kind of right in here. And that may spark some supercells kind of down in this area around Joplin. Not a lot, but there could be an isolated storm or two down here that gets
New
a little bit
information. This
feisty on
severe
kind of the
thunderstorm
outflow
warning has
boundary.
been updated.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I don't know if they've pushed it much.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This may have shifted just a little bit south. It still centers really around Manhattan, Kansas, but the moderate risk does push down to Hutchinson. I think it maybe they pushed it a little further towards Wichita. And honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if by tomorrow morning they put Wichita in that moderate risk. I don't think they'll expand it too far to the east, though, because kind of like today, it's going to be a similar environment where storms may go up and you get a big storm here, starts producing a tornado, big storm here, but then very quickly, I think they turn into a big cluster of storms, kind of like we're dealing with now by the time it gets to the Kansas City area. So you may have to deal with some embedded tornado circulations, damaging winds, some large hail. But yeah, there's the question mark tomorrow is again also where do storms transition from discrete mode to linear mode? And it may be on that area kind of around Topeka and just west of the KC metro. Now things could change based on tonight's storms. They could get morning data that shows things differently. So this is not set in
Attention,
stone.
a
They'll
new
make
severe
various
thunderstorm
changes
warning
before
has been
tomorrow.
issued.
But if somehow the data gets in tomorrow morning and they launch the new morning balloon runs and stuff, and they see that it's a bigger environment that could support more discrete cells, then something crazy could happen. They could expand the risk, but at least based on like current data, I don't think they'll expand this much to the east. They may expand it a little bit more south. Speed of the storms, the storms tonight, they're not moving much. They're moving maybe at about 25 miles an hour.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let's see. I can kind of do a rough estimate.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Let's see. Let's turn some of these off. Get into.
New information. this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
This is interesting. This new model run keeps things a little more stormy based on the outflow and those current storms. It's going to be interesting. Yeah, tomorrow's a very tricky forecast. It brings those storms tonight through Kansas City about 3 a.m., which I think has slowed down compared to previous model runs. And then kind of tails those storms, and see how they just kind of sit there. I think that's why they've expanded that slight risk. There's going to be a kind of a bit of a convergence zone. This is tomorrow afternoon. Storms there, maybe dying out, but this is going to be warm sector.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Just based on, I haven't taken a really deep look at the models, only what I'm seeing here live with you guys, but yeah, if that rain-cooled air kind of sags south into southern Missouri, this is all warm sector and a little bit of a convergence point. Looks like some of the models have uptrended just since earlier today on some storm activity across the northwest Arkansas,
this
northeast
tornado
Oklahoma,
warning has been updated.
southern Missouri. And then, yeah, here's the model run now for about 4 o'clock. That's a supercell. But kind of like today, they'll start as discrete supercells. To Stone's question, the speed will increase as they get into linear mode. So the quicker they get into linear mode, the quicker they move towards Kansas City. This particular model run shows maybe west side of town about 10 to 11. But there could be embedded tornadic circulations in these complexes too. But yeah, if they stay discrete a little longer, that might slow things down a little bit. You'll have more of an all hazard risk. If they start to line out, like this model does kind of show within the first 2 hours or so is the best chance for an all hazards threat, and then they get into a linear mode, kind of like today, where they very quickly transition to linear mode. That will push them further to the east quicker. Let's see, that's one.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Yeah, tomorrow's a tricky forecast. I wouldn't be surprised if stuff changes around based on kind of new data.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
There's a lot going on. There's timing for the trough ejection. There's the ongoing storms tonight. It's definitely a complicated forecast. So they've added some tornado possible severe thunderstorm warnings across this area in southern Minnesota. Mantorville, Concord, Rochester, Hayfield, Racine, Chatfield, Forestville, Minnesota. The good news is radar indicated warnings. They're all 60-mile-an-hour winds, some small hail, but and then tornado possible tag, but not seeing the 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts in here. So these storms are starting to lift a little bit north of that boundary that we looked at a little bit ago. Yeah, tomorrow. The good news is, I mean, like tonight, once these things start moving, they're going to be moving potentially 50, 60 miles an hour. So the good news is it might not be like an all night in the basement sort of thing. It may be, down there for a little bit if they're moving at that 50 or 60 miles an hour. Now, if you're back here tomorrow towards like Clay Center and stuff, they're going to be moving probably a little bit slower as discrete supercells. And then anything that fires down here, there's still a conditional risk tomorrow down along the dry line back here. Those storms would move a little bit slower, a little less forcing down here. So if we get a storm or two out here in western Oklahoma, those could be moving at like 20, 25 miles an hour. Seeing a decent cluster of storms across Maryville, Missouri, approaching Grant City. And then these storms are really slowed down. They're about 20, 25 miles an hour, crawling to the southeast. That model that we just looked at kind of hinted they get a little bit of a shove, but either way, not severe right now, coming towards the Kansas City area. Yeah, that I could see that could be a hassle. That does sound tricky. There are sometimes we've covered storms and it seems like the tornado warning just sits over the place. And some locations might be in a tornado warning for an hour or so. Probably not tomorrow. It's probably going to be one of those situations where the storms will move through pretty fast. You may be in a warning for a while, like even tonight. I guess some of these areas may be in a tornado warning for a while just because they're warning at like a county and a half ahead. So, I mean, yeah, I guess technically like Cresco might be in a tornado warning for an hour, but they're really just giving people a heads up to get to their basement to kind of, in that kind of situation, you can gather your things, get to your safe space. You don't have to super rush, but do it efficiently. But yeah, there's sometimes where the same county is just under the same tornado warning for an hour. That gets a little rough.
New information: this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
The Austin, Minnesota airport reported 61 mile an hour winds just about 4 minutes ago. So those are still severe warning storms working up into southeast Minnesota. Rochester up next for those storms. Trying to find a good camera in that Rochester area. This might be one. See if we get it loaded up. Still radar indicated. Yeah, they're going to re-up that warning for another 41 minutes. So yeah, that's a situation where you're in the warning polygon for a while.
This
but
tornado warning has been updated.
But storms are just now moving into it. These storms across central Iowa are significantly weakening. So this is another data point the model runs earlier were pretty good at reading. They really showed quickly diminishing storms east of I-35. So areas like Waterloo, Iowa, Cedar Falls, you're going to get storms, but not as severe as they were earlier. We get that Wilson camera back. Did that work again? I don't think it's working. Oh, there it goes. Still coming. Oh, you can see. Let me blow this camera up. Get some interesting stuff captured in our cameras. You can see this is in that flash flood warning too. Those those bar ditches along the highway are really starting to get filled with water. Oh, that's a perfect shot. See, all that is water in there. And you can see it glistening in the lightning shines. Yeah. It is still coming down across central Kansas. If you don't have to drive in this area, I would not recommend driving across central Kansas right now. Wow. Yeah, that's a rough night across central Kansas. That's good. Yeah, I try to do that too. I try to have some supplies already in my safe space. That way I don't have to keep running back and forth. But yeah, it sounds like you got your hands full there with the youngins. So that takes a lot. Keeping kids kind of calm and not completely terrified. Let me see if there was any other changes. Still a double hatch there across Kansas and Wichita. Gonna be a close one for Kansas City. Eastern sides of Kansas City, not as high risk of or severe weather, but west of there towards Topeka, much higher risk for tornadoes. I feel like they've expanded the wind threat, so the wind threat does significant winds coming through the Kansas City area potentially tomorrow. And oh, they double hatched the hail now too. Yeah, some very big hail out here tomorrow. That's probably where if I was chasing, I'd probably start my day kind of around Clay Center or Manhattan, which I think is like right there, and then kind of see where it goes from there. But yeah, someone in this area is going to get absolutely hammered with hail tomorrow. And hopefully not, but there is a decent potential for a significant to violent tornado tomorrow. So I don't want to downplay that risk either. But I don't want to hype it or clickbait it either. But somewhere in that area could have a very, very bad day tomorrow. And anyone just tuning in, those are not the storms. We're not talking about your current storms in that area. These storms are below severe limits right now. We're talking about tomorrow's round. Still seeing some pretty strong storms coming up towards the Rochester, Minnesota area. They're not as tornadic as they were a little bit ago. Still a couple rotations on the leading edge of those. But we are in the cooler environment across Rochester, Minnesota. Just want to check with radar data and just make sure. Checking my phone radar data. I have so many weather products. Yeah, those severe storms are going to make it into Rochester, though. It is a little bit warmer there than it was earlier. So that warm front may be lifting kind of right along this boundary. And then the good news is our other tornado warning is radar indicated right now. It's in one of the more annoying radar holes, but a little bit of rotation in there still. Not as much as there was earlier. All right, that's some good news too. They're going to add a new severe thunderstorm watch. It looks like. Let's get the details on that one across eastern Iowa. Oh yeah, okay. A very skinny watch. It'll keep filling in the next couple minutes, but that is basically the watch. Covers La Crosse, Richland Center. The droll tool today has a mind of its own. Basically, just kind of the eastern portions of Iowa. Prairie du Chien down to areas. It will fill in Iowa City. Right now shows a missing county, but it will fill in there. Iowa City, you guys are in the watch. They haven't puzzle pieced it that much. Down to Washington and Ottumwa, Centerville, and Keoswara. I think that's how you pronounce it. It does not. I thought maybe it needed filled in more. It does not include the Mississippi River counties. It does include Dubuque, but it does not include like the Quad Cities, Muscatine, Iowa, Burlington, or Keokuk. Interesting. Technically, the tornado watch goes until 3 a.m., but most of these storms are going to get through well ahead of that. In fact, they just cut about half those counties off. And yeah, there's not much of a tornado risk in this tornado watch right now, except for those areas right along that warm front in northeast Iowa, because right now all this is almost all outflow dominant. So again, that's rain cooled air that's undercut those updrafts. Slowly, those storms will continue weakening as long as they stay behind that outflow boundary. This is an area that there's not outflow dominance. These storms are still going pretty strong here across central Kansas. That's why they have more of a hail risk, considerable threats. Still kind of moving across those same areas of flash flooding. Line of embedded circulations approaching Lime Springs. Not showing up as much as it did earlier, though. I think even that tornadic area is starting to diminish. And some good news, they have dropped some of those other counties. Oh, it depends. I mean, a couple times we've gone till 3 or 4 a.m. It just kind of depends on the severe weather and the specific setup and stuff. Tonight, I definitely wanted to make it through the Des Moines metro just to make sure everybody's good there with the big populations. Storms are still kind of west of Des Moines, but the outflow boundary with the gusty winds is kind of cut the city in half right now. But I don't see storms getting more strong than they are now. And then I'm kind of seeing how this area plays out. If we get through Rochester and seeing how these storms continue to work towards the north and east, if they continue to get tornado warnings, we'll stay on longer. Just looking at those radar or the model runs earlier, tomorrow's stream probably starts sometime in the afternoon again.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And then and yeah, like today, it might start just a little bit slow with only a couple storms, maybe severe, but then with the expectation, storms are going to quickly explode across that east central Kansas area. We'll quickly get into a pretty big stream likely again tomorrow by that 4 o'clock hour. Yeah, it goes, days like today, it goes by quick. I need a new chair. My chair is getting kind of uncomfortable and a little bit old. But other than that, it's not too bad. Probably like gaming, it goes by quick when you're in the action, and especially like earlier today, there was, I don't know how many tornado warnings we had peaked at. We might have peaked at 8 or 10 tornado warnings at once. That time flew by real quick. We have a pretty chill community too. I really love interacting with our followers and our viewers. And it's really unique. I like the digital meteorology because we can really communicate to people on the fly and hopefully help give them, good information when they're possibly experiencing some of their worst days with severe weather. But then also just appreciate some of the science and meteorology behind some of these severe weather events. Continuing that tornado warning there, it's going to continue there into northeast Iowa around Lime Springs, Florenceville.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Still radar indicated, that's for Chickasha and Howard counties. There's the new flash flood warning, that's for Ottawa County in Kansas. Still not seeing a ton of circulation in there. There's still a little bit in here, just along Highway 63, south of Lime Springs. Did they change the direction at all? No, still moving east at 60. Just track that out real quick, just to kind of, woo. Gonna get through that warning polygon fairly quickly, but areas around Cresco, about 10 minutes.
This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Florenceville, probably about 12 minutes or so. And then if that does hold together, Burr Oak, Iowa, about 24 minutes. And then Newburgh, Minnesota, roughly about a half hour or so. What kind of gaming genre do you stream, Stones?
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, thanks so much, Marjorie. You've been a loyal viewer for quite a while. And I haven't covered that area in northern parts of Iowa that much recently, so I'm glad we were able to help you out tonight. Okay, cool. Cool. Do you do that on YouTube, or are you more on the like the Twitch side of things? I know a lot of the gamers are more into the Twitch than YouTube. It seems. It seems like, I don't know. Okay, cool. I'll have to check that out sometime. Although you said you have 5 kids, I feel like every day is a real life survival game with 5 kids. I like kids, but 5 is a lot. Yeah, I'll have to check that out then. I do like gaming every now and then. I actually haven't done it much lately, but this is a rough night. I would not want to live out here right now in Kansas right now. This is a rough night. They're not going to their basements. It's not a tornado warning situation right now, but this is a big hailstorm. There's a hailstorm here, one back here towards Otis again, and they're all just working, training across the same area. It's loud. It's going to be wind and hail, a few minutes break, and then more wind and hail. That's just an absolutely horrible night. And then flash flooding. You got to watch here. Basements might fill up. If there are any out here, this is probably, I mean, this warning's been around for a while. It was 3 to 5 inches earlier, 1 to 3 inches more. It's probably closer to 6 inches of rain now. Yeah. Yeah, that's just rough. That is a lot of rain. That's a good mix, though. Couple boys, couple girls. Sounds like you're doing it right, Stones. You got a good life there. Kansas City's had a few days of severe. You guys had a little weak tornado, right? That went downtown Kansas City maybe a month or two ago. And then there were the stronger storms down near Ottawa, Kansas. Take a look at this storm again. Still seeing rotation kind of roughly in here, south of Lime Springs. Yeah, flooding at night is very difficult. And they've added that Ottawa County, Kansas area to the flash flood warnings. The big problem with flash flooding is a lot of people wait too long in flash flood situations. I mean, a lot of people wait till the last minute in tornadoes and stuff too. But even if you're waiting till you shouldn't, but even if you're waiting till you see the tornado coming towards your house, you can usually, dive into the storm shelter or basement and still be okay. The problem is if you wait in flash flooding, if you wait till water's coming into your house, it's a lot of times too late to evacuate because the water may be even deeper on the road or down the street. So flash flooding is it's a dangerous situation because a lot of people don't evacuate or don't take precautions before they see the water. And yeah, it's just compared to some other severe events, it can be by the time you see the water too late. Again, not advisable to go outside and watch the tornado from
New
your porch,
information.
but
This severe thunderstorm warning has
you
been
can
updated.
find videos on social media of people doing that, and they survive. So yeah, some of the other severe criteria, you can kind of wait till towards the last minute, even though you shouldn't. The flash flooding is not one of those. Hurricanes, some people wait to evacuate until the hurricane's pretty much making it to the coastline, and then they somehow still make it
This flash flood
out of their
warning has been
evacuation
updated.
route. So yeah, flash flooding is just really unique compared to some of the other severe events.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Let me actually turn that on real quick. I had special weather statements turned off just because it can kind of complicate the radar setup. But yeah, okay, there's some special weather statements. Areas around Red Wing. These are storms that are just below severe limits. Red Wing and areas south and east of the Twin Cities. But I wanted to see if there were any special weather statements in this area. There doesn't seem to be. So that's a good sign. These storms are well below severe limits, so there's no special weather statements. And then, yeah, not much in Kansas right now either, except there are those severe warnings in...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay. So Rochester, it's getting loud in Rochester, Minnesota right now. Severe warning still coming through your area. That's extended up to Stockton, Minnesota, West Albany, basically to the Mississippi River, and then out towards Rushford. Looks like the heaviest winds have pushed through the Rochester area. They're on the leading edge of this line of storms. Pine Island, Orco, and then back towards Viola and Chatfield. And those storms are on a weakening trend as well across southeast Minnesota. Still some stronger storms. A little cluster of them has gone up in Wisconsin. And there's still some storms across the Minneapolis and basically west central Wisconsin. Still seeing some rotation in here. Iowa Highway 9, east of US 63, southeast of Lime Springs. It's approaching areas around Cresco. Yeah, Cresco, Vernon Springs. No correlation coefficient, but I do feel like that's tightened up in the last few minutes. Yeah, it has tightened up again. We'll see if that gets a new warning.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
It's about to get out of the warning polygon, so I could see either way. I could see I'd probably be okay either way if they issue a tornado warning or if they issue a tornado possible severe thunderstorm warning. Seeing a little bit less hail, not as yeah, we don't have the considerable threat storms anymore. They're ping pong ball to $50 size hailstorms. So those storms in central Kansas, they are starting to slowly diminish. They're still going to be there for a while, though. Yeah, so circulation is just in here south and west of Cresco. See the red's going away from the radar, green's going towards. I think we're getting radar out of La Crosse. Yeah. So wind's going away, wind's going towards. It's not super crazy strong, but there's a little weak echo region in there too, which is interesting. Oh yeah, Stones, you're okay. If you have a NOAA weather radio, I mean, I would still turn it on tonight just in case. It'll wake you up if you have one. You may get a couple warnings out of these storms, but they're not, at least right now, they're not tornadic. And they're, if you get a warning, it might be something like that, 60-mile-an-hour wind, quarter-size hail. You can get a decent one at a big box store for a reasonable price. You can also check, sometimes your local communities have like the weather radio giveaways. You can sometimes check like local fire stations will give them away. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you can get some decent ones for a fairly low price. But yeah, check some of your local community might have some options too. As far as like your local emergency management. And yeah, there's some different there's some different price points. Our flood event was a 500 to 1,000 year flood event. Wow. Oh, geez. Yeah, flooding is not fun at all. Yeah, I would check it out with your local community. There may be some ways you can get a NOAA weather radio for reduced cost or for even no cost at all. Oh, there's a new warning.
New information, this winter weather advisory has been updated.
I'll have to make sure I turn those winter weather advisories off. Still working on the latest version of my alert system. So it still had a few glitches. Hail and wind threat there in Wisconsin right now. That's lifting off north of Black River Falls. But let's take a look here. Still seeing a little bit of rotation near Cresco. And we're getting a little better look at this area couple little areas of circulation. They do seem to be weakening. Yeah.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
I
updated.
tend to do that too, Stones. Even if I'm not on the broadcast, I'll stay up. These are outflow dominant storms, so at least the tornado risk with these, if you want to go to sleep, should be very minimal. You can see the outflow boundary out ahead of those, so might get some lightning, might get some gusty winds. Maybe some small hail, but I don't even think there's a lot of hail in these storms anymore. It's mostly just lightning and some gusty winds and some heavy rain. Hey, Jan, how's it going tonight? Joyce, Iowa. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Where is that?
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh, okay, yeah, that was that confirmed tornado. That would have been that circulation that went through the Leland area that was confirmed by law enforcement. South and east of Lake Mills. That area had a couple, looks like, confirmed tornadoes back in that I-35 corridor. These storms are moving fast, too. 60, 65 miles an hour. That's hard chasing. At night, too. That's rough. I mean, the good news for this any search and rescues is these storms are moving, advancing ahead, too. So we've had some other streams where storms have either refired behind the lead storm or round 2 or 3 came in. So at least right now for that northern Iowa area, it is kind of a bit of a one and done. There's still rain and thunder and lightning around, but if any search and rescue that's ongoing, there's not like another tornadic storm headed their way right now. That can really complicate search and rescue. Still seeing a little bit of rotation in there near Burr Oak. Doesn't look like right now they're going to extend that warning. Yeah, there's probably been enough tornadoes to make it a tornado outbreak, I would guess, because there was confirmed tornadoes in Nebraska earlier too. And then they may be able to confirm a couple others that weren't confirmed originally. So I would guess we had at least a tornado outbreak. We definitely had a severe weather outbreak. That was almost a guarantee for today. But yeah, northern Iowa, probably, Jan's probably right. There's probably been at least a half dozen or more tornadoes confirmed. And then there's probably a few more than that. And yeah, that's just northern Iowa. Then we had Nebraska with a couple, maybe a couple in Kansas.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Here's all the storm reports. Actually, let me filter some of these. So here's all the at least updated storm reports for tornadoes. Some could be duplicates. These down here are all duplicates. That's one tornado there. These near the west of Des Moines area are duplicates. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 land spout tornado today. Did we miss that one? Might have missed that one. 20 tornadoes, it looks like. Just roughly. This was a larger enhanced risk earlier. It looks like all of our tornadoes have been in the enhanced risk. So nice job by the Storm Prediction Center. Because this enhanced risk was back further earlier today too. It was kind of a tooth shape enhanced risk, if I remember right. Much of them have been in this part of the enhanced risk.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Storm reports. There's a lot of wind reports. I might have to back these down just a little bit. I think those earlier gusts that we covered in South Dakota were the highest gusts, at least for storm reports. We had a couple 82 mile an hour wind gusts, southeast South Dakota. Some 70s in western Iowa. Sac City 70. Albert City 72. Oh, there's an 82 gust. Esterville Airport 82 mile an hour gust. Mason City 70 at the fire department. Yeah, today's been a rough severe weather day. We've seen a couple debris balls on our stream alone, I think, tonight, Jan. I'm trying to think how many debris balls we've seen. Maybe 3 or 4. The QLCS tornadoes a little bit further from the radar, a little trickier to see. But earlier, when they were more discreet, we've seen, I think, 3 or 4 debris balls today. Yeah, this area I feel like has had a lot of severe weather today. That I-90 corridor, and especially south central, southeast Minnesota. It's been a busy severe weather season for them. A little ahead of schedule too. Usually the northern plains picks up into late May and June. Yeah, usually in the summertime, this area will kind of pick up for severe weather. The high pressure builds into the southeast, and storm systems kind of ride around the high pressure. Couple new warnings. Yeah, still seeing that quarter-size hail there in Wisconsin. Oops. Still getting used to that new draw tool. And I believe they've re-upped wind gusts up to 60 miles an hour, Grant City.
New information, this severe thunderstorm
Eagleville, Missouri,
been
that was law enforcement reported there. 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Albany, Missouri, that's in northern Missouri.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Yeah, the National Weather Service has been, I think they've been trying to phase in a new land spout reporting. I haven't seen if it's fully
New
operational yet,
information,
but
this severe thunderstorm
the
warning has
land
been
spouts are
updated.
interesting because they're a little different than the dust devils, but the land spouts are generally non-mesocyclones, so they're not related to the mesocyclone of the. So they can happen basically on heating boundaries and things like that. Um, most of the National Weather Service offices don't rate land spouts um, unless it actually distinctly hits something, and then they'll usually give it like an EF0 rating if it hits like an outbuilding or something. But yeah, they're generally weaker. They can still do damage, but generally weaker, and they're not sustained by some of the same systems in the updraft and the mesocyclone and the supercellular dynamics that the long track and stronger tornadoes are. And I'm hoping the National Weather Service does come along with, I think, fully onboarding that land spout tracking, because some of these land spouts are tracked a little differently. Some National Weather Service office I've seen them put them in other wind events when you push up, like when you pull up the storm reports. Where'd those go? Oh, I turned them all off. Yeah, if you pull up these storm reports, they're all in different categories: hail, tornadoes, um, wind gusts, and downbursts. And yeah, some National Weather Service offices will put them in the wind and gust and downburst category, where they should probably have their own category and it'd be more widely used. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not in love with the EFU rating, but I understand why. And yeah, some land spouts get rated like an EFU, which I guess is understandable, but trying to get some at least water reports too there. 3.5 inches of rain roughly there in Tecumseh. Yeah, there's been a lot of, it's been definitely a severe weather outbreak. And yeah, probably just looking at it, about 20 tornadoes today, so probably a tornado outbreak as well. Today's been, or this season has been an interesting season. We're actually, I think, trending ahead of the average of tornadoes for the year. But quite a bit of the outbreak days have been kind of like today, where there's been a lot more QLCS tornadoes than there has been supercellular discrete cell tornadoes. We haven't had one of those outbreaks of widespread, like, discrete supercell tornadoes. It's been a little bit interesting for that. We've had supercellular tornadoes, but they've generally been kind of one storm here, one storm there type of thing. So they have replaced that. I believe it has a tornado possible tag, but 60-mile-an-hour winds, small hail. They dropped that tornado warning around Cresco. Still seeing a strong storm near Burr Oak, but rotation seems to be backing off those. Looks like we're getting a little bit more outflow dominance in those storms into southern Minnesota too. So I think we've wrapped up the big severe weather day today. We saw these storm reports, about 20 tornadoes or so. They might even add a couple more that haven't been confirmed. We've seen big hail, apple-sized hail, flash flooding, a couple significant tornadoes, a lot of QLCS tornadoes. Still ongoing severe weather into the evening and overnight, but it is on the downtrend. I'm going to probably bail out of here, get some sleep, and then regroup, do some forecasting tomorrow morning. Get ready for another live stream, probably starting mid to late afternoon, going probably at least until tomorrow at midnight. Probably a similar time frame, just based on the model runs, but depending on how feisty storms are tomorrow afternoon, we may have to get on for some ongoing morning and late morning, early afternoon activity. If things kind of refire, there may be a chance of some severe weather across central parts of Missouri tomorrow too. Yeah, I'm glad you're safe, Marjorie. You have to let me know on one of the next streams if you hear any damage or anything around town. I haven't seen any local damage reports out of that area. Yeah, that area looks like it mostly wind. Damage to a grain elevator in Greenville, branches and power lines down. Tornado near Dickinson earlier. So yeah, I guess it's been I haven't seen any like crazy damage reports in that area, but yeah, you'll have to let me know if you hear of any. Good night, chat. Thanks for hanging out. Stay safe tonight. Oh, Stones, if you don't have a NOAA weather radio, just make sure your phone alerts are turned on. I forgot about that.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning
it can be
updated.
Annoying, but you have to YouTube it if you have a different cell phone, but you have to go to your settings, and it's different for every cell phone, but I would just do that tonight before bed. If you don't have a NOAA weather radio, you find your settings and find your emergency alerts, and you can turn off and on different emergency alerts. I know some people find some of the alerts annoying, but make sure you go and turn on the weather emergency alerts. Yeah, you're welcome, guys. Have a good night, chat. Stay safe tonight, and yeah, we'll hit it again tomorrow. Looks like another pretty high-end severe weather day tomorrow. So, yeah, looks like another severe weather day tomorrow. And I should note Tuesday we'll probably be live streaming too. Tuesday has a slightly less right now high-end chance, but there is severe weather expected from basically the Northeast and Southern Ontario all the way down through the Mississippi River Valley and into Texas. So looks like we'll be streaming probably tomorrow a decent amount, and then also Tuesday. And I haven't posted anything for Wednesday, but I wouldn't be surprised if we get some severe weather on Wednesday too. This whole system may sag down into this area. We may get some severe weather further south on Wednesday. We'll see. But stay safe, everyone. Have a great night.